but having been radical in principle, Honorius was willing to be conservative in application, for he concluded that, in strictly secular matters, kings should be honored and obeyed even by priests. Even thinkers who were logically cutting the ground from under the old doctrine of the two swords were not willing to abolish it root and branch. Honorius showed also an uncertainty of juristic analysis. His argument from the donation of Constant. 236. Time was in the highest degree perilous, for if the Pope's authority were delegated, it would seem that the Emperor might resume what he had granted. Presumably Honorius thought of Constantine as merely recognizing a right inherent in the Church under a Christian dispensation. A stronger position was taken by John of Salisbury in his Polycraticus some 30 years later. John depended upon the inherent superiority of spiritual power to prove that both swords belong of right to the Church and that the Church conferred the power of coercion on the prince. For every office existing under, and concerned with the execution of, the sacred laws is really a religious office, but that is inferior which consists in punishing crimes, and which therefore seems to be typified in the person of the hangman. 10. Hence John could defend the power of deposition by quoting the digest to the effect that he who can lawfully bestow can lawfully take away. The secular ruler has a ius utendi but not strictly ownership. It was true, of course, that John did not regard this theory as derogating from the worth of political power in its proper employment or from the sanctity of the political office. Henry IV and the Imperialists. The position taken by the imperialist parties to the investiture controversy was, on the whole, more defensive than that of the populists. Essentially they were arguing for what had been the status quo, in which the choice of bishops, and also papal elections, had been largely subject to imperial influence. They could appeal, against the practically novel claim of ecclesiastical independence, to the generally admitted theory of two independent spheres of authority. The cornerstone of the imperial position, therefore, was the accepted doctrine that all power is of God, the emperors as well as the popes. This was the note struck by Henry himself in the letter which he addressed to Gregory in March, 1076.11. Since his power was derived from God directly and not through the Church, he was responsible for its exercise solely to God. Hence he was to be judged by God alone and could not be deposed, unless for heresy. Underscore 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 dash 237. You have laid hands upon me also who, though unworthy among Christians, am anointed to kingship, and who, as the tradition of the Holy Fathers teaches, am to be judged by God alone and not to be deposed for any crime, unless I should wander from the faith, which God forbid. 12. The tradition of the Holy Fathers upon which Henry depended was undoubtedly in the main the strong statements of Gregory the Great upon the duty of passive obedience. This conception of the infeasibility of royal authority had never died out. Hincmar of Reims had commented in the 9th century on the opinion, which he says was held by certain scholars, that kings are subject to the laws and judgments of no one except God alone. 13. Though he qualified the view as being full of the spirit of the devil. From the 11th century on, this theory was an important part of the imperialist position. It fitted well, of course, with the Gelasian theory that the two swords can never be united in the same hands. What God has given none but God can take away. The argument was undoubtedly strong, for it turned the tables on the papal party of reform. The head and front of Gregory's offense, as Henry presented it, was precisely that he had attempted to wield both powers and so had conspired against the divinely appointed order of human society. To confound spirituals and temporals would defeat the very purpose which formed the chief moral defense for Gregory's action. Under a pretense of making the Church independent, he would have entangled it still further in secular affairs. Such an argument might well appeal to the more moderate of Gregory's followers. Moreover, Henry's position provided the proper theological answer to be given in all cases where undue clerical ambition could be alleged, namely, the sanctity of secular authority itself. In its own province, therefore, political power could claim to be what King James called free monarchy. It was this fact which made the divine right of the king a standard argument under all political circumstances which could be construed to threaten ecclesiastical interference. The theological defense of the emperor, though repeated times without number, did not offer much chance for logical develop underscore 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 meant. This was not true, however, of the juristic arguments, and in the long run the lawyers were the ablest and most effective defenders of secular power. In the beginning, however, this form of argumentation was not so well developed as in later controversies, such as that between Boniface VIII and Philip the Fair of France. Nevertheless, there were interesting beginnings. The earliest of these was the Defensio Henrici for Regis 14, 1084, of Peter Crassus, who is said to have been a teacher of Roman law at Ravenna. Peter professed to argue the case between Henry and Gregory on legal grounds. The gist of his argument lay in his insistence upon the infeasibility of the right of hereditary succession. He urged that the Pope or Henry's rebellious subjects had no more right to interfere with his possession of his kingdom, which he had received as heir to his father and his grandfather, than they had to take away any person's private property. For this theory Peter claimed the authority of Roman law as well as of divine law and ius gentium. This argument bore no relation to the constitutional theory of imperial authority in the Roman law, as stated by the lawyers either of antiquity or of the Middle Ages, and it was definitely inappropriate to an elective monarch. Peter's theory suggested, however, the characteristic connection of divine right with infeasible hereditary right. On the whole, the theory was less important for its intrinsic merits than for its indication of a tendency to support the secular power by using legal conceptions. A more important form of the anti-papal argument is to be found in the York Tracts 15 produced about 1100 in the controversy over investiture between Anselm and Henry I of England. On the issue of investiture the author's argument is hard to evaluate. He asserted sweepingly that the authority of a king is of a higher kind than that of a bishop, that the king ought to rule over bishops, and that he is competent to call a council of the church and to preside over it. Yet at the same time he denied the king's right to invest bishops with their spiritual authority. More interesting, and probably more important, was this author's attack underscore 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 upon the sovereign authority which Gregory had claimed to exercise in the church, since a critical examination of the nature of spiritual authority, and of the Pope's share in it, was to form an important part of the later debates. In an earlier tract, written in defense of the deposed Archbishop of Rouen, he flatly denied the right of the Pope to discipline other bishops, arguing that in spiritual matters all bishops are equal, that all enjoy the same authority from God, and are all equally exempt from judgment save by God. The actual power wielded by the Bishop of Rome he called usurpation and explained it as an historical accident depending on the fact that Rome had been the capital of the Empire 16. In yet another of the Tracts 17 he asserted that obedience was owed not to Rome but solely to the Church, only the elect and the sons of God can rightly be called the Church of God. The York Tracts appear to contain the germ of the argument which was elaborated 2 centuries later by Marsilio of Padua in the Defensor Pacis, where it formed an important part of a tendency to construe spiritual authority not as a power but as a right to teach and preach. The more completely spiritual authority could be given exclusively an otherworldly significance, the more completely it must leave secular authority untrammeled in the fields of law and politics, however great its moral value might be held to be. The argument of the York Tracts was apparently the first somewhat uncertain step on this line of argument. The controversy, even in the 11th century, tended to encourage an examination of the foundation of secular authority too. The problem was clearly involved in Gregory's attempt to depose the emperor. As this called out the claim of infeasible right from the emperor's defenders, so it produced the argument on the papal side that his authority is conditional and that accordingly his subjects' obligations are less than absolute. The conditional or contractual nature of political obligation was implied not only by the practice of feudalism but was suggested also in the ancient tradition transmitted by the Fathers of the Church, especially by the principle that law and government ought always to be contributory to justice. There is, therefore, a fundamental difference between a true king and a tyrant, which implies that there are conditions under which it is justifiable to resist a tyrant. Underscore 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 underscore. In the 11th century this position was most clearly stated by Maingold of Lautenbach 18 and in the 12th by John of Salisbury, who developed in the 8th book of his Polycraticus the revolting theory of tyrannicide. In neither case does the argument imply a low estimate of political authority, rather the reverse, since the evil of tyranny is greater just in proportion as true kingship is more august. But the essence of kingship is the office and not the person, hence the individual's right to the office cannot be infeasible. Maingold used this principle to show that deposition could be justified when a king has destroyed those goods which the office was instituted to preserve. He thus arrived at a comparatively definite theory of contract, pactum, between the king and his people. No man can make himself emperor or king, a people sets a man over it to the end that he may rule justly, giving to every man his own, aiding good men and coercing bad, in short, that he may give justice to all men. If then he violates the agreement according to which he was chosen, disturbing and confounding the very things which he was meant to put in order, reason dictates that he absolves the people from their obedience, especially when he has himself first broken the faith which bound him and the people together. 19. A people's allegiance to its ruler is therefore a pledge to support him in his lawful undertakings and is ipso facto void in the case of a tyrant. So far as the Pope's power to depose a king was concerned, Maingold conceived this as the right of a court of conscience to pronounce upon the reality of a fait accompli. Gregory's action was defended on the ground that he had publicly annulled what was inherently invalid. The theory that the king stands in a contractual relation to his people in no way contradicted the view that the kingly office itself was of divine origin. Maingold's theory of a contract was not, therefore, an out and out defense of a papal right of deposition. In fact, the dependence of the royal power upon the people could, with equal propriety, be construed as implying its independence of the Church. This position had the great advantage of agreeing with the constitutional theory of Roman law, as well as with the imperialist underscore 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 underscore. Emphasis upon the distinction of the two swords. Its development led to a more critical examination of the historical precedents, such as the deposition of the Merovingian dynasty and the crowning of Pippin, alleged in favor of the Pope's power to depose. 20. The conclusion drawn was that the deposition and the choice of a new king were done by the common suffrage of the princes, and merely with the approval of the Pope. The position thus taken was historically sound and pierced a weak spot in Gregory's argument. It was especially interesting, moreover, in illustrating a marshalling of secular history in defense of the emperor's independence, and in claiming the decision of secular princes as a sufficient constitutional authority for the deposition or coronation of a king. The controversy in the 11th and 12th centuries served to show the instability and vagueness of the relation between the temporal and spiritual powers in the Gelasian tradition. The two sides stressed different aspects of the tradition, both of which were equally well established. The populists emphasized the moral superiority of the spiritual power and the imperialists the independence of the two powers from one another. Both positions continued to be an intrinsic part of the argument as the debate was continued into the 13th and 14th centuries. The earlier controversy suggested also the lines that would be followed as the argument on either side was developed. It needed only that more definite juristic and constitutional ideas should prevail in order that the Church's claim of moral superiority should be transformed into a claim of legal suzerainty. And this position had only to be stated to call out a counter-argument designed to limit spiritual duties to non-coercive instruction and exhortation. On the side of the temporal power also two developing lines of argument were suggested, that which stressed the responsibility of secular rulers directly to God with no earthly intermediary, and that which stressed the right of secular society, under God, to provide for its own government. Underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 13. Universitas Hominum. As scholarly performances, the controversial tracts described in the preceding chapter were quickly outmoded in the extraordinary intellectual rebirth that began in the latter years of the 12th century and which made the 13th one of the most brilliant in the history of Europe. This new scholarly activity, in so far as it depended on institutions, was due chiefly to the new universities, especially Paris and Oxford, and to the two great mendicant orders in the Church, the Dominicans and the Franciscans. The universities rapidly became centers of an astonishingly active intellectual life. They attracted great numbers of students and counted among their teachers the most active intelligences of the age, who set themselves to study systematically the sciences and especially philosophy and theology. With the universities should be mentioned also the great law schools in which an accurate knowledge of Roman law was recovered in the course of the 12th and 13th centuries. The mendicant orders almost from the beginning played a large part in the development of the universities, setting up courses of study for the training of their members and providing an important part of the faculties. In the 13th century a large proportion of the most original scholars were included in their membership: Albert the Great and Thomas Aquinas among the Dominicans, Duns Scotus and Roger Bacon among the Franciscans. The universities and the orders were the agencies through which the new enlightenment spread, but its content was supplied in the first instance by the recovery of ancient works of science, especially the works of Aristotle, together with a large body of commentary upon them by Arabic and Jewish scholars. In the earlier Middle Ages nothing had been known of Aristotle beyond his works on logic. Early in the 13th century his scientific works began to be known, at first in parts and often in Latin translations of Arabic versions, but finally in complete translation. 244. Tions direct from the Greek original. Besides Italy, the main channel for these books was Spain. The Bishop of Toledo fostered great collective enterprises in translating, because contact with the Moors made Arabic texts available. In the history of political thought the translation of the Politics from the Greek text by William of Moerbeke about 1260 was of great importance. This translation formed part of a general effort, under the auspices of Thomas, to secure a reliable report of Aristotle's philosophy. The ultimate effect of this revival of Aristotle upon the intellectual development of Western Europe would be impossible to exaggerate. Not only was a great fund of information made available, such as the earlier Middle Ages could scarcely imagine, but this was already ordered and arranged in sciences, such as physics, zoology, psychology, ethics, and politics, and these sciences were coordinated as parts of a systematic conception of nature, whose first principles were drawn out in the form of metaphysics. Most important of all, Aristotle brought to the Middle Ages a new vision of the intellectual life of Greece and the belief that reason is the key which must unlock the door to a knowledge of the natural world. From the 13th century to the present, this stimulus has never been wholly lost. At the start it produced an intense intellectual effort to master Aristotle, to adapt and harmonize him with the system of Christian belief, and to construct an all-embracing system of natural and theological knowledge. While it would be impossible to overstate the importance in the long run of the recovery of Aristotle, its immediate effects upon political philosophy can easily be exaggerated. What the study of the Politics produced at once was an improvement in the technique of presenting the subject, such as a standard list of subjects to be treated, a body of technical terms and conceptions, and a plan for the arrangement of material. Until the 16th century it was scarcely possible to write a treatise on polities which in these respects did not owe a debt to the Politics. Clearly, however, the adoption of Aristotelian arguments need not imply a change in fundamental political convictions or in the nature of the concrete problems that political philosophers were thinking about. In any case, conceptions framed by Aristotle relative to the city-state could have no literal application to medieval society but required a considerable revision for the purposes in hand. 245. Moreover, Thomas at least had no desire to depart from the great body of political and social tradition that had descended to the 13th century from the fathers of the Church, so far as this inheritance was concerned, as in the case of the whole body of Christian belief. He valued Aristotelianism less as a means of making innovations than as a better philosophical support for well-founded beliefs. In the 13th century, also, the chief attention of the new scholarship was given rather to theology and metaphysics than to political theory. In the 14th, the writing of political treatises was much more frequent. John of Salisbury. This conclusion, that the recovery of Aristotle did not at once change the main lines of political philosophy, is supported by a consideration of the Polycraticus, one written by John of Salisbury in 1159. This book has the great interest of being at once the first attempt in the Middle Ages at an extended and systematic treatment of political philosophy and the only such book written before the recovery of Aristotle. It is a compendium of the ancient tradition which had descended to the 12th century from Cicero and Seneca through the fathers of the Church and the Roman lawyers. In most respects it tried to set forth with a fair degree of order what everyone believed and, so far as was known in the 12th century, had always believed. Those who have studied the book most carefully have agreed that there is surprisingly little in it that depends consciously on the feudal organization of society which actually prevailed when John wrote. His ideal was rather that of the commonwealth, the residential publica conceived after the manner of Cicero as a society united by a common agreement about law and rights. In spite of the centrifugal influences of feudalism, the essential idea in John's political thought was still that of a people ruled by a public authority which acts for the general good and is morally justified by the fact that it is lawful. The law in John's conception forms an omnipresent tie running through all human relationships, including that between the ruler and the ruled. Consequently it is binding mutually on king and subject. So true is this that the distinction between a true king and a tyrant was of major importance for John. His book had the doubtful honor of presenting the first explicit defense of tyrannicide in medieval political literature. He who usurps the sword is worthy to die by the sword. Between a tyrant and a prince there is the single or chief difference, that the latter obeys the law and rules the people by its dictates, accounting himself as but their servant. It is by virtue of the law that he makes good his claim to the foremost and chief place in the management of the affairs of the commonwealth. Point 2. Now there are certain precepts of the law which have a perpetual necessity, having the force of law among all nations, and which absolutely cannot be broken with impunity. Let the whitewashers of rulers trumpet abroad that the prince is not subject to the law, and that whatsoever is his will and pleasure, not merely in establishing law according to the model of equity, but absolutely and free from all restrictions, has the force of law. Still I will maintain that kings are bound by this law. Point 3. Except the defense of tyrannicide, there was nothing in John's conception of law and its universal validity which Thomas did not share. John expressed the idea in terms drawn largely from Cicero, while Thomas elaborated it by adapting Aristotle's technical terms. In both men the universality of law was a fundamental conception. St. Thomas, Nature and Society. Coming first to Christian Europe through Jewish and Arabic sources, the works of Aristotle bore the stigma of infidelity. The earliest inclination of the Church was to ban them, and their use at the University of Paris was forbidden in 1210 and later, though the prohibition seems never to have been very effective. The Church wisely relied less on prohibition than on reconstruction, and there is no better evidence of the intellectual virility of medieval Christianity than the rapidity with which Aristotle was not merely received but made the cornerstone of Roman Catholic philosophy. In less than a century what had been feared as a source of anti-Christian innovation was turned into a new end. It was hoped, a permanent system of Christianized philosophy. This work was accomplished by the teachers of the mendicant orders, especially by the two Dominicans, Albert the Great and his still greater pupil, Thomas Aquinas. It is true that the completeness and the permanence of the victory were overestimated. Beside the Christianized Aristotle of Thomas there was, from the 13th century on, the anti-Christian Aristotle of the Averroist tradition. And even within the limits of orthodox scholasticism, Franciscan thinkers, such as Duns Scotus and William of Ockham, had always a doubt about the close synthesis of faith and reason that Thomas attempted. In the 14th century these divergences of thought appeared in political theory no less than in general philosophy. It was of the essence of Thomas's philosophy that it essayed a universal synthesis, an all-embracing system, the keynote of which was harmony and consilience. God and nature are large enough and opulent enough to afford a niche for all the endless diversity that makes up finite existence. The whole of human knowledge forms a single piece. Broadest in extent but least highly generalized are the particular sciences, each with its special subject matter. Above these is philosophy, a rational discipline which seeks to formulate the universal principles of all the sciences. Above reason and depending upon divine revelation is Christian theology, the consummation of the whole system. But though revelation is above reason, it is in no way contrary to reason. Theology completes the system of which science and philosophy form the beginning, but never destroys its continuity. Faith is the fulfillment of reason. Together they build the temple of knowledge, but nowhere do they conflict or work at cross purposes. The picture which Thomas drew of nature conformed exactly to his plan of knowledge. The universe forms a hierarchy reaching from God at its summit down to the lowest being. Every being acts under the internal urge of its own nature, seeking the good or form of perfection natural to its kind, and finding its place in the ascending order according to its degree of perfection. The higher in all cases rules over and makes use of the lower, as God rules over the world or the soul over the body. No matter how lowly it may be, no being is wholly lacking in value, for it has 248. Its station, its duties, and its rights, through which it contributes to the perfection of the whole. The essence of the scheme is purpose, subordination to an end. In such a structure human nature has a unique place among created beings, since man possesses not only a bodily nature but also a rational and spiritual soul by virtue of which he is akin to God. He alone of all beings is at once body and soul, and on this fundamental fact rest the institutions and the laws by which his life is directed. Thomas's conception of social and political life falls directly into his larger plan of nature as a whole, and the most important passages in which he treated the subject were a part of his great systematic work on philosophy and theology. Point 4 Like all nature, society is a system of ends and purposes in which the lower serves the higher and the higher directs and guides the lower. Following Aristotle, Thomas described society as a mutual exchange of services for the sake of a good life to which many callings contribute, the farmer and artisan by supplying material goods, the priest by prayer and religious observance, and each class by doing its own proper work. The common good requires that such a system shall have a ruling part, just as the soul rules the body or any higher nature rules the lower. Thomas compares the founding and ruling of states, the planning of cities, the building of castles, the establishment of markets, and the fostering of education to the providence whereby God creates and rules the world. Hence rulership is an office or a trust for the whole community. Like his lowest subject, the ruler is justified in all that he does solely because he contributes to the common good. His power, because it is derived from God for the happy ordering of human life, is a ministry or service owed to the community of which he is the head. He cannot rightfully exercise power or take property by taxation beyond what is needed. The moral purpose of government is therefore paramount. Broadly speaking, it is the duty underscore 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 of the ruler so to direct the action of every class in the state that men may live a happy and virtuous life, which is the true end of man in society. Ultimately, of course, this must lead to a good beyond earthly society, to a heavenly life, but this is beyond human power and is in the keeping of priests rather than of rulers. but it is characteristic of Thomas that he should regard an orderly political life as a contributing cause even to this ultimate end. More specifically, it is the function of the earthly ruler to lay the foundations of human happiness by maintaining peace and order, to preserve it by seeing that all the needful services of public administration, of judicature, and of defense are performed, and to improve it by correcting abuses wherever they occur and by removing all possible hindrances to the good life. The moral purpose for which political rule exists implies that authority ought to be limited and that it ought to be exercised only in accordance with law. Thomas's dislike of tyranny was as great as that displayed by John of Salisbury, though he explicitly disavowed the latter's defense of tyrannicide. Justifiable resistance is a public act of a whole people, and the right is safeguarded by the moral condition that those who resist are responsible for seeing that their action is less injurious to the general good than the abuse which they are trying to remove. Sedition he regarded as a deadly sin, but justifiable resistance to tyranny he denied to be sedition. In respect to tyranny, the harmonizing of the older medieval tradition with Aristotle presented no difficulties, for both were versions of the same Greek detestation of unlawful force and both proceeded from the principle that power is justified only in so far as it serves the common good. It cannot be said that Thomas derived anything important from Aristotle to add to existing opinion on this subject. His interest was essentially in the moral limitations laid upon rulers, and the legal or constitutional phases of the subject seem not to have concerned him. Thus he had little to say about forms of government beyond what he got from Aristotle, and his defense of monarchy, which he regarded as the best form, followed the rather academic lines pursued in the Politics. He was explicit on the point that a king's power should be limited, temperature, though he nowhere explained exactly what this meant. It is probably safe to assume that he had in mind a sharing of power between the king and 250. The magnates of the realm, who are his natural advisers and electors. Thomas was explicit also on the point that true government, as distinguished from tyranny, is lawful, but he was curiously unconscious of the need to define precisely what lawful authority means in this connection. Though he was acquainted with the Roman law, he was evidently unaware of any tendency in this study to exalt the power of a sovereign ruler over the law itself. He must have known also the great controversial literature dealing with the papal and the imperial authorities, but this failed to stimulate him to a precise examination of the principles upon which political authority is based. In connection with his treatment of tyranny, he referred to two remedies which are available against tyrants. There are, he assumed, governments in which the ruler's power is derived from the people, and in this case it is lawful for the people to enforce the conditions upon which authority has been granted. The other remedy mentioned is in the case of a ruler who has a political superior, and here the redress of grievances is by an appeal to that superior. 5 But he clearly regarded these as two distinct types of government, which seems to show that he had no general theory of the derivation of political authority. The nature of law. The reason why Thomas could thus pass over what seems an essential point in political philosophy probably lay in the fact that he was so deeply immersed in the medieval tradition of the sanctity of law. His reverence for law was such that he assumed its authority to be inherent and not dependent upon any human origin. His constant attempt was to relate human law as closely as possible to divine law. To this he was led not only by his own inclination to harmonize but also by the assumption that law is something much broader in its scope than a means of regulating human relationships. Human law was for him part and parcel of the whole system of divine government whereby everything both in heaven and earth is ruled. Such a system Thomas regarded as quite literally an emanation from the reason of God, regulating the relationships between all creatures, animate and inanimate, underscore 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 animal and human. Law in the narrower human sense was therefore merely one aspect, important indeed but still an aspect, of a cosmic fact. This was the point which seemed to him important, and accordingly he developed his general theory of law more carefully than any part of his political theory. His classification of law was therefore one of the most characteristic parts of his philosophy. but it had the effect of reducing a specifically legal or institutional definition of lawful authority to the status of a subordinate question. An unlawful ruler was not primarily a violator of human rights and institutions, though he was that, but a rebel against the whole divine system by which God rules the world. In Thomas's fourfold classification of law, only one of the four is human. It was significant of his point of view that he was thus able to find a conception of law which he conceived to be applicable to a range of phenomena so wide and to modern thought so diverse. This was not, as might be imagined, because he thought of nature as miraculously governed by the will of God, but for an almost contrary reason. It was because he thought of human society and its institutions as a typical level of the cosmic order, in which the same principles obtain that manifest themselves in different forms on the other levels. Arbitrary will had very little to do with the matter, either in nature or society. Both are governed by reasons or ends, more than by forces. Certainly Thomas had no conception of a will, divine or human, that made law by fiat, either for nature or for society. His four kinds of law are four forms of reason, manifesting themselves at four levels of cosmic reality, but remaining one reason throughout. The names which he gave to them were the eternal law, the natural law, the divine law, and human law. The first of these, the eternal law, is practically identical with the reason of God. It is the eternal plan of divine wisdom by which the whole creation is ordered. In itself this law is above the physical nature of man and in its entirety beyond human comprehension, though it is not for this reason foreign or contrary to human reason. So far as his finite nature permits, man really participates in the wisdom and goodness of God. These are reflected in him, though his nature reproduces only a distorted image. 252. Of divine perfection. The second, natural law, may perhaps be described as a reflection of divine reason in created things. It is manifest in the inclination which nature implants in all beings to seek good and avoid evil, to preserve themselves, and to live as perfectly as possible the kind of life suitable to their natural endowments. In the case of mankind this means, as Aristotle had taught, the desire for a life in which the rational nature may be realized. Thomas mentioned as examples of this the inherent inclination in men to live in society, to preserve their lives, to beget and educate children, to seek the truth and develop intelligence. Natural law enjoins all that is implied to give these human inclinations their widest scope. Thomas's treatment of divine law was interesting because here he reached the borders of what might be called natural reason, and the position which he took was very characteristic. By divine law he meant substantially revelation. An example would be the special code of laws which God gave to the Jews as the chosen people, or the special rules of Christian morals or legislation, given through Scripture or the Church. Divine law is a gift of God's grace rather than a discovery of natural reason. Thomas was little likely to underestimate the importance of Christian revelation, but what must be noticed is the care that he took not to open too wide a cleft between this and reason. Revelation adds to reason but never destroys it. The structure of Thomas's system is built of reason and faith, but he never doubted that it was one structure. His applications even on the political level were interesting and important. Natural law, because it is produced by the unaided reason, is common to all men, both Christian and pagan. Hence morals and government do not in general depend upon Christianity. The obligation to civic obedience is not weakened, but rather strengthened, by it, and the Christian subjects of a pagan prince are not justified in refusing him obedience. Heresy, indeed, he regarded as one of the worst of crimes, since it falsifies the truth on which salvation depends, and the Church may rightly absolve the subjects of an apostate or heretic ruler. But even the Church ought not to depose a ruler merely because he is an infidel. Thomas's very moderate and reasonable position on this question perhaps reflects the influence of Aristotle's natural. 253. Community upon him. It is diametrically opposed to that taken by extreme populists of the following century, such as Aegidius Colonna, upon whom the Aristotelian influence was less marked. The eternal, the natural, and the divine laws all set standards of behavior which, though sometimes applicable to human beings, are not exclusively applicable to them or specifically derived from human nature. The law especially designed for human beings Thomas called the human law, which he subdivided into ius gentium and ius civil. This law he regarded as in one sense specific, since it regulates the lives of a single kind of creature and so must be applicable especially to the distinguishing properties of that kind. In another sense human law might be said to introduce no new principles, it merely applies to humankind the greater principles of order that prevail throughout the world. Any law sets a standard according to which a being of some sort is moved to act or restrained from acting. In the case of human beings, since man is distinguished from other beings by rationality, the standard is set by reason, and since reasonableness in man implies sociability, the law sets a standard for the general good, rather than for the advantage of an individual or a particular class. For this reason also the law has behind it a general authority rather than an individual will. It is a product of the whole people acting for their joint good, either by legislation or by the less tangible means of creating custom, or it has the sanction of a public personage to whom the care of the community has been delegated. Finally, Thomas regarded promulgation as an essential quality of law. His completed definition therefore describes law as an ordinance of reason for the common good, made by him who has care of the community, and promulgated 6. Thomas thus translated the ancient belief in true law, embedded from the beginning in the Christian tradition, back into the terminology of Aristotle and freed the latter from any specific reference to the city-state. The tradition was changed in no essential respect, but Aristotle provided a more systematic mode of statement. Though the definition just given has a special reference to human law, probably the weight of Thomas's argument falls on the point that human law is derivative from natural law. Underscore 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 underscore. The justification for human regulation, and for the coercion by which it is made effective, he conceived always to lie in the nature of human beings. Power merely gives force to that which is inherently reasonable and right. As a whole, then, human law might be called a corollary of natural law, which merely needs to be made definite and effective in order to provide for the exigencies of human life or of special circumstances in human life. Thus, for example, murder is contrary to nature, since it is incompatible with peace and order, but natural law does not provide a precise definition of murder as distinct from other kinds of homicide, nor does it provide a specific penalty. In other words, the act is wrong because it violates a general principle of conduct in society. Because it is wrong it must be prevented or punished, but the best way to prevent or punish it is partly a question of policy and may vary with time, place, and circumstance. The principle is the same always and everywhere, since the fundamental inclinations of men remain the same. The precise way in which this underlying human nature develops can vary endlessly from nation to nation, and from time to time. Government is therefore a kaleidoscope of changing patterns, and yet there is one right, one law, and one justice behind all. Life has a single end but many means. It speaks volumes for the persistence and the pervasiveness of this moral conception of law and government that John Locke, writing 4 centuries later, could still find no argument more convincing with which to defend the fundamental right of a people to depose a tyrannous ruler. The underlying moral relations between natural and human law are still for Locke substantially what they were for Thomas. For both men the ruler is as definitely bound by reason and justice as his subjects, and his power over the positive law arises from the need of keeping it in agreement with natural law. Enactment is less an act of will than an adjustment to time and circumstance. The granting of dispensations or pardons is a way of meeting cases where the literal interpretation of human law would be inequitable, but the ruler's power is only such as is implied by his guardianship of the common good. Thus, according to Thomas, he may not take private property beyond what public need requires, though strictly speaking property is an institution of human rather than natural law. 255. Above all, the rulership of one man over another must not take away the free moral agency of the subject. No man is bound to obedience in all respects, and even the soul of a slave is free, a doctrine which Aristotle would hardly have understood. It is for this reason that the resistance of tyranny is not only a right but a duty. It is probable that Thomas's Christian Aristotelianism explains the fact that he took so temperate a stand on the controversy between the spiritual and the secular authorities. His position may be described as that of a moderate populist. He was convinced that there are circumstances in which it is lawful for the Church to depose a ruler and absolve his subjects from their allegiance. 7 And as a matter of course he regarded the sacerdotium as a higher kind of authority than the imperium. 8 But he still felt himself to be within the Gelasian tradition. The fact that the Church represented to him the fullest embodiment of the unity of humankind was not thought to imply either an abridgment of secular power in respect to seculars or any serious obscurity in the distinction between the two authorities. Thomas was little touched by the tendency already apparent in the canon lawyers to transform the Church's admitted spiritual superiority into legal supremacy, and he was probably restrained by his Aristotelianism from developing the theological arguments used by extreme populists who were less influenced by Aristotle. On the other hand, he was of course quite untouched by the Averroist or naturalistic Aristotelianism which he was mainly instrumental in defeating and which drew a sharp line between reason and revelation. 9 This separation, best illustrated by Marsilio of Padua, played a decisive part in producing a purely secular theory of the state. The conception of a Christian society, as it had been transmitted in the Christian tradition, Thomas took to be eternal. Controversies might come and go, but they could not make essential underscore 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 changes there. His philosophy sought to find the reasons for it as it was believed to be, to construct a rational scheme of God, nature, and man within which society and civil authority find their due place. In this sense Thomas's philosophy expresses most maturely the convictions, moral and religious, upon which medieval civilization was founded. Dante, the idealized empire. Thomas's philosophy may be considered as an authoritative statement of the ideal of a Christianized Europe from the point of view of the Church. Beside it may be placed for purposes of comparison, though with a slight violation of chronological order, the theory of the universal monarchy set forth by the poet Dante. 10 Dante's book was, to be sure, a defense of imperial independence against papal control, and hence, on the controversial issue, on the opposite side to that taken by Thomas and John of Salisbury. Yet there is substantial agreement in respect to general principles, despite the controversial differences. All three men conceived Europe as a unified Christian community governed by the two divinely appointed authorities, the sacerdotium and the imperium, which are vested in the two great medieval institutions, the Church and the Empire. All three look at political and social questions from the point of view of the religious and ethical tradition of the earlier Middle Ages, and Thomas and Dante are still under the control of this tradition, though they have adopted Aristotle as the best technical medium in which to express their ideas. Of the two, Dante, though he wrote a half-century later, is the more bound by the tradition, since the empire which he defends never existed outside the realms of imagination. It is true that Dante's political philosophy was related both to his exile from Florence as a result of factional political quarrels and to the endless dissension between the papal and imperial parties in Italy during his lifetime. In this situation he saw no hope for peace except in the unity of the empire and under the all-embracing authority of the emperor. Neither by birth nor breeding was Dante a partisan of the imperial cause. His underscore 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 dash 257. Imperialism was purely an idealization of universal peace. His opposition to the papacy was of the sort that, again and again, inspired Italian patriots. He saw that papal policy was a source of never-ending dissension, with France always ready to mediate at the invitation of one faction or the other. But he was no nationalist in politics, though his writings did so much to create an Italian vernacular. At the very time when a nationalist note was making its appearance in France, In the controversy between the Pope and Philip the Fair, Dante looked back to an already obsolete imperial policy which had ruined the Hohenstaufen. The purpose of his treatise was identical with that of all defenders of the empire since the controversy with the Church began in the days of Henry IV and Gregory VII, to show that the emperor's power is derived directly from God and is therefore independent of the Church. The spiritual power of the Pope he fully admitted, but like the imperialists generally he clung to the Gelasian theory that the two powers are united only in God and consequently that the emperor has no human superior. The main line of proof which Dante developed was perhaps first suggested by the renewed study of Roman law, the theory that the medieval empire, being continuous with the Roman Empire, was the heir to the universal authority which had rightfully belonged to Rome. But his way of presenting this argument was theological rather than legal. Like Thomas, he placed his theory of the universal community within a framework of principles derived from Aristotle. In the first book of his treatise Dante discussed the question whether the temporal monarchy is necessary to the well-being of the world. The temporal monarchy he defined as the government of the whole body of temporal beings. Every association of human beings is formed for the sake of an end, and by a line of argument roughly analogous to that used by Aristotle to prove the superiority of the city-state to the family and village, Dante assigned the highest place among communities to the universal empire. Since the special character of man is reason, the end or function of the race is to realize a rational life, and this is possible only if there is universal peace, which is the best of things for human happiness and a necessary means to the ultimate end of man. Every cooperative enterprise requires direction, and 258. Hence every community must have a ruler. In this way Dante proved that the whole race forms one community under a single ruler. The government of this ruler he compared to the government of God over nature. As the latter is perfect because of its unity, so the former to be perfect must embrace all men under a single authority. That which has the most reality has the greatest unity, and that which has the greatest unity is best. Moreover, the existence of peace among men is impossible unless there is a highest judge altogether above greed and partiality, who can adjudicate quarrels between kings and princes. Similarly, freedom is impossible unless there is in the world a power raised altogether above tyranny and oppression. The argument combines curiously the traditional idealization of the empire with the new Aristotelian categories of explanation. Dante approached his conclusion more closely in his second book, which answered the question whether the Roman people were justified in assuming the dignity of empire. The main contention was that God's will is manifested in history, and that the history of Rome showed the marks of providential guidance in her rise to a position of supreme power. This Dante proved by pointing to the miraculous interventions of providence which protected the Roman state and also to the nobility of the Roman character. The Romans sought empire not from greed but for the sake of the common good of the conquered as well as the conquerors. Putting aside all greed, which is always contrary to the public interest, and choosing universal peace with liberty, this holy people, pious and renowned, is seen to have neglected its own advantage to care for the public safety of the human race. 11. Finally, the will of God is manifested in contests and battles. The Roman Empire, in Dante's conception, was the fifth of the historic attempts at world empire and it alone succeeded. By distancing all other contestants, as well as by actually conquering its rivals, Rome proved that it was destined in the providence of God to rule the world. Dante clinched the argument by deducing the same conclusion from the principles of Christianity itself. Unless the death of Christ were decreed by a lawful authority he would not truly have been punished for the sins of men and would not have redeemed the race. Hence the authority of Pilate, and equally that of Augustus, must have been lawful and right. In these arguments also there is a strange combination of the new and the old enthusiasm for pagan antiquity defended by the arguments of Christian theology. The last book was more controversial. It sought to show that imperial authority was derived immediately from God and to refute the arguments of the Papalists, who held that it is derived mediately through the Pope. Here Dante showed a strong animus against the canon lawyers and the tendency to make papal decretals into foundations of faith. Only the scriptures, he held, have a supreme authority over the Church. Next in weight are acts of the principal councils, while the decretals are merely traditions which it is within the power of the Church to change. Having thus cleared the ground, Dante examined the principal passages of Scripture alleged as authorities for the power of the Church over temporal rulers, and the two critical precedents from secular history, the donation of Constantine and the translation of the empire to Charlemagne. The former of these he regarded as unlawful, since the emperor had no legal power to alienate the empire, a common view among lawyers long before the historical authenticity of the document was attacked. This argument disposed also of the second alleged precedent, for if the Pope could not legally have imperial power he could not bestow it on Charles. Finally, Dante concluded with a general argument to show that the possession of temporal power is in principle contrary to the nature of the Church, whose kingdom is not of this world. Though Thomas and Dante stood thus on opposite sides of the controversy between Pope and Emperor, they were wholly at one in their fundamental convictions. Nor has the acceptance of Aristotle by the two later thinkers made a profound difference between them and John of Salisbury, who preceded the Aristotelian revival. For all three the race forms a single community whose existence implies a single head. All agree that the distinguishing mark of human nature is its combination of a spiritual and a physical principle, each requiring an appropriate kind of authority. The government of the world is therefore shared between a spiritual and a temporal power, each having its proper 260 jurisdiction and marked off from the other by a line not too hard to trace. This single worldwide society may be called, with only a difference of emphasis, either a commonwealth or a church. Whether in church or state, power is justified ultimately as a factor in the moral or religious government of the world, and yet as equally a factor in the life of a self-sufficing human community. Authority is derived at once from God and from the people. The king is at once the head of the legal system and subject to the law. His power exceeds that of his subjects and yet is less than that of the whole society. His authority is the voice of reason and yet his coercive power is needed to give force to the rules which reason imposes. The controlling social conception is that of an organic community in which the various classes are functioning parts, and of which law forms the organizing principle. The rightfully controlling force is the well-being of the community itself, which includes the eternal salvation of its members. In this vast system of cosmic morals all men, and indeed all beings, are included. From God at the summit down to the meanest of his creatures all act their part in the divine drama that leads to eternal life. This supreme synthesis was the first reaction of the new Aristotelianism upon the long tradition of Christendom from the age of the Fathers down to the 13th century. In Thomas and Dante the intellectual stimulus of Aristotle has resulted mainly in a firmer systematization of the tradition, which concealed its inherent difficulties rather than removed them. Scarcely was Thomas's system complete before the seams of his great structure began to open. The difficulty of applying Aristotle's conception of a self-sufficing society to the empire was obviously insuperable. This was apparent in Dante and would have been so in Thomas, had the nature of the empire been a major concern with him. Scarcely less was the difficulty of bringing the Church, with its claim of supernatural origin and theocratic authority, into a system so profoundly naturalistic in its implications as Aristotle's philosophy. The root of political Aristotelianism is the belief that society grows from natural human impulses which, human nature being what it is, are unscapable and that the human community thus formed provides all that a perfected human nature requires. The well-being of spirit as distinct from body, the 261. Tiny of the soul beyond an earthly life, an institution with an otherworldly claim of right, and a truth revealed from sources beyond reason were all out of harmony with the temper of Aristotle's philosophy and out of place in his conception of society. For the essence of his political theory is the presumption that the state is an outgrowth of the natural evolution of society and is justified by the moral values it sustains, without any explicitly religious sanction. In Thomas himself, this phase of Aristotelianism accounted for the extreme moderation with which he treated the right of the Church to intervene in secular affairs. The following century produced the works of William of Ockham and Marsilio of Padua, not less Aristotelian than Thomas, but vastly farther from the Christian tradition which he tried to rationalize and from the synthesis of philosophy and revealed truth which he tried to frame. There was as yet no thought of a frontal attack on the Church or on revelation. The first sign of decadence was the sharper discrimination of reason and faith, of spiritual and secular, to be followed by a long process of limitation and restriction which ultimately would immure the spiritual power innocuously in the supersensible world and the inner life. Chapter 14. Philip the Fair and Boniface VIII. Saint Thomas and Dante stood so completely within the tradition of a single European society that they failed to realize how insecure were the foundations of this tradition or how imminent were the changes that would destroy the system which they took to be eternal. Dante failed to see how hollow were the pretensions of the 14th century empire to exert any real control over European politics, and how completely the nascent differences of nationality divided the peoples that such an empire would have to rule. Both Dante and Thomas failed to appreciate the effect of legal studies in the 13th century, both in the civil and canon law, on the old vague comedy which the Gelasian theory assumed between the two powers. Aristotle here was a bad guide, and the growing legalism of political discussion influenced philosophers and theologians more slowly than men of affairs. The canon lawyers had already created a theory of the papacy which changed the Church's right of spiritual discipline into a claim of legal supervision. In the 14th century this claim could hardly be met, as it was in the 16th, by a sweeping denial of the validity of canon law. What was first needed was a more precise analysis of the spiritual and secular authorities and especially a more exact delimitation of the spiritual, if the papal jurisdiction was to be hedged within tolerable limits. Finally, both men failed to appreciate at its full weight the dangerous secularism that might lurk in Aristotle politics, especially in the theory that civil society is itself perfect and self-sufficing, not requiring sanctification by any supernatural agency. All these tendencies of disintegration made their appearances in the 14th and 15th centuries. The process took place in three great waves which form the subjects of this and the following two chapters. In the first, the controversy between the papacy and the Kingdom of France in 1296 to 1303, the theory of papal imperialism, already well settled. 264. In the canon law, was brought to completion. At the same time it was decisively defeated by the national cohesion of the French kingdom, and the opposition to it began to take definite form and direction, in hedging about the spiritual power and in laying claim to independence for the kingdoms as independent political societies. In the second, the controversy between John XXII and Louis the Bavarian some 25 years later, the opposition to papal sovereignty crystallized. William of Ockham, speaking for the intransigent spiritual Franciscans, marshaled against it all the latent elements of opposition in the Christian tradition itself, and Marsilio of Padua developed the self-sufficiency of the civil community into a form of virtual secularism and Aristianism. In the course of this controversy the process of limiting and driving back the spiritual power to purely otherworldly functions was carried as far as it could go while the Church as an institution remained intact. In the third controversy, this time in the Church itself, the opposition to papal absolution took a new form. No longer an issue between spiritual and secular authority, it became the first instance in which the subjects of an absolute sovereign tried to force on him, as a measure of reform, the limitations of constitutional and representative government. In the Church this effort by the conciliar party was, to be sure, a failure, but it developed the main lines of political theory upon which similar controversies, between secular rulers and their subjects, would be waged. The publicists. In the controversy between Boniface VIII and Philip the Fair, the debate on both sides, for the papacy and for the king, was conducted on a significantly higher level of precision in respect to the issues than any part of the earlier controversy. All the old arguments, to be sure, reappeared and were canvassed afresh. The same passages of Scripture were reanalyzed, the same historical precedents were re-examined, the same landmarks, such as the donation of Constantine and the translation of the empire, were reinterpreted. Superficially it might seem as if nothing were changed, but in reality political theory had turned over a new page. In the first place, the theory of papal imperialism reached a definite systematic conclusion in which the argument 265 for the sovereign power of the Pope over all forms of secular authority was accurately stated. The older Gelasian theory of the two powers was not expressly abandoned, but it was explained away or reinterpreted out of all semblance to its older meaning. It is significant that this systematic statement of the theory of a papal empire was exactly coincident with its disastrous failure as a practical policy. The effort of Boniface to revive policies successfully pursued by Innocent III a century earlier not only proved their impracticability but ended in the disgrace of the Babylonish captivity, which made the papacy for 3/4 of a century a tool of the French monarchy. This failure showed the appearance in European politics of a new force of national sentiment, but it had also a theoretical importance. It produced the conception of the kingdom as a political power not dependent upon the tradition of the empire. Instead of two worldwide jurisdictions, the sacerdotium and the imperium, the issue was between the independent king of France as one power and the papacy as another. The controversy produced a large mass of controversial and occasional literature, one particularly in the works written in defense of Philip. This literature had a tone very different from that of the earlier controversy between the Pope and the Emperor. It would be misleading to say that the writers were less interested in theological arguments, but certainly many of them have a more definitely secular interest. Perhaps it would not be extreme to speak of a middle-class point of view in much of it. Most of the king's defenders were lawyers, men professionally trained and professionally employed in the royal courts or the royal council, prepared to bring the resources of the Roman law to the aid of the hereditary monarchy. It is natural that their writings speak with the voice of political realism and show a concern for the problems of administration. The relations of government to trade, to the coinage, to secular education, to judicial procedure, and to colonies all come in for consideration. A new type in European intellectual life, the educated and professionally trained underscore 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 layman, has definitely made its appearance. No political literature produced earlier in the Middle Ages had been equally critical or equally free from the shackles of authority. This quality, which was typical of much of the writing on the royalist side of the controversy, will here be indicated by a single example. For this purpose the interesting figure of Pierre Dubois may be chosen. If he was not precisely a political theorist, he was at least one of the greatest medieval pamphleteers. A lawyer by profession too, he wrote overtly to offer a plan for renewing the Crusades, though it is hard to believe that he took this part of his projects very seriously. His plan was that France should step into the international position assigned by medieval thought to the empire and left vacant by its weakness. Substantially the proposal was a European alliance for the abolition of war, with France at its head, and having a representative council and a standing court to adjudicate disputes between the allied powers. To this end he desired a drastic reform of the Church, including the abolition of clerical celibacy, the transference of ecclesiastical jurisdiction to the king's courts, and the surrender of the papal territory in return for an annual pension. Dubois suggested also the complete reorganizing, and to a large extent the secularizing, of education, with provision for the instruction of women, and with the inclusion in the curriculum of Greek, Hebrew, Arabic, and modern languages, law, medicine, and the sciences, as well as philosophy and theology. There could be no better sign of the place the universities had assumed in the intellectual life of Europe. Finally, he sketched a thoroughgoing plan for the internal reform of France, including a reorganization of the army, an improvement of the courts to make the administration of justice speedier, cheaper, and more equal, the standardizing of the coinage and the fostering of trade. The plan was grandiose and as a whole utopian, but parts of it had already been discussed, and where Dubois was at home, as in his proposal to reform the judiciary, it was far from doctrinaire. Underscore 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 dash 267. The relative position of the two parties. The nature of the issue between Philip and Boniface had much to do with developing the theories advanced on either side. The most important questions arose from Philip's efforts to raise money by imposing taxes on the French clergy, an attempt met by the bull Clericis Laicos in 1296, in which Boniface declared such taxation to be illegal and forbade the clergy to pay without papal permission. From this position he was forced to recede a few years later because he discovered, to his surprise, that even the French clergy would stand with the French king on a question which, in modern terminology, would be called national. So far as practical politics is concerned, the quarrel was notable because of the failure of the traditional tactics on which papal power in the past had rested. It proved impossible for Boniface to coerce the king by inciting factional disturbances among the feudal nobility. Obviously, a new force of political cohesion was at work. On the other hand, the taxation of ecclesiastical property was a matter of life and death for the monarchy. If Boniface had made good what seemed to be the literal meaning of Clericis Laicos, no monarchy in Europe could have existed except on sufferance of the Pope. Even feudal monarchy could not have survived if all the land held by churchmen had been exempt from feudal rents. Moreover, the king would have been prevented from pursuing the only policies by which feudal kings could become strong, that of drawing business into the royal courts and of placing administration in the hands of officers dependent upon themselves. The outstanding success of Philip's reign was the organization of the great French law court, the Parliament of Paris. The fact that the issue concerned the rights of ecclesiastical property obliged the defenders of the Pope to take a much more advanced position relative to the papal powers than had been the case previously. The investiture struggle really had involved the independence of the Church in spiritual matters, but it could hardly be held that this independence made it necessary that the property of churchmen should be free from all civic obligations. The question inevitably arose whether the papal claim on behalf of property was not contrary to the profession of clerical poverty which Christianity had always made. In any event, the issue 268 made it practically necessary to draw a more exact line between spirituals and temporals, and this involved a more searching inquiry into the nature of both powers. Property as such was certainly to be counted among temporals, though it was impracticable for the Church to do its work without property in some form. If this implied that the spiritual power extended to everything that might be a means to spiritual ends, then the Church must be the court of last resort even in temporals. On the other hand, if spirituals were limited to functions for which no material means were required, then there could be very little point in describing the spiritual as a power, whatever dignity or worth might be abstractly imputed to it. There were, therefore, two directions in which theory could go. The papal theory was forced logically toward the claim of an ultimate power of supervision and direction in which the Church and its courts, without superseding secular government, became the powers of last resort in any issue which it was worthwhile to dispute. The royalist theory was forced to hedge in and limit the spiritual power as much as possible, restricting it to questions of conscience and making it dependent on the secular arm for coercive power. In the French controversy, the tactical positions of the two contestants were reversed. The ecclesiastical and not the secular power was on the defensive. For this reason it was not only the authority of the king that was on trial but equally the papal power itself. The extent of the Pope's power in the Church, the possibility of supporting a charge of heresy against him, his control of ecclesiastical property, his authority in doctrinal questions, in short, the whole question of church government and of the Pope's part in it were subjected to searching criticism. The opening up of this question was of the greatest importance in the progress of the discussion. During the century that followed, the subjection of the papacy to the influence of France and the scandal of the Great Schism, which was a direct consequence, made the question of government in the Church the most interesting and important subject of political debate in Europe. Not only was the nature of spiritual authority analyzed, but in the long run the opposition to the papacy as the supreme power of the Church was developed and spread broadcast, with consequences that were made fully apparent in the Protestant Reformation. Moreover, 269. The question of absolute as against representative power in the Church had important oblique influences when the same issue came to be discussed in states. The number of books which appeared on either side was large. Barely to mention them would be unprofitable, and to describe them all would be impossible. The best plan seems to be to state in general the positions taken by the populists on the one side and by the defenders of the secular power on the other, emphasizing in each case the newer factors which were appearing in the argument. But in order to give a clearer idea of the manner in which the case was presented, it will be well to choose a representative writer from each side for fuller treatment. For this purpose the choice on the papal side is obvious. The book on the power of the Church by Aegidius Colonna, Giles of Rome, was probably the strongest statement of papal imperialism produced at any time. On the side of the king the book which probably, in the long run, carried the greatest weight was that of the Dominican John of Paris. In this chapter, then, the theory of the papal power will first be described, and especially the case as presented by Aegidius, and second, the theory of the antipapalists with a more extended account of the argument by John of Paris. The papal claims. The position which Boniface attempted to make good against the Kingdom of France and the policy which he undertook to follow were derivative from the course previously taken by the great popes of the 13th century, especially Innocent III and Innocent IV, and from the theory of the papal power already developed by the canonists, of whom Innocent IV himself was not the least. The difference between this theory and that held by Gregory VII lay not so much in a claim to greater power. Perhaps it would have been difficult to formulate a more august conception of the papal office than that held by Gregory. The difference is essentially legal. It consists in a greater precision in the conception of the Pope's authority, resulting from a thorough exploration of the relations between the Pope and his subordinates. Three. These are treated at length by Carlyle, OPCIT, Volume V, 1928 for Innocent III, see Part 2, CHS 1 and 2, for Innocent IV, Ibid, CH 5, see also Volume 2, Part 2. 270. In the Church and between the spiritual and temporal powers. Broadly speaking, the difference is between a general but somewhat vague claim to spiritual superiority with the right of moral discipline and a systematic theory of jurisdictional rights and powers. The writings of Thomas show that the importance of this advance was largely unperceived by students of political philosophy in the 13th century. The controversy of Boniface with France shows that it was very accurately perceived by lawyers and publicists at the end of the century. The revival of legal studies, both in Roman and ecclesiastical law, renewed the elements of legalism which had always been an important part of the Roman heritage and confirmed it as a permanent part of political thought. The formidable list of powers which the canon lawyers had come to claim, and which greater popes like Innocent III had exercised, did not overtly carry with it a rejection of the ancient distinction between the two powers or even the denial that the two were distinct in purpose and in their exercise. They clearly implied, however, that the supposed independence and separation of sacerdotium and imperium was in process of being explained away. It was this process of explaining away that reached its culmination in the controversy with France. In respect to imperial elections, Innocent III had claimed in his famous bull Venerabilium, 1202, the right to pass upon the fitness of the elected candidate and also to review disputed or irregular elections. In his dealings with other rulers he had sought to establish papal jurisdiction in special questions or over special classes of persons. Thus he had claimed the power to confirm and adjudicate treaties and agreements between rulers, on the theory that the Church has special jurisdiction over oaths. In effect this amounted to a general guardianship over war and peace and the right to oblige contesting parties to submit to arbitration. He had claimed also a special guardianship over widows and minors, and special powers for the suppression of heresy, including the right to confiscate heretics' property, to exclude them from office, and to discipline rulers who failed to enforce the Church's authority in such matters. He had sought also to set up a general right of supervision over the administration of justice, including the privilege of taking cases into his own courts where the secular 271 courts had permitted a miscarriage of justice. Obviously, in such cases the Pope himself, or the ecclesiastical courts, must necessarily have the last word in deciding where jurisdiction lay. Doubtless Innocent intended that the secular authorities should retain their powers and should continue to function in the great majority of cases. He did not assert that his power superseded that of temporal rulers or even that they derived their power from him. But he conceived the papacy as having a general power of review which could be extended at need to practically any sort of question, the ecclesiastical authority itself being the judge of the need. The essence of the theory was that it claimed for the papacy a unique power, both in the Church itself and in the relations of the Church to secular powers, superior and different in kind from that exercised by any other authority. The Pope had plenitudo potestatis, an expression hard to render except with the word sovereignty. This theory was stated with great precision by Innocent IV. He took the papal power quite out of the categories of feudal dependence by asserting that the right to intervene or to supersede a negligent king was in no way dependent upon the king's being a vassal of the Pope, it depended solely on the Pope's plenitudo potestatis, which he has because he is the vicar of Christ. Such a power is a peculiar consequence of the Christian dispensation. Jesus Christ himself made Peter and Peter's successors his vicars when he gave them the keys of the heavenly kingdom and said, "Feed my sheep." Though there are many offices and governments in the world, there can always be an appeal to the Pope when necessary, whether the need arises from the law, because the judge is uncertain what decision he ought legally to give, or from fact, because there is no higher judge, or because inferior judges cannot execute their judgments, or are not willing to do justice as they ought for. This unique power possessed by the Pope alone is therefore in a special sense a divine right. It confers a peculiar superiority, a power of revision and supervision over all the other forms of authority, whether ecclesiastical or secular. In this sense all power both temporal and spiritual resides in the Church and is vested in the Pope. In substance the theory amounts to a claim underscore 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 of universal sovereignty which makes the Pope the head of the entire legal system, not indeed as a universal executive but as a court of final authority and as the fountainhead of legal power. The papal writers in the controversy with France had behind them the actual exercise of power by Innocent III and the theory of papal power formulated by Innocent IV and other canonists. The papal position was stated by Boniface himself in the bull Unam Sanctam in 1302, which took the most advanced ground on papal imperialism that was ever written into an official document. 5 The bull asserted two main principles essential to the papal position. First, the Pope is supreme in the Church and subjection to him is a doctrine necessary to salvation, and second, both swords belong to the Church. The distinction of function between them is still admitted. The temporal sword is not to be actually used by the clergy, but it is to be used by kings at the command and with the permission of priests. For the spiritual power is the higher, and it is a general law of nature that order requires the subjection of the lower to the higher. Hence earthly authority is set up and judged by spiritual, while spiritual authority is judged only by God. The authority of the Church flows from the fact that the Pope is the successor of Peter and the vicar of Christ. The bull was little more than a sweeping statement in general terms of what had been asserted in detail by Innocent IV. Aegidius Colonna. As was said above, the most thoroughgoing presentation of the argument for papal imperialism was contained in the De Ecclesiastica Potestate, which was written about the year 1302 by Aegidius Colonna. 6 The book claimed to present the papal case underscore 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 not as a legal argument but from the point of view of a philosophy uniting the newer Aristotelianism with the older Augustinian tradition which made the state, under a Christian dispensation, necessarily Christian. Indeed, Aegidius showed in his earlier work what Professor Carlyle calls a curious and somewhat laughable contempt for the lawyers, 7, which makes only the more striking the dependence of his theory upon the legalism which had now become an essential part of the papal position. The book is decidedly repetitious and somewhat lacking in formal organization, but its principles are perfectly clear. The case is presented in 3 main divisions: the general argument for papal sovereignty, or plenitudo potestatis, the deductions from this principle relative to property and government, and answers to objections, especially those based on the decretals of the popes themselves. The similarity between the argument in the first part and the bull Unam Sanctam is very close, extending even to forms of expression. Since the book was probably written first, the intimacy between Boniface and its author must have been considerable. The spiritual power vested in the Pope, Aegidius argues, is unique and supreme. This authority is inherent in the office, and is therefore not dependent upon the personal qualities of the man who holds it. Spiritual authority has the power to set up temporal authority and judge it. All the older arguments, such as the donation of Constantine, the translation of the empire, and the scriptural texts and historical precedents reappear in Aegidius, but they do not form the kernel of his argument. This depends upon the intrinsic superiority of the spiritual and upon the argument that the higher everywhere governs and controls the lower by a law of nature. For order in nature depends upon such subordination, and it cannot be supposed that there is less order in a Christian society than in nature generally. As in the universe itself corporeal substance is ruled by spiritual, for the heavens themselves, which are the highest among corporeal beings and have control over all bodies, are ruled by spiritual substances as moving intelligences, so among Christians all temporal lords and all earthly power ought to be governed and ruled by spiritual and ecclesiastical authority, and especially by the Pope, who holds the summit and the highest rank among spiritual powers and in the Church. 8. __274. The argument as Aegidius develops it appears to be a conflation of St. Augustine with the Aristotelian doctrine of form and matter. The second part of the treatise, in which the author applied his philosophy specifically to the questions in hand, sets forth his essential conclusions. The argument turns upon the conception of dominium, which includes the ownership and use of property and also political authority. Now dominium is a means, and the authority of Aristotle is quoted to prove that the value and legitimacy of a means depend upon the end it serves. The ownership of goods and the possession of political power are only good when they serve human ends, and human ends are, in their highest form, spiritual ends. Unless a man subordinates his power and his property to spiritual ends, such things are not goods for him, for they lead not to salvation but to the damnation of his soul. But the Church is the sole avenue of salvation, and from this it follows that all dominium requires the sanctification of the Church in order to be just and lawful. It is an error to suppose that the inheritance of dominium is justified by carnal generation only. It is justified far more by the spiritual regeneration which comes through the Church. There is no lawful ownership or use of property and no lawful exercise of civil authority unless he who has it is subject to God, and he cannot be subject to God unless he is subject to the Church. It follows therefore that you ought to admit that you have your inheritance, and all your property, and all your possessions, rather from the Church and through the Church and because you are a son of the Church, than from your father after the flesh and through him and because you are his son. 9. Baptism and penitence for sin can alone make a man worthy to possess goods and power, and an infidel can have no just claim to either, for his possession is mere usurpation. Excommunication annuls law, contracts, property rights, and marriage, in short, the whole legal machinery on which society depends. Despite Aristotelian terminology, the conclusion was a tremendous generalization from Augustine's argument 10 that a just state must necessarily be Christian, and in its application it was much less enlightened than Thomas's opinion that infidelity is no bar to __________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ The exercise of political power. In fact, Aegidius's use of Aristotelianism was superficial, a mere argument in the prevailing academic mode, with no such appreciation of the moral claims of secular government as Thomas showed. In substance, his book harked back to the theocratic tradition which antedated both the revival of legal studies and the rediscovery of Aristotle. The remainder of Aegidius's book was mainly devoted to explaining away the intrinsic opposition between his own theory of universal papal sovereignty and the many admissions, in the Decretals and elsewhere, regarding the independence of the two powers. He protests that he does not mean to deny that they are distinct or that in general they should be kept so in their exercise. The rights of the temporal power are not taken away but confirmed, for the Church has no desire that the powers should be confounded. It does not supersede the temporal power but intervenes only for adequate cause and to preserve spiritual values. But his protestations are less impressive than the enormous list of special cases in which he justifies papal intervention. The spiritual authority can intervene in any case where temporal goods or power are put to a use that involves mortal sin. This power, as Aegidius remarks a little naively, is so broad and ample that it includes all temporal cases whatsoever. Moreover, the Church has a special jurisdiction in maintaining peace between rulers and in securing the observance of treaties, and it can intervene where rulers show negligence or where the civil law is ambiguous or insufficient. The whole list purports to enumerate special powers rather than powers to be ordinarily exercised, but clearly the Pope is competent to take jurisdiction in any case at his own discretion. It is true that he ought not to act arbitrarily, he ought not to be without a bridle, but he must be trusted to bridle himself with the law. Aegidius concluded his book with a few chapters in which he tried to explain a little more definitely what is meant by the plenitudo potestatis attributed to the Pope. This sovereignty he defines as independent or self-motivating power. An agent has it, when he can do without a cooperating cause anything that he can do with one. Aegidius in fact knows only two such powers, God and the Pope. The supremacy of the Pope in spiritual matters is absolute under God. Substantially he is the Church, in the 276 sense that he can neither be removed nor held responsible and has ultimate authority over ecclesiastical law and over the rest of the hierarchy. Thus Aegidius asserts that he has full power to create bishops and could do so without any of the customary forms of election, though he is under obligation to retain the forms of law. The argument, it will be observed, is substantially similar to that used in the 16th century to support monarchy by divine right. The divine right of a king is a replica, mutatis mutandis, of the divine right of the Pope. But Aegidius regards plenitudo potestatis as a property peculiar to papal authority. When he wrote, the argument could not have been applied to a secular ruler who was in no sense the successor of Saint Peter. But where the purpose was to defend the independence of kings from clerical interference, always an important part of the royalist argument, the claim for the secular power had to advance parallel to that for the Pope. The divine right of kings was, as John Neville Figgis held, an anomalous, but intelligible, use of theology to detach secular institutions from theology. But it was also an instrument ready to the hand of royalists when the political controversy was between kings and their subjects. Roman law and royal power. In the system advanced by Aegidius, papal imperialism has reached its fullest form. The word imperialism may be used advisedly, for though the theory still depended upon the claim of the Church to a power of spiritual discipline, its developed form depended also upon the position ascribed to the emperor in Roman law. There was truth in Hobbes's malicious description of the papacy as the ghost of the deceased Roman Empire sitting crowned upon the grave thereof. Papal sovereignty, as the sole principle upon which dominium can lawfully rest, has become the arbiter of private and public rights everywhere. The gelation theory of the two independent powers has become merely a tradition to which conventional respect must be given but which effectively means little or nothing. Assuming that spiritual authority was to be clothed in legal powers, no other conclusion could follow from the development of the forces which Gregory VII had set in motion. The alternative was to deny that a spiritual force needs, or can have, a legal structure. The spiritual must. 277. be restricted so far as possible to the duty of moral and religious instruction, with the result in the end that civil government on its side becomes purely a secular institution. The beginnings of this process also can be traced to the French controversy at the opening of the 14th century. Roman law, with its conception of legal authority centralized in the emperor, was no less important for the argument in behalf of the King of France than for that in behalf of the Pope. In the 13th century there appeared the conception, wholly novel so far as the earlier medieval tradition is concerned, that law is dependent upon the enactment of the prince, and this was almost certainly due to the study of Roman law. 11 The theory of the lawyers was, of course, that of the digest, the emperor's will has the force of law, though he derives this power from the act of the people which invests him with it. In the 13th century there was a difference of opinion among lawyers on the question whether this act had wholly divested the people of the power to make law, some holding that it had and others that a residual authority remained with the Roman people. In any event, however, the conception had gained a footing among certain jurists, that law requires enactment and expresses the will of a chief magistrate, and this imported a new element into a situation where law had been regarded as the custom of a people. It brought with it also a distinction between governments in which law comes from the people and those in which it comes from a king, roughly the distinction between constitutional and absolute governments. The power which Roman law imputed to the emperor, however, was an anachronism so far as the empire of the 13th century was concerned, and the letter of the law had no application to kings and other actually independent powers. A long process of interpretation was required to detach the law from its literal reference to the emperor, so that any ruler who was de facto independent could figure as a princeps within the meaning of the law. 12 This step was essential in forming the conception both of an independent, political power, invested with the imperial attribute underscore 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 of sovereignty, and of a power mainly secular and legal in its nature. The formation of the latter idea required much time and its completion belonged to the history rather of modern than of medieval states, but the controversy between the French king and the Pope at the beginning of the 14th century had a critical part in settling the national sovereignty of the French monarchy. Even the French clergy stood by the king in asserting the independence of France both from the papacy and the empire. The legal formula which emerged, about the middle of the 14th century, was that the king has the same power in his kingdom that the emperor has in the empire. Rex in regno suo est imperator regna sui. 13 Philip required his sons to take an oath that they would never acknowledge a superior under God. If the royalist literature be taken as a whole, the influence of legal studies upon the argument is obvious. Distinctions which had been vague are by way of being given greater precision. This is true particularly of the fundamental distinction between spirituals and temporals, which the lawyers attacked as essentially a problem of defining the limits of two jurisdictions. Certain classes of cases are allocated to the ecclesiastical courts, others belong wholly to the secular courts, while there are still others in which both jurisdictions have an interest. The clarifying of this legal question tended also to make clearer the distinction between legal questions, in which the coercive power of the king could be invoked, and moral questions, which belong to the teaching of the Church. On the whole, the tendency, on the side of the royalist lawyers, was to define the spiritual authority as ethical or religious instruction and hence to divest it of coercive force, except as this was applied from the side of the secular power. In other words, the tendency is in a direction which culminated a generation later in Marsilio's conclusion that spiritual authority is merely the right to teach. This more limited conception of spiritual authority had an important application to the claims of papal absolutism within the Church, because all priests, or at least all bishops, could properly be regarded as equal in respect to the performance of purely spiritual duties, and the power of the hierarchy could therefore be conceived as merely a convenient administrative arrangement. The importance of property in the underscore 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 controversy tended to a similar result. From the point of view of the Church's spiritual duties, the control of property was only a means, and as the distinction between spirituals and temporals was sharpened, it was natural that the control of property as such, even though it were devoted to ecclesiastical purposes, should fall within the province of the king. At the same time, this analysis of property tended to clarify the distinction between a public right to control or tax property and the private right of ownership. John of Paris. Of the many works written in defense of the king, probably none was more characteristic or historically more important than the De Potestate Regia et Papali, 1302-3, of John of Paris. 14. The book is the more significant because its author was a Dominican, but he was also a Frenchman. John hardly undertook to present a systematic political philosophy. His book is more notable for its details than for its general structure, and though couched in general terms, it was written definitely with the events of the preceding half-dozen years in mind. At the same time, the Aristotelianism which he shared with St. Thomas was an important factor in determining his point of view and set him off quite clearly from the mock Aristotelianism of Aegidius. For one thing, John felt no need, as a lawyer would do, to attach special preeminence to the empire. He argues in his opening chapters that the Church requires universality but that political authority does not. Civil society arises by a natural instinct and men are diverse in their inclinations and interests. The natural political division is the province or kingdom, and there is no need that these should be subordinated to a single head. It is true that he sometimes attributes to the emperor a somewhat shadowy universal authority, but he is perfectly definite in asserting the independence of France. The self-sufficing community which he adopts from Aristotle is for him the kingdom, and he sees no difficulty in admitting as many such autonomous units as there actually are. In the second place, and perhaps most important, John's Eris underscore 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 underscore. Totalianism enables him to refute the view of Aegidius, that secular power requires the sanctification of the Church in order to be legitimate. Secular power is older in time than true priesthood and not derivative from it. Moreover, it is false to regard secular power as corporeal only in its nature. He adopts from Aristotle, as St. Thomas had done, the view that civil government is necessary in itself to a good life and is therefore justified by its ethical benefits even apart from its sanction by Christianity. Hence it is a misuse of the Aristotelian rule that the higher controls the lower to argue that the spiritual in all respects is higher than the temporal. He does not, of course, regard this as denying the greater intrinsic worth of spiritual authority. But he uses the naturalness of secular government to support the traditional defense of the independence of temporals. John wrote, as he states in his preface, especially to solve the problem of ecclesiastical property and with the purpose of marking out a middle course between two opposed errors. There are those, he says, who assert that the clergy should have no property at all, and he calls these Waldensians, and there are those who argue that the spiritual power of priests gives them indirectly a control over all property and all secular power. The latter error he identifies with that of Herod, who thought that the kingdom of Christ was of this world, but his argument is obviously aimed at the extreme partisans of papal imperialism like Aegidius. John's book was written against the second error, and his middle position consists in arguing that it is lawful for the clergy to have property, as a means to doing their spiritual work, but that the legal control of property vests in the secular authority. It is totally false to argue that, because property is needed for spiritual purposes, therefore the spiritual authority extends to an indirect control over property. With this general position John unites several interesting and important supplementary points. He denies, first, that the ownership of ecclesiastical property vests in the Pope. It belongs to no individual but to the community as a corporate body, and the Pope's control of it is that of an executive, dispensator. The Pope can be held responsible for a misuse of the Church's property. Second, he makes a clear distinction in the case of secular rulers between ownership, which in the case of laymen vests in individuals, and the political or public regula. 281. of the uses of property which the ruler has as the head of a civil society. The king is to respect the rights of private property, regulating it only as public need directs. In the same spirit of clarifying issues, John deals with the distinction of spirituals and temporals. The argument still depends, as did the earlier defense of the empire against Gregory, upon the separateness of the two authorities, each derived directly from God. But John covers the whole argument systematically. He distinguishes 42 reasons which have been assigned for the subordination of secular to spiritual authority and refutes them one by one. What is more important, he analyzes the spiritual authority inherent in priests and inquires what control, if any, this implies over temporal goods and secular power. The consecration and administration of the sacraments and the right to preach and teach he finds to be purely spiritual, requiring no material means. The clerical right of judging and correcting evildoers is the main source of confusion, and here he finds that the spiritual authority extends only to excommunication, which has intrinsically no material consequences. Coercion belongs to the secular arm. Excommunication, as applied for instance to a heretical ruler, may lead his people to refuse obedience, but this is incidental and implies no right in the spiritual power to coerce rulers. John points out that a protest by secular authorities against an abuse in the church may have similar incidental effects in bringing a pope to terms. In law, the right of a pope to depose a king is no greater than that of a king to depose a pope. Both can protest and the protest may have weight, both may lawfully be deposed, but only by the properly constituted authority that elects them. The remaining two powers implied by the spiritual authority, that of regulating the clergy and of owning the property required for spiritual uses, imply no power over the secular authority. Coming from a churchman, this precise analysis and, in effect, limitation of the church's spiritual authority is very striking. John's general argument on the relation between the two powers is supplemented by his treatment of the relation between the Pope and the King of France. This part of his case was largely historical, and because it turned upon the donation of Constantine, involved also the relation of France to the empire. His purpose was 282. To show that, whatever the relations between the papacy and the empire, there was no ground for holding the King of France subject to the Pope. The conclusion is somewhat complicated because he seemingly set himself to pulverize the donation. He first shows, on historical ground, that it was in any case applicable only to certain parts of Italy. He then attacked its legal validity on the ground that the emperor could not lawfully have alienated part of the empire. Next, he argued that, even if these points were waived, it could not have applied to France, because the Franks had never been subject to the empire. And finally, even if they had been, they might well have gained their independence by prescription. There could hardly be a greater contrast than between John's treatment of the empire and Dante's fanciful idealization of it. It was always, he says, filled with disorder and corruption, it had usurped its power from earlier peoples. Why, then, should not later peoples make good a claim to independence against it? For Frenchmen at least the empire had ceased to possess a mythical charm. 15. The concluding chapters of John's book deal with the powers of the Pope from another angle. By implication, what he does, though not in set terms, is to deny completely the papal claim to a unique type of authority, a plenitudo potestatis, in the Church. The primacy of the Pope he treated as mainly a matter of administrative organization, since in spiritual authority all bishops are equal. The papal office, to be sure, is unique and is from God, but the choice of an incumbent requires human cooperation. This formed the weakest point in Aegidius's argument, for seemingly in the interval when a papal election was taking place, the papal power must reside somewhere, and there seemed no good reason why, if a pope could be invested with it, he might not also be divested of it by some legal process. John argues accordingly that a pope may resign and also may be deposed for incorrigible misconduct. Following the line already marked out by his treatment of ecclesiastical property, he regards the spiritual authority as residing in the Church itself as a corporation. He has no doubt whatever that a general council can depose a pope, and he states it as his own opinion that the College of Cardinals can lawfully underscore 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 dash 283. Do it. It is evident that he conceives the college as standing in the same relation to the Pope as the feudal parliaments of the estates to the king. Certainly it would be the best government for the Church if, under one Pope, representatives were chosen by and from each province, so that in the government of the Church all should have their share. 16. Accordingly he justifies resistance to the Pope on the same general principles that many medieval writers used to justify resistance to a king. It is true that no legal process will run against the Pope, but if he causes rebellion and cannot be persuaded to stop. I think that in this case the Church ought to be moved to act against the Pope. The prince may repel the violence of the papal sword with his own sword, within measure, and in so doing he would not be acting against the Pope but against his enemy and the enemy of society. 17. These passages show how repugnant, even to churchmen, the claim of papal sovereignty was. They point very clearly to the effort, abortive to be sure, which the Great Schism produced to constitutionalize the government of the Church on the lines of a medieval system of representation. John has little to say, except incidentally, about the organization of the secular state. In general, it is clear that he envisages government under the form of the medieval constitutional monarchy. Thus he denies that the Pope deposed the Merovingians and put Pippin in their place. Pippin was chosen by election of the barons. In all temporal matters it is the barons who check or discipline the king. Here again John brings Aristotle to his aid by identifying constitutional monarchy with the polity, which is a mixture of democracy and aristocracy. It was of course the fact that medieval constitutionalism was taking form everywhere at the time when John wrote. The first meeting of the States General was held in France in 1302, and similar representative bodies composed of the estates of the realm had been held in the course of the 13th century in England, Italy, Germany, and Spain. The political views represented by John were therefore characteristic of his age, much more characteristic than the tendency toward absolutism represented by Aegidius or some of the civilians. Without presenting a systematic political theory, the work of underscore 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 John of Paris was highly significant both for its own time and for the future. A Frenchman as well as a cleric, he made a strong case on both historical and legal grounds for the independence of the French monarchy. He drew a clear distinction between the ownership of property, whether by the Church or by lay individuals, and the political control of it by the king or the administration of it for the Church by the Pope. He restated the argument for the independence of spiritual and secular authority, supplementing it with a penetrating analysis of the nature and purposes of spiritual power. On the whole, this analysis leans toward the view that spiritual authority is not properly a legal power at all. It either does not require coercion, or if it does, this must be sought from the side of the secular arm. The moral and religious character of the spiritual is strongly stressed. Substantially his argument is a protest against the invasion of religion by law and against investing the Pope with a sovereign power modeled on the legal position of the Emperor. And finally he suggests, as against the absolutism of the Pope, the advisability of tempering monarchy with representation. In every case these arguments had an important part in the political discussion of the future. As compared with the argument of Aegidius, John's position is a striking example of the secularizing and rationalizing influence which Aristotle had already exerted, even within the limits of thought undoubtedly orthodox. The controversy between Boniface and Philip was of great importance in the development of political theory. It produced a clear-cut claim to unique, sovereign power, vested in the Pope and exercised directly in the Church and indirectly as between the Pope and secular rulers, and it defended this claim upon the principle of divine right. The appearance of this claim, a theological offshoot of legalism, was the signal for a concerted attack upon it. Even in the French controversy this attack began to develop on two main lines. Objection was made to papal sovereignty on the presumption that it was a case of clerical pretension, peculiar to an ecclesiastical power, and hence to be met by hedging it into a proper moral and religious exercise. On the other hand, objection was made to sovereign power as such, on the ground that it was intrinsically tyrannous wherever it existed and needed to be tempered and limited by representation and consent. The first. 285. Of these two objections, that of hedging in the spiritual power and setting it apart from secular powers, was carried forward by William of Ockham and reached almost logical completeness in Marsilio of Padua. The case for representation as an intrinsic part of all good government was first elaborately stated in the conciliar theory of church government. Chapter 15. Marsilio of Padua and William of Ockham. Hostility to the theory of papal sovereignty, already evidenced by the criticism of John of Paris, was enhanced by the failure of Boniface's grandiose claims in France and more particularly by the 75 years' residence of the popes at Avignon under the influence of the French monarchy. For if secular rulers had little wish to be subjects of the Church of Rome, they were still less willing to be subjects of what William of Ockham derisively called the Church of Avignon. The Babylonish captivity gave great offense to those who were not of French nationality. Even in the Divine Comedy Dante paid his respects to the French popes, ravening wolves in garb of shepherds, and Petrarch with his invective blackened their characters much beyond their deserts. Quite apart from its implication of clerical interference in secular affairs, also, the Petrine theory of the papacy was deeply repugnant to many loyal Catholics because it violated their convictions about spiritual freedom within the Church. Finally, the question of ecclesiastical property involved the Pope, early in the 14th century, in a violent controversy with an influential part of the Franciscan order on the subject of clerical poverty. 1 All these facts conspired, therefore, to make the nature of spiritual power, and especially the relation of papal absolutism to it, the chief subject of political theory. The immediate occasion of the next controversy between the Pope and a secular ruler was the attempt of John XXII to intervene from Avignon in a disputed imperial election. The quarrel -287, which thus began in 1323 continued through the pontificates of John XXII and Clement VI and was not settled until after the death of Louis the Bavarian in 1347. It produced another large body of occasional literature too and two figures of lasting importance in the history of political philosophy, Marsilio of Padua and William of Ockham. The outcome was another repudiation of the papacy's effort to set itself up as an international arbitral power. In 1338 the imperial electors, acting for the first time as a corporation in a capacity not purely electoral, asserted in the Declaration of Rents that an election required no papal confirmation, thus embodying in constitutional law the independence which the emperors since Henry IV had claimed. The Golden Bull, which in 1356 enacted a procedure for imperial elections, omitted all reference to confirmation by the Pope, and Innocent VI had no alternative but to concede the point. The powers which Innocent III had claimed in his bull Venerabilium were thus finally lost. The political forces which brought about this result were substantially similar to those that defeated Boniface in his quarrel with the King of France. A rudimentary sentiment of German nationality prevented the Pope from finding support among disaffected vassals of the Emperor. In Germany the dependence of the Pope upon the King of France was bitter even to his defenders, and the desire for reforms in the Church was by no means confined to the imperial party. On the whole, however, the national aspects of the quarrel were less obvious than in the earlier French quarrel, and while systematic writing about German constitutional law is sometimes dated from this period, the most generally interesting point did not arise, because the legal standing of a kingdom, not subject to the empire, was not involved. Of the two most important writers in the emperor's cause, one was by birth an Italian and the other an Englishman, men who owed their training respectively to the universities of Padua and Oxford, and neither of whom had any real concern for Germany or for the tradition of the empire. For these writers the overt issue settled by establishing the in underscore 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 underscore. Dependence of the imperial electors was almost incidental. Their argument on the principles of political authority had no special application to Germany whatever. Its application was far more to the government of the Church and to the Petrine theory of papal power. Already an issue in the work of John of Paris, this problem of papal government and of ecclesiastical reform became the chief question a half-century later. The controversy between John XXII and Louis the Bavarian permanently changed the center of political discussion. In its course the independence of the temporal from the spiritual authority was settled, except as this question might arise as an incident of national politics in connection with other issues, and the question of absolute monarchy as against representative or constitutional monarchy was definitely raised. The problem was shifted to the relation between a sovereign and the corporate body which he ruled. It is true that this issue concerned as yet only the Pope and the subjects of a sovereign power claimed as a special attribute of spiritual authority, and it is also true that as a practical movement the attempt to constitutionalize the Church failed. But so far as the theory of political authority is concerned, this was not so important as the fact that the center of discussion was changed. Moreover, the failure to reform the Church by constitutional means was historically connected with the revolutionary attack upon it in the 16th century. Because the results of the debate were of this sort, the writings of the papal party may be neglected. They dealt largely with the right of the Pope to confirm or annul imperial elections and therefore fought a battle already lost. In defense of the absolute power of the Pope in the Church, there was not much to say that had not already been said by writers like Aegidius Colonna. This chapter may therefore be confined to the two great writers who took up the case in behalf of Louis, Marsilio of Padua and William of Ockham. Marsilio's theory is one of the most remarkable creations of medieval political thought and showed for the first time the subversive consequences to which a completely naturalistic interpretation of Aristotle might logically lead. The theory reaches a high level of logical consistency and includes many elements which attain their full importance only much later, but in respect to the state of affairs which existed in 1324, it is often 289. Doctrinaire. The theories of William of Ockham were less systematic, probably because political questions were for him after all a side issue, but they were on the whole much more closely in touch with contemporary fact than Marsilio's. For this reason they were probably more influential in directing the course which political theory followed in the later 14th and 15th centuries. Marsilio, Averroist Aristotelianism. Marsilio's book, The Defensor Pacis IV, was addressed to Louis the Bavarian, and after its publication Marsilio obtained protection in Germany, where he lived during the greater part of his later life, but neither Germany nor the Empire is in any distinctive way related to the theory of the book. Indeed, it may well have been begun before the quarrel started between Louis and the Pope, and it might have been nearly the same if that quarrel had never occurred. Mr. Purvey-Torton has pointed out that Marsilio's theory of secular government was based directly upon the practice and conceptions of the Italian city-states, and that his discussions of practical questions usually refer to the problems of that form of government. As a patriotic Italian, his enmity for the papacy needed no more stimulus from Germany than Dante's, and as a citizen of Padua he need feel no more friendship for the empire than the interests of his city dictated. His bitterness toward the papacy as a cause of disunion in Italy suggests that of Machiavelli 2 centuries later. 5 He wrote not to defend the empire but to destroy the whole system of papal imperialism that had developed in the practice of Innocent III and the theory of the canon law. His object was to define and limit in the most jures underscore 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 290. Take manner the pretensions of the spiritual authority to control, either directly or indirectly, the action of secular governments, and to this end he went farther than any other medieval writer in placing the Church under the power of the state. Marsilio might be not inaptly described as the first juristien. The philosophical basis for the theory was derived from Aristotle. Marsilio in his introduction evidently thought of his work as a supplement to that part of the Politics which discussed the causes of revolution and civil discord. For there was one cause necessarily unknown to Aristotle, he said, namely, the claims of the Pope to a supreme power over rulers, and especially those of recent popes, which have filled all Europe, and more particularly Italy, with strife. It is the remedy for this cause of disorder that Marsilio proposes to seek. The Aristotelian principle which he followed most closely was that of the self-sufficing community capable of supplying both its physical and its moral needs. But he brought this to a conclusion fundamentally different from that reached by any other medieval Aristotelian, and it seems probable that this was connected with the influence of Latin Averroism, though it is not as yet known whether any of the earlier Averroists had anticipated the conclusions of the Defensor Pacis. 6. The essential characteristics of Latin Averroism were its thoroughgoing naturalism and rationalism. It admitted, indeed, the absolute truth of Christian revelation, but it divorced this entirely from philosophy, and unlike St. Thomas, held that the rational conclusions of the latter might be quite contrary to the .6. Since John of Jandun was the chief representative of the Averroist tradition at Paris in the first quarter of the 14th century, there has been a tendency to trace to him passages having this tone, and indeed the part of the work dealing directly with Aristotle. But as Scholz remarks, there is no reason why Marsilio should not have been as much an Averroist as John. Besides Paris, Padua was the chief center of Averroist teaching, and Marsilio had certainly studied there. See Scholz's edition, P. Lyene. The authoritative work on Latin Averroism is P. Mandenet's Siger de Brabant, 2 volumes, 2nd ed., Louvain, 1911. Siger certainly lectured on the Politics, for Pierre Dubois heard him, De Recuperatione Terra Sancte, section 132, but no Averroist commentaries on the work are known. The connection between Averroism and the denial of secular power to the Pope is stressed by Martin Grabmann, Studie en Fiber den Einfluss Aristotelischen Philosophie auf die Mittelalterlichen. Theorie an über das Verhältnis von Kirche und Staat, Sitzungsbericht der Bayerischen Akademie der Wissenschaften, Philosophes Historiscapital, 1934, Hef 2. 291. Truths of Faith. It was responsible therefore for the doctrine of a twofold truth. With this tendency the separation in the Defensor Pacis of reason and revelation, which we believe by pure faith without reason, 7 is quite in accord. On the side of ethics also the Averroists lean toward a secularism quite at variance with the ecclesiastical tradition, holding again like the Defensor Pacis that not all the philosophers in the world could prove immortality by demonstration. 8. That theology contributes nothing to rational knowledge, that happiness is attained in this life without the aid of God, and that moral living according to Aristotle's ethics suffices for salvation. 9. From the point of view of reason, then, and Marsilio is careful to say that this is all that concerns him, human societies are self-sufficing in the fullest sense. Religion has social consequences apart from its truth and may therefore be regulated by society. Whatever effects it has in a life to come may be left to the future. From the point of view of Marsilio's naturalistic Aristotelianism, spiritual interests are identical with other worldly interests and they are logically irrelevant. On the other hand, moral or religious concerns that do affect the present life all without exception fall within the control of the human community. The state. The Defensor Pacis is divided into 2 main parts. The first is a statement of Aristotelian principles, though hardly a complete and systematic discussion of all phases of political philosophy. Its purpose is to supply the foundation for the second part in which Marsilio draws his conclusions regarding the Church, the functions of priests, their relation to civil authority, and the evils which arise from a misunderstanding of these matters. There is also a short third part in which are stated 42 theses or conclusions drawn from the theories developed in the first 2 parts. Following Aristotle, Marsilio defines the state as a kind of underscore. living being composed of parts which perform the functions necessary to its life. Its health, or peace, consists in the orderly working of each of its parts, and strife arises when one part does its work badly or interferes with another part. He follows also the derivation of the city from the family, the city being a perfect community or one able to supply all that is needed for a good life. But the expression, a good life, has a double meaning. It means good in this life and also in the life to come. The first is the proper study of philosophy by means of reason, knowledge of the second depends on revelation and comes only from faith. Reason shows the need for civil government as a means of peace and order, but there is a need for religion also, which has its uses in this life and is the means of salvation in the life to come. Still following Aristotle, Marsilio then enumerates the classes or parts which cooperate to form a society. There are farmers and artisans who supply material goods and the revenue needed for government, and there are soldiers, officials, and priests who make up the state in a stricter sense. The last class, the clergy, causes special difficulty and its place in society has been especially subject to differences of opinion, because of the twofold purpose of religion and because its otherworldly purpose cannot be comprehended by reason. Nevertheless, all men, Christian and heathen alike, have agreed that there must be a special class devoted to worship. The difference between the Christian clergy and the other priesthoods is simply that, as a matter of faith, Christianity is true while the other religions are not, but from the point of view of philosophy, this extra-rational truth hardly affects the matter. Thus Marsilio reaches a definition of the function of the Christian clergy. The function of the clergy is to know and teach those things which, according to Scripture, it is necessary to believe, to do, or to avoid, in order to obtain eternal salvation and escape woe. 10. It can hardly be denied that Marsilio does follow Aristotle pretty closely, but he arrived at a conclusion widely different from that of any other medieval Aristotelian. So far as Aristotle is concerned, he availed himself of the implicit naturalism of Greek philosophy and supplemented the politics, as he in underscore 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 tended, by bringing into the picture a religion which claimed a supernatural sanction. As compared with any other medieval Aristotelian, he has walled off Christianity as, in its essence, supernatural and beyond rational discussion. The contrast with St. Thomas's tendency to harmonize reason and faith is as sharp as possible, and Marsilio has gone far beyond the tendency in John of Paris to limit spiritual powers and duties. The practical importance of Marsilio's conclusion can hardly be exaggerated. Whatever reverence faith may deserve as a means of eternal salvation, it has become from a secular point of view simply irrelevant. Being irrational, it cannot be brought into a consideration of rational means and ends, which is exactly the same thing as to say that secular questions have to be decided on their own rational merits without reference to faith. For political purposes, the essential point of Marsilio's conclusion is that, in all secular relations, the clergy is merely one class in society along with all other classes. From a rational point of view, he obviously considers the Christian clergy as precisely like any other priesthood, since the truth of what it teaches is beyond reason and applies only to a future life. It follows that in all temporal concerns the control of the clergy by the state is in principle exactly like the control of agriculture or trade. Stated in modern terminology, religion is a social phenomenon. It uses material agencies and produces social consequences. In these respects it is subject to social regulation at need like other human interests. As for its truth, in the sense in which it claims truth, that is a matter about which reasonable men cannot dispute. Such a separation of reason and faith is the direct ancestor of religious skepticism, and in its consequences amounts to a secularism which is both anti-Christian and anti-religious. There is, to be sure, no frontal attack on the spiritual interests which the Church professes to serve and which Christians believe to be the ultimate interests of mankind. One may say, if he wishes, that such things are too sacred for reason to touch. But practically there is little difference between too sacred and too trivial. The Church is a part of the secular state in every respect in which it affects temporal matters. 294. Law and the legislator. Marsilio next proceeds to carry forward the radical distinction of spirituals and temporals into his definition of law. In the Defensor Paces he distinguishes four kinds of law, though the important point is rather a twofold distinction between divine law and human law. In the Defensor Minor, written later, he presented the argument more pointedly, though to the same effect. Law is of two sorts, either divine or human. Divine law is a command of God directly, without human deliberation, about voluntary acts of human beings to be done or avoided in this world but for the sake of attaining the best end, or some condition desirable for man, in the world to come. 11. Human law is a command of the whole body of citizens, or of its prevailing part, arising directly from the deliberation of those empowered to make law, about voluntary acts of human beings to be done or avoided in this world, for the sake of attaining the best end, or some condition desirable for man, in this world. I mean a command the transgression of which is enforced in this world by a penalty or punishment imposed on the transgressor. 12. In these definitions the two kinds of law are distinguished by the kind of penalties entailed. Divine law is sanctioned by the rewards or punishments which will be meted out by God in a future life. It follows that there is no earthly penalty for its violation but only a penalty beyond the grave. Human law, therefore, is not derived from divine law but is contrasted with it. Any rule that involves an earthly penalty belongs ipso facto to human law and has its authority from human enactment. This is a point of vital importance for the later argument because from it results the conclusion that the spiritual teaching of priests is not properly a power or authority, since it lacks coercive force in this life, unless, of course, a human legislator delegates such a power to priests. Marsilio's definitions of law are extraordinary also because of the weight which they give to the elements of command and sanction, the will of the legislator and his power to impose his will. He notes, indeed, that the word law is used to mean a rule of reason or of intrinsic justice, but he clearly regards law, at least in its juristic sense, as characterized by its emanating underscore 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 from a constituted authority and carrying a penalty for its violation. Marsilio's treatment of law is in the sharpest contrast with that of Thomas, which presented divine and human law as all of a piece and stressed the rational derivation of human law from the law of nature. Law then implies a legislator and Marsilio next inquires who the human legislator is. The answer brings him to the heart of his political theory. The legislator, or first and proper efficient cause of law, is the people or whole body of citizens, or a prevailing part of it, commanding and deciding by its own choice or will in a general assembly and in set terms that something among the civil acts of human beings be done or omitted, on pain of a penalty or temporal punishment. 13. Human law arises by the corporate action of a people setting up rules to govern the acts of its members, or conversely, a state is the body of men who owe obedience to a given body of law. 14. The result is the same whether law be used to define the state, or the state to define law, since either implies a corporate body competent to control the behavior of its members. The source of legal authority is always the people or its prevailing part, even though it act in a particular case through a commission, or, in the case of the empire, through the emperor, to which it has delegated its authority. There can be little doubt that Marsilio was thinking primarily of government in a city-state, though apparently he saw no difficulty in applying his definition to any state. In the definition just given, two expressions call for explanation. The word legislator has a deceptively modern suggestion which it could hardly have had for Marsilio. What he presumably means is that the whole people makes its law in the sense that all authority is to be conceived as the act of the people and is to be exercised in their name. Thus he expressly provides for the case in which a commission acts with derivative authority. The conception was common in city-states, as when an Athenian jury was addressed simply as Athenians, and it was carried over to explain the legislative power of the Roman emperor. Also it was not very different from the medieval fiction by which the whole underscore 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 realm was supposed to be consulted in a parliament. Presumably Marsilio thought of a people's legislation as including custom, which he elsewhere names as a part of law. The other expression which might be misleading is the prevailing part, pars valentior, by which the legislator decides. This is emphatically not a numerical majority, as some commentators have imagined. For Marsilio enlarged his definition with the words, I say the prevailing part, both their number and quality in the community being taken into account 15. He meant literally the part which carries the greatest weight, with not the least thought that everybody should count for one. The magnates would naturally carry a greater weight than the commonalty, though numbers properly count for something. The idea is essentially Aristotelian as well as medieval. The executive and judicial part of government, principatus or pars principans, Marsilio regards as set up or elected by the body of citizens, legislator. The manner of election follows the custom of each state, but in all cases the authority of the executive is derived from the legislative act of the whole body. Hence it is essential that this authority should be exercised in accordance with law and that its duties and powers should be such as the people determine. It is the duty of the executive to see that every part of the state performs its proper function for the good of the whole, and if it fails it may be removed by the same power which elected it, namely, the people. Marsilio's preference for an elective as compared with an hereditary monarchy is explicit, but even here he is thinking of city-states rather than the empire, of which he speaks rather slightingly. But above all, the executive, however it may be organized, must be unified and supreme, so that its power may exceed that of any faction, but particularly so that it may proceed as a unit in administering the law. Such unity is absolutely necessary to the state as an organized body, and without it strife and disorder are sure to result. This part of Marsilio's theory has reference to the lack of unity prevalent in medieval government and probably especially to the difficulties arising from the twofold jurisdiction of secular and ecclesiastical courts. Underscore 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 underscore. This completes Marsilio's outline of the natural or self-sufficing political community. It is an organic whole composed of classes, including everything within itself, both physical and ethical, that is needed for its continued existence and the good life, in a secular sense, of its citizens. Its power of legislation is the inevitable right of such a corporation to regulate its own parts for the well-being of the whole. Its executive power is the agent of the corporation to put into effect whatever the unity of the state requires, and because of this unity there is no room for differences of jurisdiction or dispersion of power. From a secular point of view the community is absolutely self-sufficient and absolutely omnipotent. It is the guardian of its own life and its own civilization, in every sense in which civilization has any meaning or consequences on earth. If its citizens have a spiritual well-being, this belongs in another world and another life, beyond the life of the state, indeed, but also powerless to touch that life. With this conception of human society and its government, Marsilio turns to the real purpose of his book, to consider the spiritual life as he believed it to be misconceived by the Church. With it he proposes to check the incursions of the spiritual authority into the concerns of the self-sufficient community and to lay bare the greatest of all the causes of civic strife and disorder, which had been unknown to the master philosopher, the Church and the clergy. Since every official of the corporate community possesses his authority only by the mandate, mediate or immediate, of the people, it follows that the clergy, as such, have no coercive power whatever. If they are permitted to exercise such power, and when Marsilio wrote many important relationships were regulated by ecclesiastical law, they are acting as delegates of the civil power. The clergy, being themselves merely a class set apart to perform religious service, are subject to regulation like any other class, and like laymen they are amenable to the civil courts for violations of human law. Within the meaning of human law there is, strictly speaking, no such thing as a spiritual offense. Such offenses are judged by God only in a future life and the 298. Penalties are incurred beyond the grave. If spiritual offenses incur an earthly penalty, and of course they may do so by human legislation, they become ipso facto offenses against human law. Heresy, therefore, if it is punished in this world, is a civil offense. Its spiritual penalty is damnation, but this is beyond the power of the clergy or any human judge. Similarly, Marsilio argues that excommunication belongs wholly to the civil power. In short, his theory makes a clean sweep of the canon law as a distinct jurisdiction. Insofar as it is really a divine law, its penalties are otherworldly. Insofar as it assesses earthly penalties, it is a part of human law and so within the power of the secular community. The duty which the clergy has to perform Marsilio compares to the advice of a physician. Apart from the celebration of religious rites, the clergy can merely advise and instruct. They can admonish the wicked and point out the future consequences of sin, but they cannot compel men to do penance. No other writer in the Middle Ages went so far as Marsilio in thus setting apart the spiritual and religious from the legal. Marsilio is equally sweeping in his destruction of the Church's temporal establishment. The Church can hardly be said to own property at all. Ecclesiastical property is of the nature of a grant or subsidy made by the community to support public worship. Thus a project put forward by Pierre Dubois to be accomplished by agreement between the Pope and the King of France is deduced by Marsilio from his theory of the self-sufficing community. It is obvious, of course, that, from Marsilio's point of view, the clergy have no right to tithes, or any right of exemption from taxation, except as it is granted by the community. Ecclesiastical office, like ecclesiastical property, is within the gift of civil officers. He holds also that the clergy can be legally compelled to perform the offices of religion, so long as they receive their benefices, and every ecclesiastical officer, from the Pope down, can be deposed by civil action. It was not without reason that the ill-judged and ill-starred attack of Louis on the Church during his Roman expedition in 1327–30, including his effort to secure the election of an anti-pope with the suffrages of a Roman mob, was attributed to Marsilio's advice and regarded as a doctrinaire attempt to put the Defensor Pacis into practice. The notion that Marsilio's political philosophy was a defense of re. 299. Religious liberty is wholly fallacious. The national despots of the Reformation period, lawless as they were, rarely went to the lengths that his theory would warrant. Its upshot would be to subject religion to a thoroughgoing regimentation by civil power. It is not quite true to say, however, that Marsilio proposed to treat the Church merely as a branch of the state, for this would imply as many churches as there are states. In 1324 a national church would have seemed a strange anomaly even to a skeptic like Marsilio, to say nothing of a church for every independent city. His theory is a root and branch attack upon the ecclesiastical hierarchy and especially upon a papal plenitudo potestatis, but he recognized that, even for spiritual purposes and to resolve spiritual questions, the Church requires some organization distinct from the civil community. The problem causes some difficulties, both practical and theoretical, because a universal church consorts ill with the congeries of self-sufficing communities, typically city-states, such as Marsilio envisaged. It is hard to see how the church is to be organized, without an independent hierarchy and with its spiritual judgments wholly dependent upon distinct civil powers for their effect. Like many Protestants after him, Marsilio was really in a position where he ought to have remitted all religious questions to private judgment and regarded the Church as a purely voluntary organization, but it is hardly surprising that he did not draw in the 14th century a conclusion which Protestants refused to draw in the 16th. He lived in a day when only the discontented were looking even as far as a general council of the Church to cure the evils which they attributed to the hierarchy. The ecclesiastical hierarchy, from Marsilio's point of view, is obviously of human origin and has its authority from human law. As an arrangement of earthly ranks and powers it is drawn completely within the sphere of civil control. Hence the hierarchy, or even the priesthood, is not the Church. The Church is composed of the whole body of Christian believers, both lay and clerical. Thus Marsilio continued in some sense the Christian tradition of two organizations of the same society, though he stripped the Church of its coercive power. Even the laity, Marsilio says, are churchmen, viri ecclesiastici, an expression which suggests Martin Luther's phrase, the priesthood of the Chris. 300. Tienman. But since all distinctions of rank among the clergy arise by human institution, in respect to their strictly spiritual character all priests are equal. Neither a bishop nor a pope has any spiritual quality that a simple priest does not have. The priestly character which authorizes them to celebrate the rites of religion is a purely mystical stigma, proceeding directly from God or Christ, having no earthly origin and carrying with it no earthly power or ecclesiastical rank. Marsilio thus generalized an argument which John of Paris had already used to reduce the Pope to spiritual equality with other bishops, and by so doing he eliminated from the spiritual all reference to ecclesiastical rank. A fortiori he eliminated papal sovereignty from the organization of the Church. He denied absolutely that the Pope has any authority as the successor of Peter, or that Peter had any preeminence over the other apostles. In a rather remarkable bit of historical analysis he denied that there is any reliable evidence that Peter ever was in Rome and still less that he was bishop. The preeminence of the Church at Rome he attributes to its situation in the capital of the empire. With this complete rejection of the spiritual powers of the hierarchy and the Pope there went also, very naturally, a low estimate of the sacerdotal aspect of religion and a tendency to treat it as if the inner experience itself were sufficient. It is hard to tell, however, whether this corresponds to a strong conviction on Marsilio's part or whether it represents merely the tendency of a rationalist to confine religion as narrowly as possible. In treating the confessional, penance, indulgence, absolution, and excommunication he stressed the view that repentance for sin and forgiveness by God are the only essentials. Without these the ceremony is powerless, and if a sinner has made his peace with God, absolution is complete without the ceremony. Similarly he showed somewhat the same enmity for the canon law as his two contemporaries, Dante and William of Ockham, and as Luther after him. The Bible, or perhaps more narrowly the New Testament, he regarded as the only source of revelation and hence as the only text of divine law. Papal decretals would either not be law at all or, if given the sanction of the community, would be a part of human law. Accordingly only beliefs contained in Scripture, or clearly implied by it, are necessary to salvation. 301. These opinions, so suggestive of later Protestant belief, show how fully the Reformation was prepared in the two preceding centuries of the Middle Ages. The General Council. There is then for Marsilio still a core of Christian belief upon which the Church must be able to speak authoritatively, and for which his theory must provide a human institution. For this purpose, like others of the 14th and 15th centuries who were convinced of the shortcomings of the hierarchy, he chose a General Council, which he regarded as the organ of the Church for deciding such disputes. He is unwilling that the Pope and the hierarchy, being merely human agents, should be permitted to pass on disputed articles of faith. To the Church itself as a corporate body, or more narrowly to a General Council, he is willing to concede a little naively, it must be admitted, if this part of his theory is to be taken seriously, a mystical infallibility, the one point of contact between reason and faith which the prevailing rationalism of his system permitted. In a General Council, he chose to assume, inspiration would join hands with reason to supply an authoritative version of the divine law contained in Scripture and a satisfactory answer to the reasonable differences of opinion that might arise about such matters. On this point William of Ockham was more acute than Marsilio, for William perceived that in matters of faith a council, being itself a human institution, could no more be counted infallible than the Pope. Marsilio's theory of the Church is therefore a bit of patchwork in his system. He transfers to the Church an element of his political theory, assuming that the whole body of Christian believers, like the whole body of citizens in a state, is a corporation, universitas, and that the General Council, like the political executive, is its delegate. The difficulty is that this transference requires citizens to figure as the members of two corporations, their respective states and the universal church, and there is really nothing in his theory of society to account for this kind of dual citizenship. It is a concession to the fact that Marsilio's theory was more purely secular than the prevailing conception of the society to which he had to apply it. In respect to organization, the important difference which he makes between the Church and 302 the state is that the council is a representative body. He proposes that all the main territorial divisions, provincii, of Christendom shall choose representatives, as their rulers shall direct, and in proportion to the numbers and quality of their Christian population. These representatives shall include both churchmen and laymen and shall be men of approved life and learned in the divine law. They are to meet in a convenient place, as their rulers shall direct, and shall decide in the light of Scripture any dubious matters of belief or religious practice likely to cause strife among Christians, and their decisions shall be binding on all, and more particularly on priests. But Marsilio's General Council, perhaps as he himself intended, is really dependent upon secular governments, for it is called by their cooperation, and its decisions, if they need to be enforced, depend upon coercion supplied by the states. The authority of a General Council is as nebulous as the corporation of all Christian believers of which it was the organ. The truth is that Marsilio's conception of European society provided no real basis for an international organization like the Church. In this respect, in providing a theory for a General Council, he provided also the reasons why, when the theory was tried, it proved to be merely a paper constitution, impractical because of the national jealousies and particularism which it lacked the force to unite. Effective as a destructive attack on the spiritual authority of the hierarchy, it was ineffective as a means of restoring the unity of the Christian commonwealth of the Middle Ages. Few theorists in any age, and none in the Middle Ages, cared to go as far as Marsilio in whittling down the spiritual freedom which formed the permanently important claim fostered by Christianity. Not until the Erastian theories of the 17th century, such for instance as that of Hobbes, was there an equally consistent attempt to reduce religion to an ineffectual private faith, with overt action wholly in the control of secular government. Essentially his political philosophy was a recrudescence of the theory of a city-state, competent to regulate every branch of its civilization. In this respect it represented the purest form of a naturalistic Aristotelianism that medieval philosophy produced, and it suggested the revived paganism of the Italian Renaissance, which appeared full-grown in Machiavelli 2 centuries later. It is true. 303. That his theory as a whole is something of a compromise. His citizens still appear as members of two corporations, the state and the church. The latter, however, has wholly lost its authority, though the idea is still preserved that a common belief and a universal ecclesiastical discipline can be maintained. Marsilio's state is therefore not quite a separate secular institution, obligated to keep its hands off religious faith, as his church is certainly not a purely voluntary association with no need for coercive power. His self-sufficing human community is in the dangerous position of having to act as an agent of a supernatural church. That this was an impossible position experience was to reveal. Papal absolutism might be disposed of as a fictitious spiritual claim, but only on the condition that secular governments would grant to their subjects a much larger measure of religious freedom than Marsilio ever contemplated. William, the freedom of the Church. The nature of the struggle against the papal plenitudo potestatis in the 14th century is more apparent in the works of Marsilio's great contemporary, William of Ockham 16, than in the Defensor Pacis. William's theory is less complete and less consistently worked out than Marsilio's, and it is more difficult to get at, spread as it is through controversial works of enormous size. A political philosophy was never a primary object with William, since he was first and foremost a dialectician and a theologian. But perhaps because he did not try to make a systematic underscore 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 dash 304 theory of the state, his views were less doctrinaire than Marsilio's sometimes are. Probably he represented more typically than Marsilio the reaction of a large body of Christian opinion to the papal imperialism which, as he conceived, had ended so disastrously for the Church and for Europe. Specifically, William spoke for the part of the Franciscan order, the so-called spirituals, who defended clerical poverty and who had been excommunicated by John XXII. He was therefore the spokesman of a type which figured largely in the political writing of later centuries, a minority persecuted, as they believed, for conscience sake and appealing in the name of liberty to enlightened public opinion against constituted authority. His question, therefore, was essentially the rights of subjects against their rulers, the limitation of sovereign papal authority in matters of faith, and the right of a minority to resist coercion. For William, papal sovereignty is, from the standpoint of Christianity, a heresy, and from the standpoint of policy, a disastrous innovation that has filled all Europe with strife, has destroyed Christian freedom, and has led to an invasion of the rights of secular rulers. The last point, however, is not the most important. His primary purpose was to assert the independence of the whole body of Christian believers against the pretensions of an heretical pope. The issue is between the Universal and Apostolic Church and the Church of Avignon. In this connection, William's general philosophical position is not without importance. The breaking down of Thomas's closely knit structure of reason and faith, of science, philosophy, and theology, was not in the first instance due to an effort to liberate reason but rather to an effort to liberate faith. Even in Thomas's lifetime his ambitious plan of synthesis failed to win the assent of many contemporaries, chief among them the great philosopher of the Franciscan order, Duns Scotus. William continued in the tradition that Scotus began. As compared with Thomas, both men greatly sharpened the distinction between reason and faith. The contrast depended upon the fact that they thought of theology as having to do mainly with supernatural things, known only to faith through revelation and having mainly moral uses, while they confined philosophy more definitely to theoretical truths which are within the power of unaided natural reason. The tendency was similar to that which reached a climax in Latin. 305. Averroism, already mentioned as having influenced the Aristotelianism of Marsilio, but the Acamsts managed to remain somewhat precariously within the bounds of orthodoxy. Though they held that important dogmas like God and immortality were indemonstrable, they at least stopped short of the Averroist doctrine of a twofold truth. But the total effect was none the less destructive of Thomas's system. Reason gained its freedom by vindicating for faith the large but shadowy realm of the unknowable. Closely connected with this separation of reason and faith was a sharper distinction between reason and will, both in psychology and in theology. In man and in God, William regarded the will as a force and spontaneous power of action not determined by any reasons whatever, and in consequence he referred the moral difference between good and evil to the will of God. The implications of this for legal theory were important, since it seems to identify law with legislative fiat, but there is a question how far William actually carried his metaphysics over into his theory of law. 17. Despite the subversive tendency of William's philosophy as a whole, his political theory was essentially conservative in intention. In his effort to vindicate Christian freedom against the Pope, he moved within a circle of ideas well known to his time. He argued against papal absolutism as an innovation and a heresy, and he marshaled against it views for which he claimed, not without truth, a common acceptance. William's argument stood upon the ancient distinction and independence of the spiritual and temporal authorities, and on the assumption that independence was feasible while each power was granted a large and ill-defined discretion for correcting the faults of the other. Mutual support and comity between the two powers, provided each acted within the limits set by divine and natural law, still seemed to him possible. The circumstances under which he wrote caused him to argue for a representative check upon what he regarded as the arbitrary exercise of papal power, but he had no real objection to a large discretionary power even in the Pope, provided only it underscore 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 dash 306 were exercised by one whom he could admit to be a true Pope. In other words, the legal definition of the two jurisdictions seems not to have interested him greatly. The essential questions were for him theological rather than juristic. A similar indefiniteness may be noticed in his treatment of the empire. He denied of course that the emperor's power was in any sense derivative from the pope, that the ceremony of coronation added to his lawful authority, and that papal confirmation of an election was necessary. In other words, he derived the emperor's power from the election itself, the college of electors standing in the place of the people and speaking for them. In this general sense he conceived of the imperial power, indeed any royal power, as arising from the consent of a corporate body of subjects, expressed through their magnates. Because of his standing controversy with the Pope, William attributed very great powers to the emperor to intervene for the sake of reforming the Church, but he evidently regarded these as exceptional and for use in an emergency, such as he believed the existing situation to be. On the whole he stood upon the traditional distinction of the two powers, leaving the question of definition very much where it had always been. In the same way he had practically nothing definite to say about the relation between the emperor and the national kingdoms of France and England. He attributed a vague precedence to the emperor over other kings, but as an Englishman he certainly had no sentiment for Germany. His writing lacked the traces of national feeling apparent in much that had been written by Frenchmen in defense of Philip the Fair, and also the enthusiasm for the city-state, which may often be felt in Marsilio. In this respect also William stood definitely in the older medieval tradition. The basis of his political ideas was the rooted and almost universal medieval dislike of arbitrary power, or of force exercised outside the framework of what was felt to be law. In this respect his principles were substantially identical with those of St. Thomas. The whole body of the law included, for William as for Thomas, both the revealed will of God and the principles of natural reason, the dictates of natural equity and the common practices of civilized nations, as well as the special customs and positive law of particular peoples. Together it all formed a single system, flexible. 307. In its details, allowing for changes of time and circumstance but without felt violations of the underlying principles. The law of a single people falls within this great system. It can never justly establish a rule contrary to natural law, though it may provide in the spirit of reason and equity for new conditions as they arise. The law therefore provides potentially for every contingency, and all exercise of authority must be justified by the common good and by its consonance with natural justice and sound morals. Without this sanction force is arbitrary and government becomes, to use St. Augustine's telling phrase, highway robbery on a large scale. This is the conception, characteristic of all medieval political thought, that underlies William's opposition to the acts of the Pope. John has exceeded his power, he has set up dogmas in defiance of Scripture and has invaded the eternal rights of secular rulers and of Christians everywhere. 18 The Pope, who styles himself the servant of the servants of God, has become a mere tyrant. The conciliar theory. In his belief in the omnipotence of law, William represented a conviction almost universal in the 14th century. He was important mainly because of his determined opposition to what he held to be tyranny in the Church, because of the latitude of Christian freedom which he was led to assert, and incidentally because of his desire to provide the Church with a government which could less arbitrarily decide moot points of Christian belief and practice. Here too he was more concerned with doctrinal questions than with forms of government. Essentially his position was a defense of critical scholarship and of the enlightened judgment of Christendom against the fiat of constituted authority. He was confronted by a dilemma, a pope who claimed to be infallible and who was widely held to be so but who was, in William's judgment, a heretic. It followed that papal judgments are not always valid. Like most men in the 14th century who were dissatisfied with the religion of the Church, he could see underscore 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 -308. No expedient more practical than a general council to check and, as it were, to constitutionalize, the power of the hierarchy. With the beginning of the Great Schism in 1378 this became the great issue in ecclesiastical politics, for which William's theories, like those of John of Paris and Marsilio, prepared the way. But William was too acute to suppose that any practical expedient could solve a logical difficulty. He was no more ready to grant the infallibility of a council than of the Pope, for even a council might err, though in so far as it represented the wisdom of Christendom, it would be less likely to do so. William was really posing a larger question: how can human beings ever be sure that they have reached the absolute truth? On this point, however, he had really no doubts. Like all scholastic philosophers, he had an implicit belief in reason, and also an abiding trust that Christian faith could establish its validity by its own inherent authority. The final judgment in a moot point of doctrine he conceived to lie in the living body of the Church, continuous throughout its whole history, and the recipient of a divine revelation. The unique source from which this revelation can be learned is Scripture, in comparison with which the decretals of the popes or even the decisions of councils have only secondary value. Like all the earlier Protestants, he assumed unquestioningly that sound scholarship and honest research would bring to light religious truth which would commend itself to all men of good will. Inquiry is not only a right but a duty, and the decision belongs to the wisest, not to any constituted power. There was, of course, for William no question of a literal freedom of belief, for he assumed that with proper search what must be believed would be apparent. But there must be freedom to search and by implication freedom to judge. Hence for him the great political problem of the age was the curbing of papal absolutism. Only if clergy and laymen could unite to lay down just limits to papal power could peace be restored between the Pope and Christendom. For this end the best expedient that he could see was a constitutionalized form of church government by means of a general council representing the sound body of Christian scholarship and belief. The council William proposed to make broadly representative. He said explicitly that it must include laymen as well as the 309 clergy, and he has no objection even to including women. The basis of representation should be the great number of corporations, such as parishes or monasteries or cathedral chapters, into which the membership of the Church falls. Certainly William had no thought of representing Christians individually, as so many discrete units, or territorially, as the inhabitants of such and such districts. A corporate body, communitas, he says, can act as a whole and also through its chosen representatives. What he proposed, therefore, was a rough plan of what might be called indirect representation. The religious corporations of some convenient district, such as a diocese or kingdom, should choose representatives to a provincial synod, which in turn should choose representatives in a general council. Unorganized as the plan seems in comparison with modern electoral machinery, it might be feasible so long as the constituent corporations were sufficiently well marked and well unified. William was, in fact, drawing upon contemporary experience both in the Church and in the state. Medieval parliaments represented essentially the communes of the realm, such as boroughs and counties, not as territorial districts but as corporate bodies. But William's plan for a general council was probably based even more directly upon the government of the two great mendicant orders. The houses of the Dominican order were organized by provinces, and by the middle of the 13th century there was already a well-developed electoral system for choosing representatives to the various assemblies. The Franciscan order, to which William himself belonged, adopted a similar plan, and in the course of the 13th century some such plan of representation was widely used by various monastic orders. 19 The conciliar plan was therefore a scheme for extending in the Church generally a device already widely in use and one quite in accord with the prevailing idea that corporate bodies could act and speak as units. Unfortunately there were special obstacles that made it unsuccessful when applied to the whole Church, though it was a very natural device for ecclesiastical reformers to adopt. The political philosophy of William of Ockham was characteristic underscore 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 of the state of political thought in the mid-14th century, both for what it saw and for what it failed to see. It still moved within the limits of the old discussion about the relation between imperium and sacerdotium, though anything approaching a general control by the papacy over the secular kingdoms was already a thing of the past. Yet it brought into the center of political discussion the relationship between a sovereign and his subjects and the right of the latter to resist on grounds of conscience and in defense of what they held to be Christian truth. It was in the nature of the case that this issue should first have been drawn within the Church. For the theory of papal plenitudo potestatis was the first definite claim in the Middle Ages to a power that was absolute, infeasible, and sovereign. As such it was repugnant both to medieval conviction and practice, and the controversy with the spiritual Franciscans marshaled against it the weight of ancient tradition and current belief. The Great Schism which followed produced in the Church the first great controversy between the claims of sovereignty and the principle of constitutional and representative government. Chapter 16. The Conciliar Theory of Church Government. In the century which followed the writings of William of Ockham, the controversy over absolute papal authority in the Church was spread far and wide through Europe, so that it became the subject of a vast and popular debate. The absolute power of the Pope in the Church was no academic question, touching merely the abstract rights of his ecclesiastical subjects. It meant the tightening up of the whole process of government, including papal control over the giving of benefices, the drawing of ecclesiastical cases into the papal courts, the diversion of great sums of money into the papal revenues, and the systematic exercise of irritating forms of papal taxation. Thus the luxury of the papal court and the venality of papal government became the ground of bitter criticism, as they continued to be down to the Reformation. The Great Schism, which lasted from 1378 to 1417, made matters worse. It would be hard to exaggerate its effects on popular thought everywhere in Europe. The spectacle of two and sometimes three rival popes, often no more than appendages to dynastic and national ambitions, using all the arts of theological invective and political chicanery against each other, must have gone far to destroy the respect in which the papal office had traditionally been held. Moreover, the whole ecclesiastical organization became infected with corruptions and abuses, partly the result of the schism itself, which tended to bring the clergy generally into disrepute. Chaucer's Pardoner and Summoner are examples of the disreputable hangers-on of the Church as they appeared to a 14th-century literary man. The reform of the Church. Here then was a problem of government in the Church rather than the state, to be sure, which was certain to be debated from one end of Europe to the other, and by men of all social classes. 313. And all degrees of learning. The reform of the Church in head and members was a popular question. The discussion of it may not unreasonably be called the first great movement of popular political education. Wycliffe, c. 1320–1384, in England, and John Huss, c. 1373–1415, in Bohemia attracted great popular followings, and their teaching was by no means confined to those who could read their crabbed scholastic philosophy. Yet there was a direct transference of ideas from the polemical writings of the days of Louis the Bavarian to Wycliffe and through him to Huss. The papal bull of 1377, which condemned Wycliffe's conclusions, traced his opinions to Marsilio of damned memory, and he himself acknowledged indebtedness to William of Ockham and the spiritual Franciscans. National questions, peculiar to England or Bohemia, traversed each reformer's purposes, but behind these lay common problems, such as the ownership and taxation of church property and the exact ions of papal taxation. And with both reformers the animus of their thought was opposition to ceremonialism, to the monopoly of spiritual authority by the hierarchy, and to the absolute power of the Pope. Without having any definite theory of church government, both Wycliffe and Huss united in identifying the Church with the whole body of Christians, lay as well as clerical. It is the Church and not the hierarchy that is the recipient of divine law and spiritual power. The spiritual bond of this society, the direct relation of the believer to God, expressed in faith and good works, is all that gives weight to religious observance, not the ceremonial or the sacrament. Crown and cloth make no priest, but the power that Christ giveth. The Church as a perfect society must include the powers needed for its own regeneration, and for this reason it must be right for laymen to reform evil manners in the clergy. The independence and self-sufficiency of the Church in spiritual matters was therefore a ground for anti-clericalism. By an even stranger paradox, it was made a ground for strengthening secular power. The mechanics of this result was simple. The reformer discovered that he was dependent on royal support to coerce the Pope and the hierarchy, even in the interest of reform. It was thus that Martin Luther was thrown into the arms of the German princes, and that the divine right of the king became almost an official philosophy for Lutherans and Anglicans. Even in the 14th century, Wycliffe was pressed in the same direction, though for more than a century men would still pin their hope of reform to a general council within the Church. The king, he argued, one is the vicar of God, and to resist him is wicked. Even bishops derive their power from him, and so far as this world is concerned, the royal power is of greater dignity than that of priests, for a spiritual power requires neither earthly power nor property. Hence it is the right and the duty of the king to remedy abuses in the government of the Church. This language is at once reminiscent of the York Tracts and suggestive of the argument which ultimately made the king the temporal head of a national church. In the long run, the political beneficiary of a spiritualized religion was the secular power itself, and the first result of freeing the Church from the control of the hierarchy was to place it more completely in the power of the king. The reform movements led by Wycliffe and Huss thus had the effect of transferring the question of papal power, and all its innumerable ramifications, to the forum of popular discussion. For this reason it is not irrelevant to mention in this connection the appearance, below the level of respectable political philosophy, of a sort of proletarian doctrine of equality, connected with the religious issue but going far beyond it in the direction of an attack upon social and economic distinctions. Such ideas appeared in the peasant revolts of the 14th century, in France in 1351 and in England in 1381. These revolts, the result of bitter economic pressure and of unjust taxation and labor legislation, had always their obscure sense of the opposition between class interests. When Adam delved and Eve span, who was then the gentleman? Even earlier in date the moralist continuator of the Romance of the Rose could assert, naked and impotent are all, highborn or peasant, great and small. That human nature is throughout the whole world equal, none can doubt. ___. But in the mass such ideas had always a strong religious coloring. They were the thoughts of simple-minded folk who believed with pathetic literalness in the Christian ideals of brotherhood and equality. It was just in the submerged classes that the more obscure heretical sects flourished, the Lollards in England and the extremists among Huss's followers in Bohemia. In the Bohemian sects especially the idea is found that the law of the gospel is a kind of communism, in which Christians dwell together in freedom and equality, with no distinctions of rank or privilege such as are imposed by human law and institutions. The belief that the ideas of Wycliffe and Huss implied these extremes caused their opinions to be condemned by many who sincerely desired reform in the Church. Such obscure ideas of social equality were of no practical importance in the 14th century, but they show how the movement for reform was becoming what it had not previously been, a mass movement among men who had little knowledge of scholastic philosophy. The self-sufficing community. The party which stood for a conciliar reform of church government at the councils of Constance, 1414–1418, and Basel, 1431–1449, had no sympathy with popular agitation, even in the more moderate form represented by Wycliffe and Huss. Its leaders were among the most active in the condemnation of Huss at Constance. The conciliar theory was in the main the creation of a group of scholars three connected with the University of Paris, men thoroughly conversant with the scholarly writings of predecessors like John of Paris and William of Ockham. Its deficiency as a popular movement is proved by the rapidity of its subsidence. Underscore 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 -316. Once the Council of Constance had succeeded in removing the scandal of the schism, the general sentiment of Christendom was agreed about the need of restoring unity in the Church. It was not equally determined to change the whole principle of church government by abolishing the supremacy of the Pope. Indeed, it was quite unable to do this, for Christendom was in fact no longer sufficiently a unit to produce a system of representative government on a European scale. The effort of the Councils of Constance and Basel to draw up a workable plan of constitutional government failed completely, and from the point of view of practical politics, the movement seems, at least after the event, to be somewhat academic. The conciliarists could pass resolutions but they could not make a government. After the curing of the schism, the project of reforming the Church by a general council, though it could still be talked about even as late as the 16th and 17th centuries, was definitely not within the region of practical politics. The importance of the conciliar movement in political thought lay in the fact that it was the first great debate of constitutionalism against absolutism, and it prepared and spread ideas which were used in the later struggles. The principle which the conciliarists developed had already been clearly stated by the opponents of the papacy from John of Paris to William of Ockham. The Church, being a complete and self-sufficing society, must possess all the powers needed to ensure its continuance, its orderly government, and the removal of abuses as they occur. Consequently, the spiritual power with which it is endowed is vested in the Church itself, in the whole body of the faithful as a corporate body, and the clergy, including the Pope, are merely the ministers or organs by which the society acts. Therefore, when it is said that the Pope has sovereign power, this should be understood not of the Pope by himself but as he is in the whole body, so that the power is in the whole body as its foundation and in the Pope as its chief minister, by whom the power is exercised. 4. In this conception several ideas were combined. Most explicit, at least in Zabarella, is the legal analogy of the corporation which acts through its authorized agents but which itself provides the authority that its agents exercise. It is the whole body which _____________317 speaks and acts through its organs. There is also, of course, obliquely a reference to Aristotle's theory of the self-sufficing community which is capable of doing all that its life requires and whose well-being is the justification for what is done in its name. But perhaps more important than either of these is the rooted belief, already very ancient in the 15th century, that a people or a community has an inherent power to make its own law and set up its own rulers, and that it is by virtue of this consent or acceptance that lawful government differs from tyranny. The right of a council or other representative body depends upon the fact that it stands in the place of the community and speaks for it, witnessing to the fact that a rule really has the consent which gives it binding force. At the start this had been the guiding idea of the inquest or jury. Competent representatives declared what the valid practice was. Unlike modern ideas of legislation, it looked to the past rather than to the future, not the will but the custom of the community was binding. Harmony and consent. The defense of the General Council was very carefully developed by Nicholas of Cusa in his De Concordantia Catholica, which was presented to the Council of Basel in 1433. The keynote of the work is harmony rather than authority, and it leaves the question in doubt whether ultimately power is vested in the Pope or in the Council. The superiority of the Council lies in the fact that it represents, better than any individual can, the agreement or consent of the whole Church. Nicholas argues, evidently on the authority of the canonists, that approval or acceptance by the community is an essential ingredient of law. Such approval is shown by usage or custom, approbatio per usum, and the Council, which stands for the whole body, speaks with more authority on this point than an individual. Papal decretals have often failed to attain the force of law because they have not been accepted, and similarly a law which drops out of use loses its force. Acceptance even by a province is necessary to make a rule locally binding, because all law ought to fit the country, place, and time. 5. In this general sense, therefore, all government depends upon consent, underscore 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 5. 2, x 11-318. Accordingly, since by nature all men are free, any authority by which subjects are prevented from doing evil and their freedom is restrained to doing good through fear of penalties, come solely from harmony and from the consent of the subjects, whether the authority reside in written law or in the living law which is in the ruler. For if by nature men are equally strong and equally free, the true and settled power of one over the others, the ruler having equal natural power, could be set up only by the choice and consent of the others, just as a law also is set up by consent. 6. Kings are therefore to be regulated by the general pact of human society, for it is to this that kings owe their existence. The thought is obviously the same as that quoted in an earlier chapter from Bracton, that the king ought to obey the law because law makes the king. The verbal identity of this quotation from Nicholas with the revolutionary arguments of the 16th to the 18th centuries is sufficiently obvious, but unless taken with proper qualifications it is also somewhat misleading. That the conceptions of natural law and the rights of subjects expressed by Nicholas were the direct ancestors of the later revolutionary theories is not open to question. These ideas had long been part of the heritage of European society. The important point is that the conciliarists, along with the earlier anti-papal controversialists, turned them against constituted authority, making of custom itself a defense of what they chose to believe in ancient liberty, against a power that they regarded as arbitrary. This element remained, more or less, in the later revolutionary argument, as may be seen from the facile way in which 17th-century radicals confounded the natural rights of man with the traditional rights of Englishmen. But there is still a fundamental difference between the context, at least, of Nicholas's argument and that of the revolutionary era. By consent the later argument meant, or tended to mean, individual acceptance by each and every human being acting as a unit. In the 15th century such a meaning was hardly possible, for the right of private conscience and inward conviction had not the force that it had after the unity of the Church was broken. Nor had the breaking up of traditional social and economic institutions produced the masterless man who can be conceived to act only from his own internal motive power. With Nicholas the emphasis was all on the natural freedom of the community, the society that by its own spontaneous approval generates binding practices for its members, that makes law half-consciously and gives its assent through the voice of its natural magnates. The substance of the conciliar theory, then, was that the whole body of the Church, the congregation of the faithful, is the source of its own law and that the Pope and the hierarchy are its organs or servants. It exists by virtue of divine and natural law, its rulers are subject to natural law and also to the law of the Church's own organization or being. It is right and proper that they should be restrained within the limits of this law and that they should be checked and limited by the other organs of the ecclesiastical body. The Pope ought to submit his decretals to consultation and approval by a representative body in order that they may be accepted by the Church. If he does not do so, and especially if he tries to usurp an authority beyond that which is proper to his office, he may be justly deposed. The precise grounds for deposition were vague. The strongest ground, and the one which the conciliarists were most likely to try to fasten upon a contumacious pope, was heresy. Some writers held, however, that other offences would suffice. There was common agreement that a general council could depose, though some held, following John of Paris, that the College of Cardinals also was competent to do this. The model of government which guided the conciliarists was the medieval constitutional monarchy with its assembly of estates, or perhaps more definitely, the organization of the monastic orders, in which lesser corporations were combined through their representatives in a synod representing the whole body. If the conciliar theory had become a workable form of government, it would have had either to create the General Council as a regularly functioning body or to transform the College of Cardinals into something like a medieval parliament. Neither plan was in fact feasible. Looking at a controversy such as this after the event, it is easy to say that the issue was whether the ultimate right of decision lay in the Pope or in the Council, but this way of putting the point is not accurately historical, for the issue developed only in the course of the controversy. In the case of the conciliarist controversy it never clearly evolved, as it did later in the similar issue in England between the King and Parliament. Everyone, it should be. 320. Remembered, entered controversies of this kind with the presumption that they were dealing with a temporary emergency, which could be removed without altering fundamentally the existing form of government. So far as the conciliarist movement was concerned, its popular power grew out of the admitted need to abolish the scandal of the schism, and it subsided when this was accomplished, with no result except to confirm by its failure the sovereign power of the Pope. The reason why the issue was not clearly drawn between the authority of the Pope and that of the Council was that, in contemporary opinion, ultimate power did not reside in either the one or the other, or in fact in any organ of ecclesiastical government. The essential principle of the conciliar theory, like that of the medieval monarchy, was that the church or the community or the people was self-governing and that its power was resident in the whole body. Obviously, however, the whole body had no political existence and could become vocal only through some one or more of its organs. The conciliar theory, moreover, was opposed to the idea that some single organ must be chosen as having the last word. Precisely because ultimate power lay in the whole church, each of its organs, pope, council, or college, was less than final. They were in a sense coordinate as the creatures of the whole church, or if they were not strictly coordinate, each had at least an underived right to perform its own function. In no case was the power of one clearly delegated by another. All had an inherent power as compared with the others, though all derived their power from the whole community. Government, therefore, was properly a cooperative enterprise, a harmony or concordantia, as Nicholas called it, and not a delegation of power from a sovereign head. Evidently, however, the whole trouble was that harmony among the governing organs of the Church had ceased to exist. Consequently, the conciliarists faced a difficulty which could hardly be settled in terms of existing law. A council might be, in an emergency, a better organ for determining the consensus of the whole Church than the Pope. But legally a council could hardly exist and certainly could not function without the cooperation of the Pope, and if there were 2 or 3 popes the problem was insoluble. The argument so often used in defense of the council, that necessity overrides all law and that in an emergency the M-321 Perer might call a council and secure the election of a canonical pope, was logically an evasion and practically a makeshift. The only practicable outcome of the conciliarist position would have been for the council to establish itself as the source of papal authority by reducing the pope to the position of its own executive, and this solution equally would have been extra-legal. Such a result would have entailed a thoroughgoing alteration in the idea that government is a cooperation of the organs of a self-governing community. The whole situation prefigures surprisingly that in which the English Parliament found itself in its struggle with Charles I. Here, too, the inherent power both of the Crown and of Parliament was, at the start, an accepted proposition. Parliament could exist only at the King's call and legislate only with the King's approval, though Parliament itself had an inherent right to be consulted. King and Parliament together formed what Nicholas of Cusa would have called the concordantia of the realm. In the end, of course, Parliament asserted a power over the Crown which violated the initial conception of harmony quite as much as the absolute power of the King would have done. The power of the Council. In general, the conciliarists aimed to erect the Council into an integral part of church government, able to correct abuses and check what they believed to be the arbitrary power of the Pope. Their practical purpose was to remedy and prevent disasters such as the schism in which unrestrained papal power had resulted. Possibly a few extremists really faced the idea that papal authority might be made merely derivative from that of the Council, but as a rule they conceived the power of the Church as jointly shared between the Pope and the Council, with no serious intention of destroying, for ordinary purposes, the monarchical power inherent in the papal office. In short, they stood on much the same ground as the feudal lawyers. Strictly speaking, a writ would not run against the Pope, and yet, in extraordinary cases, he might be cited to appear before a council and might be condemned for contumacy if he did not do so. An abuse due to papal usurpation might be corrected by a council, as Bracton had said a king might be called to account by the baronagium of the realm. The council, as most truly representing the whole Church, was first among its 322 organs of government. But the council's functions were primarily regulatory, and it was hardly intended that it should either supersede the other organs or reduce them to the status of its agents. The idea was a monarchy tempered by aristocracy, in which the authority conceived to lie in the whole church was shared concurrently among its representative organs. Each organ had the right and the duty to keep the other organs in their places, while all were subject to the organic law of the whole body. The measures which the councils of Constance and Basel enacted illustrate this theory. Early in its proceedings, the Council of Constance stated the principle in a famous decree. This synod, lawfully assembled in the Holy Ghost, and forming a general council representing the Catholic Church, has its power directly from Christ, and everyone, of whatever rank and office, even the Pope, is obliged to obey it in matters touching the faith, in the removal of the schism, and in the reformation of the Church in head and members. 7. This decree was reenacted at Basel in 1432, an action far more radical, since by that time there was only a single pope, who was generally recognized as canonical. The Council of Basel further declared the principle to be an article of faith whose denial was heresy. Both councils, like the long parliament after them, enacted that they were not to be dissolved without their own consent. The Council of Basel cited Eugenius IV to appear and declared him contumacious for failing to do so, and finally deposed him, though without practical effect. Both councils tried to secure the convocation of future councils at regular intervals. The Council of Basel tried to revive diocesan and provincial synods throughout the Church and to regulate papal elections in such a way as to ensure obedience to conciliar decrees. There was, moreover, an effort to place the College of Cardinals on a footing more representative of the Church and more independent of the Pope, perhaps with the idea that it might become a third, or aristocratic, element in the government of the Church, between the Pope and the General Council, or a standing council to act as a permanent check on the monarchical power of the Pope. In this, the conception of a mixed constitution was clearly the guiding idea. Underscore 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 underscore. Since Nicholas of CUSA has already been quoted to illustrate a rather strong statement of the doctrine of government by consent, it will perhaps be well to refer briefly to his theory as a whole, in order to show that the conciliarist theory, in combating the absolute power of the Pope, had no intention of substituting for it the sovereign power of the Council. It is true that Nicholas wrote after the healing of the schism, and that a few years after the Council of Basel he left the conciliar party and became the most important of the ecclesiastical statesmen who tried to foster reform as the servants of an absolute Pope. He was, perhaps, more truly a diplomat than a political theorist, but at least, in 1433, he had the advantage of having the conciliar theory completely before him. If the De Concordantia Catholica be judged as a theory of coordinated legal authority, it is conspicuous for its logical difficulties. The author holds at once that a general council must be called by the Pope in order to be ecumenical, and yet that, once it is in existence, it may for good reasons depose the Pope that called it. He treats the papal power as at once administrative and yet as derived from Christ and Saint Peter. The Pope represents the unity of the Church, but the Council represents it better. The Pope's adhesion is necessary to make a council, and yet the Council is superior to the Pope. The Pope is a member of the Church and subject to its law. His election presumes his utility to the Church, and his failure in this duty absolves churchmen from their obedience. But no legal process, strictly understood, will reach him. The purpose of citing these contrarieties is not to show that Nicholas was confused, but to illustrate the fact that it is an anachronism to regard his Concordantia as a theory of powers delegated by a supreme authority. His point is that the Church itself is a unity and that it alone is supreme and infallible, but neither the Pope nor a council is the sole spokesman of this infallibility. With good reason he distrusted them both, though he unquestionably believed in reform and hoped that a representative system, by bringing the hierarchy more closely into relation with the various parts of the Church, would tend in that direction. But the problem as he saw it was one of cooperation rather than of legal subordination. 324. The importance of the conciliar theory. The conciliar movement neither reformed the church nor changed its form of government. A council which was itself a prey to every form of national jealousy was ill-qualified to attack the stupendous mass of vested interests that made up ecclesiastical patronage. Everyone believed in reform but preferred to have it begin somewhere else, with the result that reform had to be postponed until rulers of the stripe of Henry VIII were prepared to reform most of the church's perquisites out of existence. In picturing a general representative form of government for the church, the conciliarists were imagining the impossible. They failed to realize that even the feudal constitutional monarchy depended upon a political cohesiveness which, in realms like France and England, provided something for an assemblage of estates to represent. Whatever unity the church had in the 15th century was not of this kind. Unity of belief there still was, at least to a degree, and some unity of moral and religious ideals, but not a sense of political oneness which could cope with divergences of local or national interest and make the council a functioning organ of government. Even so, however, the fate which the conciliarist theory met in the church was not far different from that which befell the medieval parliaments before the advancing power of the king. Everywhere in the 16th century medieval constitutional institutions fell under the sway of royal absolutism. In states, unlike the church, national unity provided a force of coherence which permitted representative institutions in the long run to revive, though it was only in England that the continuity with medieval constitutionalism was preserved. The Council of Basel had not yet dissolved when the reaction began in the Church which established the sovereign power of the Pope, to remain unquestioned until the Reformation, and indeed until the present time in the Roman Church. This conception was a reversion to the theory of the papal power developed in the canon law in the days of Innocent III, now fixed and defined by the failure of a definite effort to displace it. Conciliarism might occasionally reappear for controversial purposes even in writers whose orthodoxy was not open to attack, but both as a 325 movement for ecclesiastical reform and as an amendment to ecclesiastical law, it was a dead issue. The leader of this reaction was John of Torquemada, whom John Neville Figgis has called the first modern exponent of the divine right of kings, though John still regarded the power of secular rulers as limited by law. In the present-day Catholic theory of the papacy, the Pope is indubitably sovereign. His power is conceived to be limited only by divine and natural law. A council cannot exist without him, the decrees of a council require papal confirmation, and the Pope is competent to revise decrees which a council has passed. 9 Thus the Pope in the 15th century established himself as the first of the absolute monarchs, and the theory of papal absolutism became the archetype of the theory of monarchical absolutism. The main argument for papal divine right was that it is impossible to invest the community itself, rather than its head, with the supreme authority by which it is governed. The conciliar theory was not important, then, for any practical results that it brought about, but it was none the less important. The controversy in the Church first drew the lines upon which the issue between absolute and constitutional government was drawn, and it spread the type of political philosophy by which in the main absolutism was to be contested. Both the divine right of the sovereign and the sovereign power of the community were transferred to the field of secular government. This transfer was easy, and in the 15th century it was easier than it would be today. The distinction between the church and secular government was still pictured as a distinction not between two societies but between two organizations of the same society. Any argument about the nature of authority in either church or state must therefore go back to the fundamental nature of society itself. The conciliarist argument depended throughout upon the premise that any complete community must be capable of governing itself and that its consent is vital to any kind of lawful authority. The argument might apply indifferently to a church or a state, when the two came to be thought of as two societies. Under God both secular and spiritual powers must equally be latent in the people. -326. Or community, and in itself this belief was in no way contrary to the accepted belief that all power is of God. But when the theory of divine right became definitely a theory of royal supremacy, The theory that power inheres ultimately in the people became the normal way to contradict it. The conciliar controversy in the Church was the first occasion on which the issue between the two theories was drawn in this form, and in this form it continued to be drawn when the controversy lay between a king and his subjects. The conciliar theory in the 15th century, like the theory of representative or constitutional government, stood curiously balanced between past and present. It was born partly of the ancient belief in the eternal validity of natural law, partly of the conception that any community consists of necessary services and interests in a condition of mutual dependence. Hence it conceived of government as an exchange, a give and take, a balance between powers, all of which are in their own nature indefeasible. The unity of government was thus a reflection of the unity of the community. If the word sovereign could be appropriately used at all, it would be of the whole community and not of any political institution in it, but the ancient word residential publica commonwealth, was far more descriptive. Thus the conciliarists opposed the papal argument that authority must somewhere come to a head as a dangerous and subversive innovation, setting against it the ideal of a harmony of powers cooperating by free and mutual consent. In a sense this constitutional ideal, which was typical of medieval theory and practice, fought a losing battle in the state, for the forces that made for the centralization of power were generally on the increase. With this tendency toward a more rigid type of political organization, in which the parts were related by the delegation of authority from a single head, the ideal of government by consent must make its peace as best it could. But in the end centralized power also must make its peace with the consent of the governed. From the conciliar theory of the 15th century there is a directly developing line of thought to the liberal and constitutional movements of the 17th and 18th centuries. Running through this development and connecting it with the Middle Ages was the conviction that lawful authority is a moral force while despotism is not, and that society itself m-327 bodies a force of moral criticism to which even legally constituted power is rightly subject. Part 3. The theory of the national state. 329. This page intentionally left blank. 330. Chapter 17. Machiavelli. The failure of the conciliar party to carry the principles and practice of medieval constitutionalism into the Church anticipated by only a generation or two a general recession of representative institutions in the state. And the revival of papal absolutism in the middle of the 15th century, astonishingly rapid in view of the degradation which the papal office had suffered for more than a century, was paralleled by a tremendous growth of monarchical power in almost every part of Western Europe. In all the kingdoms royal power grew at the expense of the competing institutions, whether nobility, parliaments, free cities, or clergy, and almost everywhere the eclipse of the medieval representative system was permanent. Only in England the comparatively brief duration of Tudor absolutism permitted the continuity of parliamentary history to be preserved. The change, both in government and in ideas about government, was enormous. Political power, which had been largely dispersed among feudatories and corporations, was rapidly gathered into the hands of the king, who for the time being was the main beneficiary of increasing national unity. The conception of a sovereign who is the fountainhead of all political power, which had been the possession of a few jurists under the influence of Roman imperial law and of the extreme populists, who had transformed the same conception into a theory of papal divine right, became in the 16th century a common form of political thought. These changes of political thought and practice reflected changes in the whole fabric of European society, which were everywhere similar though with innumerable local differences. By the end of the 15th century economic changes which had been going on for years produced an accumulation of effects that amounted to a revolutionary remodeling of medieval institutions. These institutions, despite theories about the universal church and the universal empire, had depended on the fact that medieval 331 society, in its effective economic and political organization, was almost wholly local. This was an inevitable consequence of limitations on the means of communication. A large political territory was not governable except by a kind of federalism that left to local units a large amount of independence. Trade also was mainly local, or where it was more than that, it consisted of specified commodities that moved in fixed routes, to monopolized ports and markets. Such a trade could be controlled by producers' guilds, which were municipal institutions. The unit of the medieval trading organization was the city. Neither freedom of movement nor the use of money was very general in the 14th century. Any considerable extension of the ease of communication was totally incompatible with the continuance of a trade thus locally monopolized and controlled. Economic advantage passed to the side of freedom from fixed routes and monopolized markets. The greatest profits went to the merchant adventurer, who was prepared to take advantage of every market, who had capital to put into his business, and who could trade in any commodity that offered large returns. Such a merchant, having the command of the markets, could more and more gain control over production also, and he was quite beyond the power of the guilds and the cities. In so far as trade was to be controlled, the quality of goods standardized, or prices and conditions of employment regulated, this had to be done by governments of larger size than the medieval municipality. All the royal governments of Europe undertook regulation of this sort. Moreover, in so far as extended trade was to be protected and encouraged, this also became a task wholly out of the power of local government. By the 16th century all the royal governments had adopted a conscious policy of exploiting national resources, of encouraging trade both at home and abroad, and of developing national power. These economic changes had profound social and political consequences. For the first time since the Roman Empire, European society included a considerable class of men who had both money and enterprise. For obvious reasons this class was the natural enemy of the nobility and of all the divisions and disorders which they fostered. Their interests were on the side of strong government both at home and abroad, and hence their natural policy. 332. Tikal alliance was with the king. For the time being they were content to see his power increase at the expense of all the checks and limitations which had surrounded medieval monarchy. Parliament they could not yet aspire to control against the influence of the nobility, hence they were willing to subordinate representative institutions to the monarchy. The nobility they were glad to see prevented from maintaining disorderly bands of hangers-on, who intimidated the courts and officers of the law and recruited the ranks of brigands. From every point of view the bourgeoisie saw its advantage in concentrating military power and the administration of justice as much as possible in the hands of the king. On the whole the gain in orderly and efficient government was probably considerable. The king's power, to be sure, became arbitrary and often oppressive, but royal government was better than any that the feudal nobility could give. Modern absolutism. By the opening years of the 16th century, therefore, absolute monarchy either had become, or was rapidly becoming, the prevailing type of government in Western Europe. Everywhere there was an enormous wreckage of medieval institutions, for the absolute monarchy was a thing of blood and iron which rested in large part quite frankly on force. How destructive it was is concealed only by the fact that, after the event, men were more prone to take pride in the national monarchies which it helped to found than to grieve for the medieval institutions which it destroyed. Absolute monarchy overturned feudal constitutionalism and the free city-states, on which medieval civilization had largely depended, just as nationalism later overturned the dynastic legitimacy to which absolute monarchy gave rise. The Church itself, the most characteristic of all medieval institutions, fell a prey to it, or to social forces upon which it depended. Weak and rich, a fatal combination in an age of blood and iron, the monasteries were expropriated by Protestant and Catholic monarchies alike, to provide the wealth of a new middle class which was the main strength of the monarchy. Ecclesiastical rulers were everywhere subjected more and more to royal control, and in the end the Church's legal authority disappeared. The sacerdotium vanished as a power, and the Church became what it had never. 333. Before been for Christian thought either a voluntary association or a partner of national government. The growth of absolute monarchy, like that of the feudal constitutional monarchy, took place in almost every part of Western Europe. In Spain, the uniting of Aragon and Castile by the marriage of Ferdinand and Isabella began the formation of an absolute monarchy which made that country the greatest of European powers throughout the larger part of the 16th century. In England, the conclusion of the Wars of the Roses and the reign of Henry VII, 1485 to 1509, began the period of Tudor absolutism, which extended through the reign of Henry VIII and much of that of Elizabeth. Though Henry VII owed his throne, to which he had hardly a shadow of hereditary title, to a combination of the nobility, his policy in general ran true to the forms of the period. He could not succeed without attracting the support of the middle class. He was obliged to put down with all his strength the disorderly followers of the nobility who threatened the crown and the middle class alike. He established order and thus promoted trade. He encouraged maritime ventures, and his royal power quite eclipsed the House of Commons, in which the influence of the nobility upon elections was still too strong to be safe. Germany, it is true, formed an apparent exception to the rule, for here the weakness of the empire both permitted anarchy and discouraged the growth of that national sentiment which had been the main support of Louis the Bavarian in his controversy with the popes. But even in Germany the prevailing tendency was delayed rather than stopped, for the rise to sovereign power of Prussia and Austria was not unlike the change which took place earlier in Spain and England and France. It is France, however, that furnishes the most typical example of the growth of highly centralized royal power. 1. The beginnings of French national unity, already mentioned in connection with Philip the Fair, were largely lost during the 100 Years' War. But though this period of foreign and civil war was injurious to the monarchy, it was fatal to all the other medieval institutions, communal, feudal, and representative, which had threatened to underscore overshadow the monarchy. The second half of the 15th century brought a rapid consolidation of royal power which made France the most united, compact, and harmonious nation in Europe. The Ordinance of 1439 gathered the entire military force of the nation into the king's hands and made his authority effective by granting him a national tax with which to support it. The success of the measure was startling and shows clearly enough why the rising nations were willing to support royal absolutism. Within a few years a well-trained and well-equipped citizen army had been created and had expelled the English from the country. Before the end of the century the great feudatories Burgundy, Brittany, and Anjou had been reduced to subjection. In the meantime the estates had lost forever their control over taxation and with it their power to influence the king, and the latter had made good his power over the French Church. From the early years of the 16th century down to the age of the Revolution, the king became almost the sole spokesman for the nation. Catastrophic changes such as these, occurring throughout Europe, produced as a matter of course an equal change in political theory. And in the opening years of the 16th century this change was summed up in the difficult, almost the contradictory figure of Machiavelli. No man of his age saw so clearly the direction that political evolution was taking throughout Europe. No man knew better than he the archaism of the institutions that were being displaced or accepted more readily the part that naked force was playing in the process. Yet no one in that age appreciated more highly the inchoate sense of national unity on which this force was obscurely based. No one was more clearly aware of the moral and political corruption that went with the decay of long accustomed loyalties and pieties, yet no one, perhaps, felt a keener nostalgia for a healthier social life, such as was typified in his mind by ancient Rome. Certainly no one knew Italy as Machiavelli did. And yet, writing on the eve of the Protestant Reformation, he was almost blind to the part that religion was to play in the politics of the next 2 centuries. Indoctrinated as he was in the pagan revival in Italy, he was unable both by training and temperament to grasp the constitutional and the moral ideals that European politics would carry over from the Middle Ages. Clear and broad as his vision of politics was, Machiavelli 335 was still in a peculiar sense an Italian of the first quarter of the 16th century. Had he written in any other time and place, his conception of politics must have been significantly different. Italy and the Pope. In Italy the forces of a new commercial and industrial system had been especially destructive of older institutions, but for reasons implicit in the political situation, the constructive forces were peculiarly neutralized and retarded. The free cities of northern Italy, upon which the imperial projects of the Hohenstaufen had been wrecked, had become political and economic anachronisms, unable to cope with a situation which required concentrated power, a citizen soldiery, and a larger and more vigorous foreign policy. When Machiavelli wrote, Italy was divided among 5 larger states, the Kingdom of Naples in the south, the Duchy of Milan in the northwest, the aristocratic Republic of Venice in the northeast, and the Republic of Florence and the Papal State in the center. The downfall of the Florentine Republic in 1512, which produced in Machiavelli's life the enforced period of idleness responsible for his political writing, illustrated the fate awaiting a form of government which was incapable of coping with the political forces of its day. The tendency toward concentration was illustrated also in the recreating of the Papal State after its decay during the Schism. The popes of Machiavelli's time, scoundrels and profligates though they often were, succeeded in making their state the best consolidated and the most permanent in Italy. Nothing perhaps is more significant of the change in European politics than this, which transformed the Pope into one Italian ruler among others. The old ambition to stand as arbiter of all the quarrels of Christendom had dwindled to the more practicable, but more worldly, ambition to retain the sovereignty of central Italy. But though consolidation had begun, it could not be completed, and this left Italy, as Machiavelli saw it, in a state of arrested political development. In Italy no power appeared great enough to unite the whole peninsula. Italians suffered all the degradation and oppression of tyranny with few of its compensations, and divisions among the tyrants left the land a prey to the French, the Spanish, and the Germans. Like most Italians of his day, Machi. 336. Avelli held the Church to be peculiarly responsible for the state of affairs. Too weak to unite Italy himself, the Pope was still strong enough to prevent any other ruler from doing so, while his international relationships made him a leader in the vicious policy of inviting foreign intervention. This is the reason for the bitter irony with which Machiavelli so frequently assails the Church. We Italians then owe to the Church of Rome and to her priests our having become irreligious and bad, but we owe her a still greater debt, and one that will be the cause of our ruin, namely, that the Church has kept and still keeps our country divided. And certainly a country can never be united and happy, except when it obeys wholly one government, whether a republic or a monarchy, as is the case in France and in Spain, and the sole cause why Italy is not in the same condition, and is not governed by either one republic or one sovereign, is the Church. The Church, then, not having been powerful enough to be able to master all Italy, nor having permitted any other power to do so, has been the cause why Italy has never been able to unite under one head, but has always remained under a number of princes and lords, which occasioned her so many dissensions and so much weakness that she became a prey not only to the powerful barbarians, but of whoever chose to assail her. Point 2. Italian society and politics, as Machiavelli conceived them and as historians have for the most part agreed to picture them, were peculiarly illustrative of a state of institutional decay. It was a society intellectually brilliant and artistically creative, more emancipated than any in Europe from the trammels of authority, and prepared to face the world in a coolly rational and empirical spirit, yet it was a prey to the worst political corruption and moral degradation. The older civic institutions were dead, medieval ideas like the Church and the Empire which, in Dante's day, could still awaken a noble enthusiasm, were no longer even memories. Cruelty and murder had become normal agencies of government, good faith and truthfulness had become childish scruples to which an enlightened man would hardly give lip service, force and craft had become the keys to success, profligacy and debauchery had become too frequent to need comment, and selfishness, naked and unadorned, need only succeed in order to supply its own justy underscore 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 dash 337. Vacation. It was a period truly called the Age of Bastards and Adventurers, a society created as if to illustrate Aristotle's saying that man, when separated from law and justice, is the worst of all animals. Machiavelli is, therefore, in a peculiar sense, the political theorist of the masterless man, of a society in which the individual stands alone, with no motives and no interests except those supplied by his own egoism. In this he represents a phase of all modern society, but he represents it in the exaggerated form appropriate to Italy in the 16th century. Machiavelli's interest. His most important political works were The Prince and the Discourses on the first 10 books of Titus Livius, both begun and largely finished in 1513. The treatment of government in the two books is significantly different. Some writers, following Rousseau, have believed them to be inconsistent with each other. In fact, this seems not to be the case, especially if the circumstances attending the composition of The Prince be taken into account, but it is unfortunate that most readers have known Machiavelli through this work. Both books present aspects of the same subject: the causes of the rise and decline of states and the means by which statesmen can make them permanent. The Prince deals with monarchies or absolute governments, and the Discourses mainly with the expansion of the Roman Republic. This corresponds to the twofold classification of states which Machiavelli makes at the beginning of The Prince. The Prince was a selection of the author's views for a special purpose and was occasioned, it is true, by a desire to obtain employment under the Medici, but the latter fact did not produce the opinions expressed in it. As Villary says, anyone acquainted with the Discourses and knowing the author's special purpose could have forecast nearly everything in The Prince. Both books show equally the qualities for which Machiavelli has been especially known, such as indifference to the use of immoral means for political purposes and the belief that government depends largely on force and craft. What does not appear in The Prince is his genuine enthusiasm for popular government of the sort exemplified in the Roman Republic, but which he believed to be impracticable in Italy when he wrote. Machiavelli's political writings belong less to political theory. 338. Than to the class of diplomatic literature, of which a great volume was produced by Italian writers of his age. Never has the game of diplomacy been played more fiercely than in the relations between the Italian states of Machiavelli's day. Never have the shifts and turns of negotiations counted for more than between these rulers adventurers all who relied for their success about equally upon skillful gambling and the crassest force. Diplomatic writing, and Machiavelli's works as well, has characteristic merits and defects. There is the shrewdest insight into points of weakness and strength in a political situation, the clearest and coolest judgment of the resources and temperament of an opponent, the most objective estimate of the limitations of a policy, the soundest common sense in forecasting the logic of events and the outcome of a course of action. It is such qualities as these, possessed in a superlative degree, that made Machiavelli a favorite writer for diplomats from his own day to the present. But diplomatic writing is peculiarly likely to exaggerate the importance of the game for its own sake and to minimize the purposes for which the game is presumably played. It naturally assumes that politics is an end in itself. This is Machiavelli's most conspicuous quality. He writes almost wholly of the mechanics of government, of the means by which states may be made strong, of the policies by which they can expand their power, and of the errors that lead to their decay or overthrow. Political and military measures are almost the sole objects of his interest, and he divorces these almost wholly from religious, moral, and social considerations, except as the latter affect political expedients. The purpose of politics is to preserve and increase political power itself, and the standard by which he judges it is its success in doing this. Whether a policy is cruel or faithless or lawless he treats for the most part as a matter of indifference, though he is well aware that such qualities may react upon its political success. He often discusses the advantages of immorality skillfully used to gain a ruler's ends, and it is this which is mainly responsible for his evil repute. But for the most part he is not so much immoral as non-moral. He simply abstracts politics from other considerations and writes of it as if it were an end in itself. 339. Moral indifference. The closest analogue to Machiavelli's separation of political expedience from morality is probably to be found in some parts of Aristotle's Politics, where Aristotle considers the preservation of states without reference to their goodness or badness. It is not at all certain, however, that Machiavelli took these passages as his model. It is not likely that he was conscious of following anyone, though there may possibly have been a connection between his secularism and the naturalistic Aristotelianism that produced the Defensor Pacis 2 centuries before. Apart from a common hatred of the papacy as the cause of Italian disunion, which Machiavelli shared with Marsilio, the two men had substantially similar ideas about the political utility which religion ought to have as its secular consequence. Point 3 Machiavelli's secularism, however, goes much beyond Marsilio's and is free from all the sophistications imposed by the twofold truth. Marsilio defended the autonomy of reason by making Christian morals otherworldly. Machiavelli condemns them because they are otherworldly. The Christian virtues he believed to be servile in their effects on character, and he contrasted Christianity unfavorably in this respect with the more virile religions of antiquity. Our religion places the supreme happiness in humility, lowliness, and a contempt for worldly objects, whilst the other, on the contrary, places the supreme good in grandeur of soul, strength of body, and all such other qualities as render men formidable. These principles seem to me to have made men feeble, and caused them to become an easy prey to evil-minded men, who can control them more securely, seeing that the great body of men, for the sake of gaining paradise, are more disposed to endure injuries than to avenge them. Point 4. As this passage suggests, Machiavelli was not indifferent to the effects which morals and religion, in the masses of mankind, have upon social and political life. He sanctioned the use of immoral means by rulers to gain an end, but he never doubted that moral corruption in a people makes good government impossible. He underscore 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 dash 340 had nothing but admiration for the civic virtues of the ancient Romans and of the Swiss in his own day, and he believed that these grew out of purity in the family, independence and sturdiness in private life, simplicity and frugality of manners, and loyalty and trustworthiness in performing public duties. But this does not mean that the ruler must believe in the religion of his subjects or practice their virtues. Machiavelli was by no means blind to imponderable forces in politics, but the imponderables were still for him merely forces. An army fights with morale as truly as with guns, and the wise ruler sees that both are of the best quality. Machiavelli offers an extreme example of a double standard of morals, one for the ruler and another for the private citizen. The first is judged by success in keeping and increasing his power, the second, by the strength which his conduct imparts to the social group. Since the ruler is outside the group, or at least in a very special relation to it, he is above the morality to be enforced within the group. Machiavelli's indifference to morality has sometimes been described as an example of scientific detachment. 5 But this account of the matter seems far-fetched. Machiavelli was not detached, he was merely interested in a single end, political power, and indifferent to all others. He never hesitated to express sweeping judgments of rulers who allowed their states to grow weak. Moreover, he was in no definite sense scientific, though his judgment was formed empirically, by the observation of rulers that he had himself known or by studying historical examples. But his empiricism was that of common sense or of shrewd practical foresight rather than an inductive empiricism controlled by the wish to test theories or general principles. In the same way it is misleading to say, as has been done, that Machiavelli followed an historical method, because his examples were often drawn from the past. He used history exactly as he used his own observation to illustrate or support a conclusion that he had reached quite without reference to history. In one sense he was very unhistorical. He asserted explicitly that human nature is always and everywhere the same, and for this reason he took examples where he found them. His method, in so far as he had one, was observation guided by shrewdness and common sense. The most underscore 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 dash 341 Telling description of his accomplishment is that given by Janet, that he translated politics into the vernacular. Machiavelli's political theories were not developed in a systematic manner, but in the form of remarks upon particular situations. Behind them, or implicit in them, however, there often was a consistent point of view, which might be developed into a political theory and in fact was so developed after his time. Machiavelli was not much interested in philosophy and not much inclined to generalize beyond maxims useful to a statesman. He sometimes merely stated his principles, often merely took them for granted, practically never did he try to give any proof of them. At the risk of giving a more unified impression than his works warrant, it will be useful to draw his scattered generalizations together, especially since later thinkers did erect into a systematic theory suggestions drawn from him. Universal egoism. Behind nearly everything that Machiavelli said about political policy was the assumption that human nature is essentially selfish, and that the effective motives on which a statesman must rely are egoistic, such as the desire for security in the masses and the desire for power in rulers. Government is really founded upon the weakness and insufficiency of the individual, who is unable to protect himself against the aggression of other individuals unless supported by the power of the state. Human nature, moreover, is profoundly aggressive and acquisitive. Men aim to keep what they have and to acquire more. Neither in power nor in possessions is there any normal limit to human desires, while both power and possessions are always in fact limited by natural scarcity. Accordingly, men are always in a condition of strife and competition which threatens open anarchy unless restrained by the force behind the law, while the power of the ruler is built upon the very imminence of anarchy and the fact that security is possible only when government is strong. Machiavelli constantly takes this conception of government for granted, though he nowhere develops it into a general psychological theory of behavior. He frequently remarks, however, that men are in general bad and that the wise ruler will construct his policies on this assumption. In particular, he insists that successful government must aim at 342. Security of property and of life before everything else, since these are the most universal desires in human nature. Hence his cynical remark that a man more readily forgives the murder of his father than the confiscation of his patrimony. The prudent ruler may kill but he will not plunder. When completed by a systematic psychology to explain and justify it, this phase of Machiavelli became the political philosophy of Hobbes. Machiavelli, however, is not so much concerned with badness or egoism as a general human motive as with its prevalence in Italy as a symptom of social decadence. Italy stands to him as the example of a corrupt society, with no such partial mitigation as the monarchy brings in France and Spain. In fact, it is vain to look for anything good from those countries which we see nowadays so corrupt, as is the case above all others with Italy. France and Spain also have their share of corruption, and if we do not see so many disorders and troubles in those countries as is the case daily in Italy, it is not so much owing to the goodness of their people, as to the fact that they have each a king who keeps them united. Point 6. The problem in Italy, then, is to found a state in a corrupt society, and Machiavelli was convinced that, in such circumstances, no effective government was possible except absolute monarchy. This explains why he was at once an enthusiastic admirer of the Roman Republic and an advocate of despotism. By corruption, Machiavelli means in general that decay of private virtue and civic probity and devotion that renders popular government impossible. It includes all sorts of license and violence, great inequalities of wealth and power, the destruction of peace and justice, the growth of disorderly ambition, disunion, lawlessness, dishonesty, and contempt for religion. A republican form of government he believed still to be possible in Switzerland and some parts of Germany, where a vigorous civic life had been preserved, but not in Italy. When the necessary virtues have decayed, there is no possibility either of restoring them or of carrying on orderly government without them, except by despotic power. Apart from moral corruption, however, the natural aggressiveness of human nature makes struggle and competition a normal feature of every society. This explains, on the one hand, the defeat that dogs the steps of every government, Men always come underscore 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 underscore. MIT the error of not knowing when to limit their hopes. But on the other hand, it explains also the stability of a healthy society in which opposing interests are held in equilibrium. The rivalry of patricians and plebeians in Rome Machiavelli regarded as the secret of Roman strength. From it was born the independence and sturdiness of character that supported the greatness of Rome. When directed by wise rulers, having great but lawful authority, the virility that made turbulence possible became a chief reason why the Romans were a warlike, conquering people. For this reason Machiavelli stated again the ancient theory of the mixed or balanced constitution. Not very appropriately, it must be confessed, he reproduced at the beginning of the discourses almost word for word the theory of the constitutional cycle from the 6th book of Polybius's Histories. The balance which he had in mind, however, was not political but social or economic, an equilibrium of competing interests held in check by a powerful sovereign. In this respect also a systematic statement of Machiavelli's philosophy needed the conception of sovereign power which Bodin and Hobbes added to it. The omnipotent legislator. A second general principle that is continually assumed by Machiavelli is the supreme importance in society of the lawgiver. A successful state must be founded by a single man, and the laws and government which he creates determine the national character of his people. Moral and civic virtue grows out of law, and when a society has become corrupt, it can never reform itself but must be taken in hand by one lawgiver, who can restore it to the healthy principles set up by its founder. But we must assume, as a general rule, that it never or rarely happens that a republic or monarchy is well constituted, or its old institutions entirely reformed, unless it is done by only one individual. It is even necessary that he whose mind has conceived such a constitution should be alone in carrying it into effect. 7. Machiavelli was not thinking only, or even mainly, of political organization, but of the whole moral and social constitution of a people, which he conceived to grow out of the law and from the wisdom and foresight of the lawgiver. There is practically no underscore 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 dash 344 limit to what a statesman can do, provided he understands the rules of his art. He can tear down old states and build new, change forms of government, transplant populations, and build new virtues into the characters of his subjects. If a ruler lacks soldiers, he says, he need blame no one but himself, for he should have adopted measures to correct the cowardice and effeminacy of his people. The lawgiver is the architect not only of the state but of society as well, with all its moral, religious, and economic institutions. This exaggerated notion of what a ruler and a state can do had several causes. In part it merely reproduced the ancient myth of the lawgiver which Machiavelli found in writers like Cicero and Polybius. In part it reflected his understanding of the problem that confronted a ruler amid the corruption of 16th-century Italy. By sheer political genius a successful ruler had to create a military power strong enough to overcome the disorderly little cities and principalities and in the end to evolve a new public spirit and civic loyalty. All the circumstances of his time conspired to make him see in an absolute ruler the arbiter of a nation's fate. But beside these historical circumstances, the logic of his own political philosophy weighed heavily in the same direction. For if human individuals are by nature radically egoistic, the state and the force behind the law must be the only power that holds society together. Moral obligations must in the end be derived from law and government. In this respect also it was Hobbes who gave a systematic statement of what Machiavelli suggested. From this point of view it is easier to understand the double standard of conduct for the statesman and the private citizen which forms the main connotation of what is called Machiavellism. The ruler, as the creator of the state, is not only outside the law, but if law enacts morals, he is outside morality as well. There is no standard to judge his acts except the success of his political expedients for enlarging and perpetuating the power of his state. The frankness with which Machiavelli accepted this conclusion and included it in his advice to rulers is the chief reason for the evil reputation of the prince, though the discourses were really no better. He openly sanctioned the use of cruelty, perfidy, murder, or any other means, provided only. 345. They are used with sufficient intelligence and secrecy to reach their ends. It is well that, when the act accuses him, the result should excuse him, and when the result is good, as in the case of Romulus his murder of his brother, it will always absolve him from blame. For he is to be reprehended who commits violence for the purpose of destroying, and not he who employs it for beneficent purposes. 8. For the manner in which men live is so different from the way in which they ought to live, that he who leaves the common course for that which he ought to follow will find that it leads him to ruin rather than to safety. A prince therefore who desires to maintain himself must learn to be not always good, but to be so or not as necessity may require. Nor need he care about incurring censure for such vices, without which the preservation of his state may be difficult. For, all things considered, it will be found that some things that seem like virtue will lead you to ruin if you follow them, whilst others, that apparently are vices, will, if followed, result in your safety and well-being. 9. Machiavelli's prince, the perfect embodiment of shrewdness and self-control, who makes capital alike of his virtues and his vices, was little more than an idealized picture of the Italian tyrant of the 16th century. He is a true, if exaggerated, picture of the kind of man that the age of the despots threw into the forefront of political life. Though the most extreme examples occurred in Italy, Ferdinand of Spain, Louis XI of France, and Henry VIII of England were of the same type. There is no doubt that Machiavelli had a temperamental admiration for the resourceful, if unscrupulous, type of ruler and a deep distrust of halfway measures in politics, which he rightly believed to be due to weakness more often than to scruple. His admiration for this type sometimes betrayed him into serious superficialities of judgment, as when he held up the unspeakable Cesare Borgia as the model of a wise prince and asserted that his political failure was due to nothing but unavoidable accident. Machiavelli never erected his belief in the omnipotent lawgiver into a general theory of political absolutism, as Hobbes did later. His judgment was swayed by two admirations for the resourceful despot and for the free, self-governing people which were not consistent. He patched the two together, rather precariously, as the theories respectively of founding a state and underscore 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 of preserving it after it is founded. In more modern terms it might be said that he had one theory for revolutions and another for government. Hence he recommended despotism only in two somewhat special cases, the making of a state and the reforming of a corrupt state. Once founded, a state can be made permanent only if the people are admitted to some share in the government and if the prince conducts the ordinary business of the state in accordance with law and with a due regard for the property and rights of his subjects. Despotic violence is a powerful political medicine, needed in corrupt states and for special contingencies in all states, but still a poison which must be used with the greatest caution. Republicanism and nationalism. There was nothing in Machiavelli's account of the absolute monarchy corresponding to his obviously sincere enthusiasm for the liberty and self-government of the Roman Republic. The preservation of the state, as distinct from its founding, depends upon the excellence of its law, for this is the source of all the civic virtues of its citizens. Even in a monarchy the prime condition of stable government is that it should be regulated by law. Thus Machiavelli insisted upon the need for legal remedies against official abuses in order to prevent illegal violence and pointed out the political dangers of lawlessness in rulers and the folly of vexatious and harassing policies. In particular, the prudent ruler will abstain from the property and the women of his subjects, since these are the matters on which men are most easily stirred to resistance. He favored a gentle rule wherever possible and the use of severity only in moderation. He said explicitly that government is more stable where it is shared by the many and he preferred election to heredity as a mode of choosing rulers. He spoke for a general freedom to propose measures for the public good and for liberty of discussion, in order that both sides of every question may be heard before a decision is reached. He believed that the people must be independent and strong, because there is no way to make them warlike without giving them the means of rebellion. Finally, he had a high opinion both of the virtue and the judgment of an uncorrupted people as compared with those of the prince. They are unfit to take a long view of intricate policies. 347. But in matters that fall within their understanding, such as estimating the character of a magistrate, they are both more prudent and more sound in their judgment than a prince. Despite the cynicism of Machiavelli's political judgments, there is no mistaking his esteem for liberal and lawful government. It is this which explains the admiration for him felt by a constitutionalist like Harrington. Closely related to his favorable judgment of popular government where possible, and of monarchy where necessary, is his exceedingly low opinion of aristocracy and the nobility. More than any other thinker of his time he perceived that the interests of the nobility are antagonistic both to those of the monarchy and of the middle class, and that orderly government required their suppression or extirpation. These gentlemen, who live idly on the proceeds of their wealth without giving any useful service, are everywhere enemies of all civil government. The only way to establish any kind of order there is to found a monarchical government, for where the body of the people is so thoroughly corrupt that the laws are powerless for restraint, it becomes necessary to establish some superior power which, with the royal hand, and with full and absolute powers, may put a curb upon the excessive ambition and corruption of the powerful. 10. The only thing which gave plausibility to Machiavelli's admiration for Cesare Borgia is the fact that, despite all his crimes, Cesare did give better government to the Romagna than the horde of robber barons whom he displaced. Machiavelli set his prince the task of fighting the devil with fire, but there was at least a largeness of aim and breadth of political conception in the prince's villainy which were lacking in the equal villainy of the prince's opponents. Side by side with Machiavelli's dislike of the nobility stands his hatred of mercenary soldiers. Here again he had in view one of the most serious causes of lawlessness in Italy, the bands of hired ruffians who were ready to fight for whosoever would offer the largest pay, who were faithful to no one, and who were often more dangerous to their employer than to his enemies. Such professional soldiers had almost wholly displaced the older citizen soldiers of the free cities, and while they were able to terrorize Italy, they had proved their incompetence against better organized and more loyal troops from France. Machiavelli had a clear perception of the advantage which France gained from nationalizing her army, and consequently he was never tired of urging that the training and equipment of a citizen army is the first need of a state. As he knew from his own observation, mercenary troops and foreign auxiliaries are alike ruinous to the ruler who must depend upon them. They exhaust his treasury and almost invariably fail him in a pinch. The art of war is therefore the primary concern of a ruler, the condition of success in all his ventures. Before everything else he must aim to possess a strong force of his own citizens, well equipped and well disciplined, and attached to his interests by ties of loyalty to the state. Machiavelli would have all able-bodied citizens between the ages of 17 and 40 subject to military training. With such a force the ruler can maintain his power and extend the limits of the state. Without it he becomes a prey to civil strife within and to the ambition of neighboring princes. Behind Machiavelli's belief in a citizen army and his hatred of the nobility stood the one sentiment which mitigated the cynicism of his political opinions. This was national patriotism and a desire for the unification of Italy and her preservation from internal disorders and foreign invaders. He was perfectly frank in asserting that duty to one's country overrides all other duties and all scruples. For where the very safety of the country depends upon the resolution to be taken, no considerations of justice or injustice, humanity or cruelty, nor of glory or of shame, should be allowed to prevail. But putting all other considerations aside, the only question should be, what course will save the life and liberty of the country? 11. This was the sentiment behind his idealization of absolute and ruthless power, as appears in the eloquent chapter which concludes The Prince. Machiavelli hoped that somewhere among the tyrants of Italy, perhaps in the house of Medici, there might arise a prince with a vision broad enough to see a united Italy and bold enough to make the vision real. Underscore 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 underscore. And if it was necessary for the purpose of displaying the virtue of Moses that the people of Israel should be held in bondage in Egypt, and that the Persians should be oppressed by the Medes, so as to bring to light the greatness and courage of Cyrus, and that the Athenians should be dispersed for the purpose of illustrating the excellence of Theseus, so at present, for the purpose of making manifest the virtues of one Italian spirit, it was necessary that Italy should have been brought to her present condition of being in a worse bondage than that of the Jews, more enslaved than the Persians, more scattered than the Athenians, without a head, without order, vanquished and despoiled, lacerated, overrun by her enemies, and subjected to every kind of devastation. 12. But while the hope of peace and unity for Italy was a real motive of Machiavelli's thought, it was with him rather a sentiment than a definite plan. Aside from the belief that it must come under the leadership of an absolute monarch, as he saw national unity being achieved in France and Spain, he had nothing that could be called a policy for Italian unification. He thought of it rather as a distant hope, without which the happiness and prosperity of the country could never be attained. He never really conceived government on a national scale. The government which evoked his sincerest enthusiasm was an expanding city-state such as Rome, a city-state which, to be sure, should follow a far-sighted policy in attracting and retaining the support of its allies, but which in Machiavelli's conception never rose to the height of establishing a nationwide citizenship. Thus it happens that the concluding chapter of The Prince, though doubtless sincere, is the exception rather than the rule in his usually sordid advice to princes. Insight and deficiencies. The character of Machiavelli and the true meaning of his philosophy have been one of the enigmas of modern history. He has been represented as an utter cynic, an impassioned patriot, an ardent nationalist, a political Jesuit, a convinced democrat, and an unscrupulous seeker after the favor of despots. In each of these views, incompatible as they are, there is probably an element of truth. What is emphatically not true is that any one of them gives a complete picture either of Machiavelli or his thought. His thought was that of a true empiric, the result of a wide range underscore 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 of political observation and a still wider range of reading in political history. It has in it no general system to which he tried to relate all his observations. In the same way his character must have been complex. His writings show, it is true, a surprising concentration of interest. He writes about nothing and thinks about nothing except politics, statecraft, and the art of war. For deeper lying social questions, economic or religious, he had no interest except as they bore upon politics. He was perhaps too practical to be philosophically profound, but in politics pure and simple he had of all his contemporaries the greatest breadth of view and the clearest insight into the general tendency of European evolution. Living at a time when the old political order in Europe was collapsing and new problems both in state and in society were arising with dazzling rapidity, he endeavored to interpret the logical meaning of events, to forecast the inevitable issues, and to elicit and formulate the rules which, destined henceforth to dominate political action, were then taking shape among the fresh forming conditions of national life. 13. Machiavelli more than any other political thinker created the meaning that has been attached to the state in modern political usage. Even the word itself, as the name of a sovereign political body, appears to have been made current in the modern languages largely by his writings. The state as an organized force, supreme in its own territory and pursuing a conscious policy of aggrandizement in its relations with other states, became not only the typical modern political institution but increasingly the most powerful institution in modern society. To it more and more fell the right and the obligation to regulate and control all the other institutions of society, and to direct them on lines overtly set by the interests of the state itself. The part that the state, thus conceived, has played in modern politics is an index of the clearness with which Machiavelli grasped the drift of political evolution. Yet it would be hard to say whether the intense brilliance that his genius cast on the statecraft of the despots and of the national states which followed them did not hide as much as it revealed. A philosophy which attributes the successes and failures of politics chiefly to the astuteness or the ineptitude of statesmen is underscore 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 bound to be superficial. Machiavelli thought of moral, religious, and economic factors in society as forces which a clever politician can turn to the advantage of the state, or which he can even produce for the sake of the state, and this not only reverses a sane order of values but also the usual order of causal efficacy. At all events it is certain that Machiavelli misrepresented completely the state of European thought at the beginning of the 16th century, except among a few disillusioned Italians. His two books were written within 10 years of the day on which Martin Luther nailed his theses to the door of the church in Wittenberg, and it was the effect of the Protestant Reformation to involve politics and political thought more closely with religion and with differences of religious faith than had been the case during most of the Middle Ages. Machiavelli's indifference to the truth of religion became in the end a common characteristic of modern thought, but it was emphatically not true of the 2 centuries after he wrote. In this sense his philosophy was both narrowly local and narrowly dated. Had he written in any country except Italy, or had he written in Italy after the beginning of the Reformation, and still more after the beginning of the Counter-Reformation in the Roman Church, it is impossible to suppose that he would have treated religion as he did. Chapter 18. The Early Protestant Reformers. The Protestant Reformation mixed political theory with differences of religious belief and with questions of theological dogma more closely than had been the case even in the Middle Ages. There is, however, no simple formula for this relationship. Everywhere political theories were defended with theological arguments and political alliances were made in the name of religious truth. Nowhere was there any religious party, Protestant or Catholic, that really related its political convictions with the theology which it professed. The reasons for this are evident. Catholics and Protestants alike, and every subdivision of Protestants, drew upon the same Christian heritage and the same body of European political experience. The scholars of all churches had the same stock of ideas, a rich and varied body of thought extending continuously back to the 11th century and embodying a tradition which carried it back to antiquity. The logical dependence of any part of this political tradition upon any particular theological system was loose, as it had always been in the Middle Ages. Protestants could select from it, as Catholics had always done, according to their purposes and circumstances. Consequently the Reformation produced no such thing as a Protestant political theory, any more than the Middle Ages produced a Catholic one, nor for that matter did it produce even an Anglican or a Presbyterian or a Lutheran theory that had any close dependence upon the theologies of these Protestant churches. Given time and a stable relationship to government, any group could select a more or less coherent political doctrine, suitable to its situation and fairly characteristic of its members' beliefs, though always with individual exceptions. But similarity of political conviction depended more on circumstances than on theology, and political differences resulted rather from the varying situations in which the churches found themselves than from theological differences. Thus an Anglican, a Lutheran, and a Gallican Catholic 354 might agree much better about the divine right of kings than about their theology, and also they might agree to regard both Calvinists and Jesuits as public enemies. A classification of political theories would never correspond with a classification of religious denominations, though it is true that religious groups did form typical bodies of theory. In no case did the mere breaking of relations with the Roman Church solve for Protestants any of the intrinsic difficulties that had arisen in the Middle Ages over clerical interference in politics or secular interference in religion. It changed their form, but at the same time it intensified them, because, for the time being, religion was more dependent upon and involved with politics than ever before. Moreover, the relation of church and state varied with the political and religious situation in each country. Current conceptions of the Church and of religion changed much more slowly than the facts warranted, and the results achieved were never in any great degree like those intended. Thus the unity of the Church was permanently broken, so that instead of one church there was a growing number of churches, but it was a century before even liberal Protestants could contemplate this as a fact. The conception of a church as the guardian of the only revealed truth remained, and the fact that Protestantism replaced the authority of the hierarchy with the infallibility of Scripture made it no less authoritarian. Everyone assumed, with what now seems incredible naivete, that agreement about religious truth was possible or even certain, if only the blindness, or more usually the wickedness, of their opponents could be removed. Except in the case of a mere handful of writers there was no question of religious toleration. The belief was general on the side of churchmen that pure doctrine ought to be maintained by public authority, and on the side of statesmen that unity of religion was an indispensable condition of public order. Where the government of the Roman Church was broken, the maintenance of the faith became a charge on the civil authorities, because no one else could do it. In effect, the decision as to what is pure doctrine passed largely to secular rulers. When this was honestly attempted, government became charged with the impossible task of deciding what religious truth is, and when it was not honestly done, politicians were given an infinity of troubled water to fish in. 355. Passive obedience and the right to resist. On the whole, therefore, the Reformation, together with the sectarian controversies to which it gave rise, accelerated the tendency, already in existence, to increase and consolidate the power of the monarchies. The failure of the Church to reform itself by a general council meant that no successful reform was possible unless it could enlist the support, or even the force, of secular rulers. Martin Luther early discovered that the success of reform in Germany depended upon obtaining the help of the princes. In England the Reformation was carried through by the already well-nigh absolute power of Henry VIII, and its immediate consequence was to strengthen royal power still farther. In Europe generally, as controversies spread, the king was the one point around which national unity could rally. This was notably true in France in the latter part of the 16th century. Without much exaggeration it may be said that everywhere success went to the religious party that happened to be allied with a strong internal policy. In England and northern Germany Protestantism was on the side of the princes. In France and Spain it became allied with particularist movements of the nobility, the provinces, or the cities, with the result that the national religion remained Catholic. Thus, whoever lost, the kings won, and the absolute monarchy, which the Reformation did not originate and which was no more naturally related to one form of religious belief than another, was in the first instance its chief political beneficiary. This effect was increased by the fact that the more powerful reforming groups continually felt obliged to fight their war on two fronts. They had, of course, to contend against the Pope, and for this purpose they used all the principles and arguments that had become common property in the 2 centuries since William of Ockham. But leading Protestant reformers, even more than Catholics, felt compelled to distinguish themselves sharply from the obscurer and more radical movements of religious and social reform which composed the lunatic fringe of Protestantism. Movements of this sort, which had no doubt been simmering under the surface for centuries, immediately came to light when the stable order began to be agitated. Anabaptism and the peasant revolts were feared and hated by the rising bourgeoisie of the 356. 16th century more fiercely and more nervously than similar proletarian disturbances of a later day. They were suppressed with savage cruelty, which received the blessing of both Luther and Calvin. Not for nothing did monarchy receive the support of the growing middle class, but for this reason also the religious reformers were thrown bodily into the arms of the princes. Thus the Reformation joined with economic forces already in existence to make royal government, invested with absolute power at home and with a free hand abroad, the typical form of European state. At the same time, however, Protestantism produced another result which, in the long run, tended to work in an opposite direction. In most parts of Northern Europe it produced relatively strong religious minorities, bodies too numerous to be coerced without endangering public order and quite as determined as the party in power to gain for its own faith the benefits of legal establishment. Every such body was, for obvious reasons, a potential source of disorder, and every religious difference was at the same time a political issue. Only slowly and under the compulsion of circumstances that permitted no other solution did a policy of religious toleration emerge, as it was discovered that a common political loyalty was possible to people of different religions. In the meantime the amalgamation of religion and politics was complete. The upholding of rulers became a primary article of religious faith, while defense of a religious creed was felt to be, and often in fact was, an attack upon a ruler of a different belief. The cause of religious reform, at least on the part of a dissenting and disestablished group, involved not only a right to disagree with the government in power but possibly also the right to resist in the interests of what the dissenters honestly believed to be true religion. In the 14th and 15th centuries reformers had claimed the right to resist an heretical pope. In the 16th century they had to claim the right to resist heretical kings, who now, rather than the pope, were laying waste the church. The issue was still religious reform, but it was a political at least as much as a religious issue. For this reason the most controverted point in political philosophy became the question whether subjects have the right to resist their rulers, of course for supposedly good reasons, usually concerned with the maintenance of sound Christian doctrine. 357. Or whether they owe a duty of passive obedience such that resistance is in all cases wrong. The latter view became the modernized theory of monarchical divine right, since passive obedience to any form of government except a monarchy was an academic question. The right to resist, on the other hand, could best be defended on the hypothesis that kings derive their power from the people and may be called to account, for sufficient cause, by them. These two types of theory therefore came to prevail in the 16th century, and they came to be regarded as antithetical to one another, as indeed they were in the consequences that each was now held to entail. Both were for the time being equally theological, though it proved possible to detach the theory of popular rights from theology more easily than divine right. Obviously neither theory was in itself new, though both were more or less new in respect to the uses to which they were put. The belief that civic obedience was a Christian virtue enjoined by God was as old as St. Paul. No Christian had ever doubted that in some sense the powers that be are of God, and in itself this implied no denial of the view that in some sense power comes also from the people. An occasional medieval writer, following the tradition of Gregory the Great, could approximate the doctrine of passive obedience, though it was not a common belief, as it came to be in the 16th and 17th centuries. On the other hand, the general theory that political authority comes from the people had not been in any specific sense a defense of the right to resist. The specialization of the two theories, and the setting up of one as monarchical and the other as anti-monarchical, came about in the course of the 16th century. Martin Luther. The interesting point to be observed about the first reformers is that both Luther and Calvin stood on substantially identical ground relative to the fundamental moral issue. That is to say, they both held the view that resistance to rulers is in all circumstances wicked. This fact is striking in view of the contrast between the later history of the Lutheran and Calvinist churches. Both in Scotland and France the Calvinists were largely responsible for developing and spreading the theory that political resistance is justified as a means of religious reform. It was John 358. Knox in Scotland, the leader of a reform which must succeed by popular force against a court party that was immovably Catholic, who was in the first instance responsible for this important departure from the teaching of Calvin himself. The circumstances in which French Calvinists found themselves contributed to a similar end. On the other hand, the state of affairs in northern Germany tended to make passive obedience a permanent part of the teaching of the Lutheran Church. This result has in it an element of historical irony. On the ground of temperament Luther was much better fitted to sympathize with the cause of personal liberty than Calvin. By inclination he disliked coercion in matters of belief, and this was in fact the only view consistent with his idea of religious experience. Heresy can never be kept off by force. For that another tool is needed, and it is another quarrel and conflict than that of the sword. God's word must contend here. If that avail nothing, temporal power will never settle the matter, though it fill the world with blood. 1. For the substance of religion lay for Luther in an inner experience, essentially mystical and incommunicable, while its outward forms and the ministrations of the clergy are merely an aid or a hindrance to attaining this goal. This was the meaning of his doctrines of justification by faith and the priesthood of the Christian man. Obviously, force is a wholly unsuitable means to foster religion so understood. The antecedents of all Luther's ideas both about church and state had been current since the 14th century. The charges which he brought against the Roman Church, the luxury and evil living of the Roman court, the draining of German ecclesiastical revenues to Rome, the advancement of foreign prelates to preferment in German churches, the corruption of the papal judiciary, and the sale of indulgences all referred to ancient grievances. The basis of his argument against the Pope and the hierarchy was precisely the principle made current by the conciliar controversy, that the Church is the assembly of all believers in Christ upon earth. His attack upon the special privileges and immunities of the clergy followed the lines of the older anti-papal argument: differences of rank are merely administrative conven underscore 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 enses, and all classes of men, laymen as well as clergy, have callings useful to the community. Hence there is no reason why the clergy should not be answerable in temporal matters just as a layman is. It is indeed past bearing that the spiritual law should esteem so highly the liberty, life, and property of the clergy, as if laymen were not as good spiritual Christians, or not equally members of the Church. 2. Nevertheless, though Luther was temperamentally averse to religious coercion and though he knew how to muster the priesthood of the Christian man against the canon law and against sacerdotalism, he wholly failed to envisage religion as able to dispense altogether with ecclesiastical discipline and authority. Reluctantly but none the less surely he was led to the conclusion that heresy must be suppressed and that heretical teaching must be prevented. This conclusion, in spite of his inclination, led straight to coercion, and since the Church had itself failed to correct its shortcomings, the hope for a purified Church lay necessarily with secular rulers. But this would be the best, and also the only remedy remaining, if kings, princes, nobility, cities and communities themselves began and opened a way for reformation, so that the bishops and clergy, who now are afraid, would have reason to follow. 3. Luther still adhered, it is true, to the ancient subterfuge that this is a temporary device to meet an emergency. Kings and princes, he says, are bishops by necessity. But the practical upshot of his break with Rome was that secular government itself became the agent of reform and the effective arbiter of what reform should be. Nothing certainly was farther from his intention than to make government the judge of heresy, but in effect the power that enforces also defines. In the event, therefore, Luther helped to create a national church, something which he would certainly have regarded as a religious monstrosity. Being thus dependent upon the princes for the success of reform, it became a foregone conclusion that he would adhere to the underscore 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 dash 360 view that subjects owe their rulers a duty of passive obedience. Despite his own independence of judgment and his genuine love of religious liberty, the adoption of this point of view probably cost him little or nothing in respect to political convictions. He had in fact very little interest in politics except as events forced it on his attention, and by temperament he had great respect for civil authority. He was always markedly opposed to political pressure exerted through sedition and violence. Luther was no respecter of persons. He once said that rulers were generally the biggest fools and worst knaves on earth, but he had great respect for office as such, and he had no confidence whatever in the masses of mankind. The princes of this world are gods, the common people are Satan, through whom God sometimes does what at other times he does directly through Satan, that is, makes rebellion as a punishment for the people's sins. I would rather suffer a prince doing wrong than a people doing right. 4. As might be expected, his assertion of the duty of passive obedience was as strong as it could possibly be made. It is in no wise proper for anyone who would be a Christian to set himself up against his government, whether it act justly or unjustly. Point 4. There are no better works than to obey and serve all those who are set over us as superiors. For this reason also disobedience is a greater sin than murder, unchastity, theft, and dishonesty, and all that these may include. Point 5. It is true that in this respect, as in others, Luther was not very consistent, his political opinions were too much governed by circumstances, and passive obedience was not without its difficulties. The very princes upon whom he depended were, in law at least, the subjects of the emperor. In this contingency he was driven to concede that the emperor might be resisted when he exceeded his imperial authority, which was clearly inconsistent with the general principle of passive obedience. However, the emperor's actual power over the princes was sufficiently shadowy so that the discrepancy had little practical importance. The weight of Lu underscore 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 underscore. Their authority was quite definitely on the side of the doctrine that resistance to civil authority is in all circumstances morally wrong. The result of Lutheranism was on the whole quite different from what Luther intended. Religiously more liberal, at least by inclination, than Calvin, he instituted the Lutheran state churches, dominated by political forces and almost, it might be said, branches of the state. The disruption of the universal church, the suppression of its monastic institutions and ecclesiastical corporations, and the abrogation of the canon law, removed the strongest checks upon secular power that had existed in the Middle Ages. Luther's stress upon the pure inwardness of religious experience inculcated an attitude of quietism and acquiescence toward worldly power. Religion perhaps gained in spirituality, but the state certainly gained in power. The submissiveness of the Lutheran churches, with a suggestion of mysticism, is sharply in contrast with the type of religion that developed in the Calvinist churches, where worldly activity and even worldly success figured as Christian duties. Calvinism and the power of the Church. The Calvinist churches, in Holland, Scotland, and America, were the chief medium through which the justification of resistance was spread through Western Europe. The difference depended in no way upon the primary intention of Calvin himself. In fact, he believed as emphatically in the duty of passive obedience as Luther, and in character he was far more legalist and authoritarian than the German reformer. In so far as the difference depended upon anything in Calvinist theology, the relation was indirect and might, under different circumstances, have had quite a different history. The crucial fact was that Calvinism, especially in France and Scotland, was in opposition to governments which it had practically no chance to convert or capture. For this reason chiefly Calvin's strong statements about the wickedness of resistance natural enough in Geneva or so long as there was any hope of successful reform in France were permitted by his followers to lapse and were supplanted by teaching to exactly the opposite effect. John Knox's first steps in this direction took advantage of certain minor features of Calvin's 362 teaching, but in themselves these features need never have led to any such change of position. In its initial form Calvinism not only included a condemnation of resistance but it lacked all leaning toward liberalism, constitutionalism, or representative principles. Where it had free range it developed characteristically into a theocracy, a kind of oligarchy maintained by an alliance of the clergy and the gentry from which the mass of the people was excluded and which was, in general, illiberal, oppressive, and reactionary. This was the nature of Calvin's own government in Geneva and of Puritan government in Massachusetts. It is true that Calvin objected on principle to a combination of state and church. It was on this ground that he broke with the reform of Zwingli at Zurich, and Calvinists generally, in England for example, continued to oppose such a union as resulted from admitting the king to be the head of a national church. The reason for this, however, was not a desire that the state should be free from clerical influence but exactly the opposite. The Church must be free to set its own standards of doctrine and morals and must have the full support of secular power in enforcing its discipline upon the recalcitrant. In Geneva, excommunication deprived a citizen of the right to hold office, and in Massachusetts civic rights were limited to church members. In this respect, Calvin's theory of the Church was more in the spirit of extreme medieval ecclesiasticism than that held by nationalist Catholics. This is the reason why, to members of the national churches, Calvinist and Jesuit seemed to be two names for the same thing. Both stood for the primacy and independence of spiritual authority and the use of secular power to give effect to its judgments about orthodoxy and moral discipline. In practice, wherever possible, Calvinist government placed the two swords of Christian tradition in the Church, and gave the direction of secular authority to the clergy rather than to secular rulers. The result was likely to be an intolerable rule of the saints, a meticulous regulation of the most private concerns founded upon universal espionage, with only a shadowy distinction between the maintenance of public order, the control of private morals, and the preservation of pure doctrine and worship. With these practical results, the characteristic doctrines of 363 Calvinist theology, election and foreordination, were not unconnected. The belief that men are saved not by their own merit but by the free act of God's grace might seem, on its face, to take the heart out of human effort. In fact, it had exactly the opposite effect. Calvinism lacked almost all trace of the mysticism and quietism which colored Luther's idea of religious experience. Calvinist ethics was essentially an ethics of action. And indeed, what better motive can there be to relentless activity to steel the will and, if need be, to harden the heart than a whole-souled conviction that a man is the chosen instrument of God's will? The Calvinist theory of predestination had nothing in common with the modern conception of universal causality. It was rather a belief in a cosmic system of quasi-military discipline. Thus Calvin exhausted the vocabulary of the Roman law to describe the sovereignty of God over the world and man. His morals taught not so much love of one's fellows as self-control, discipline, and respect for one's comrades in the battle of life, and these became indeed the sovereign moral virtues of Puritanism. It was this ethics which made the Calvinist churches the peculiarly militant parts of Protestantism. The dogma of election was ideally suited to the autocratic temper of the moral reformer who set himself to do battle against the unregenerate mass of mankind. The doctrine of foreordination was the saint's mandate to rule. Lacking Luther's inclination toward mystical religious experience, Calvin in one sense put a higher value on secular institutions, which for Luther had only a worldly importance. This did not imply their independence of the Church but the opposite, they are among the external means of salvation. Hence the first duty of government is to maintain the pure worship of God and to uproot idolatry, sacrilege, blasphemy, and heresy. The emphasis in Calvin's enumeration of the objects for which secular power exists is enlightening. It is the purpose of temporal rule, so long as we live among men, to foster and support the external worship of God, to defend pure doctrine and the standing of the Church, to conform our lives to human society, to mold our conduct to civil justice, to harmonize us with each other, and to preserve the common peace and tranquility. 6. Underscore 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 underscore. It is true that Calvin reiterated the ancient Christian view that genuine belief cannot be compelled, but he put practically no limit upon the duty of the state to enforce outward conformity. Calvinism, then, aimed primarily at censorship in morals and discipline in doctrine. It was notable for the power and influence which it gave to the clergy. The fact is the more striking because it went beyond other Protestant bodies in its opposition to ceremonialism and also because the Calvinist form of church government included representation of the congregation by lay elders. The latter practice was an efficient means for applying censorship. It was not intended to introduce democracy into the church or to curb the influence of the clergy, nor did it do so in the earlier forms of Calvinism. In theory, the power of the Church was supposed to lie in the whole Christian body, and at Geneva this power was exercised by a consistory which included the clergy and 12 lay elders chosen nominally by the town council. In reality the power of the clergy was practically unlimited, and the system was representative only in the vague sense that the consistory was supposed to exercise an authority belonging to the whole church. At the start the elders were in no specific sense representative of the congregation, as they later came to be when the Presbyterian churches adopted a plan of election, and there was no self-government in church meetings such as appeared later in the congregational bodies. It is quite true, however, that Calvinism in Scotland did embody the principle of representation in a way that was politically important. The General Assembly of the Scottish Church, together with its presbyteries and provincial synods, was far more representative of the nation generally than the Scottish Parliament, which had remained feudal in its makeup. The Reformation in Scotland was substantially a popular and national movement directed against a Catholic court and nobility closely allied with France, but this was not because Calvinism in its original form stood either for popular rights or representation. Politically it had no such general implication, and in church government lay eldership came to have these qualities only when circumstances brought the result about. Insofar as Calvinism had any leaning away from monarchical power, this resulted from a negative rather than from a positive. 365. Quality. It was probably true, certainly the later 16th century believed it to be true, that Calvinism was not a form of church government which could commend itself to a national church of which the king was the temporal head. The essential reason for this was the fact, already noted, that Calvinism stood on the Hildebrandine principle that spiritual authority is superior to secular, and so tended to make the clergy independent of the temporal head of a state church. The difference between Calvinism and Catholicism in this respect lay in the fact that the former made the church generally, including both clergy and laity, autonomous, instead of concentrating spiritual power in the bishops. In the national churches the bishops, having been detached from Rome, became the most eligible agencies for conducting royal government in the church, and in consequence Episcopalianism became the natural form of government to be adopted by the national churches. This was the reason for the pregnant aphorism of King James, "No bishop, no king," which was based upon a long and poignant experience of Calvinist presbyteries. In this sense, then, Calvinism was predestined to be the form of church government for opposition parties. It was not intrinsically popular and certainly not in intention anti-monarchical, but it was non-monarchical in the sense that the monarchy always had more favorable forms of church government to choose from. Calvin and passive obedience. Of Calvin's specifically political views, by far the most important, at least as concerns his own time and place, is his strong and on the whole consistent assertion of the duty of passive obedience, in respect to which he was quite in agreement with Luther. Since secular power is the external means to salvation, the estate of the magistrate is, he says, most honorable. He is the vicar of God, and resistance to him is resistance to God. It is a vain business for the private man, who has no duty to govern, to dispute what is the best condition for the state. If anything needs correction, let him show it to his superior and not put his own hand to the work. Let him do nothing without the command of his superior. The bad ruler, who is a visitation on the people for their sins, deserves the unconditional submission of his subjects no less than the good, for submission is due not to the person but 366 to the office, and the office has inviolable majesty. It is true that Calvin, like practically all 16th century advocates of the divine right of kings, expressed strong views on the duty of rulers to their subjects. The immutable law of God is binding on kings as well as on subjects, and the evil ruler is guilty of sedition against God. Like Locke later, he held that civil law merely fixes a penalty for what is intrinsically wrong. But the punishment of a derelict magistrate belongs to God and not to his subjects. This was a natural position for Calvin to take, both in view of his own power in Geneva and because of the hope that Calvinist Protestantism might yet become the religion of the kings of France. There was one phase of Calvin's theory of political resistance, of minor importance in his own writing, which was greatly developed by some of his followers. He pointed out that there are constitutions in which certain inferior magistrates are charged with a duty to resist tyranny in the head of the state and to protect the people against him. 7 He was clearly thinking of officials like the plebeian tribunes in ancient Rome. In case a constitution does include such inferior magistrates, the right to resist is itself derived from God. It is in no sense a general right of the people to resist. The sovereign power is held jointly, and one sharer has the duty to prevent aggression by another. This theory of the inferior magistrate got an importance among certain Calvinists out of all proportion to the place given it by Calvin. Once the doctrine of passive obedience was dropped, as it was first in Scotland and later in France, the right to resist was usually lodged not in private persons but in the inferior magistrates or natural leaders of the people. The theory formed an aristocratic mitigation of a general theory of natural rights inherent in the people. In Calvin himself, however, there was no theory of popular rights. The ruler's obligation to govern lawfully is owed to God and not to the people. His power is limited by the law of God and not by the rights of the people, and if there is in a particular constitution a right to resist the chief magistrate, this also comes from God and not from the people. It is a point of minor importance that Calvin's own political convictions were aristocratic rather than monarchical. There was room in his system for only one king, namely, God himself. Thus underscore 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 dash 367. He described the selection of one man or one family for political power as lèse majesté against the divine kingship. This opinion was probably reinforced by an intellectual preference, based upon humanistic studies, for the ancient aristocratic republic. This preference can be seen clearly in the Institutes. He reproduced from Polybius the ancient argument for mixed government. His criticism of hereditary monarchy recalls Cicero, and his strictures on democracy are as bitter as Plato's. Nothing could surpass the contempt expressed in his description of the Anabaptists as those who lie pell-mell like rats in the straw. The bias of Calvin's own political and social opinions was markedly aristocratic, and this remained in general the bias of Calvinism, except as it was transformed in certain of the left-wing sects. In its main aspects Calvin's political theory was a somewhat unstable structure, not precisely because it was illogical but because it could readily become the prey of circumstances. On the one hand it stressed the wickedness of all resistance to constituted authority, but on the other its fundamental principle was the right of the Church to declare pure doctrine and to exercise universal censorship with the support of secular power. It was practically a foregone conclusion, therefore, that a Calvinist church, existing in a state whose rulers refused to admit the truth of its doctrine and to enforce its discipline, would drop the duty to obey and assert the right to resist. At least, such a result might be expected where there was little chance of converting the government and a good chance of gaining by resistance. This was the situation in which Calvinists found themselves in the later 16th century in both Scotland and France. John Knox. The reversal of position was first made by John Knox, not because of any special originality on his part but because of the situation in which Scottish Protestantism was placed. In 1558 Knox found himself in exile and under sentence of death by the Catholic hierarchy in Scotland but still the leader of a strong Protestant following. The Crown, because of its alliance with France, was irretrievably Catholic. Thus he could hope much from a policy of resistance and nothing from any other policy, and in fact by 368. This means he accomplished the Scottish Reformation only 2 years later. It was in this situation that he wrote his appellation to the nobility, estates, and commonalty of Scotland, asserting the duty of every man in his station to see that true religion is taught and that those are punished with death who deprive the people of the food of their souls, I mean God's lively word. In essentials Knox did not depart from Calvin's principles. He assumed the incontestable truth of Calvin's version of Christian doctrine and also the duty of the Church to enforce its discipline against all who do not willingly accept it. Every Christian is obliged to bring it about that this doctrine and this discipline shall have the weight to which their truth entitles them. So far Knox is merely Calvin over again. But in Scotland there is a Catholic regent for a Catholic queen who not only refuses the true faith but actively upholds idolatry, that is, Catholicism. What, then, ought a true believer to do? Knox boldly asserted that it was their duty to correct and repress whatever a king does contrary to God's word, honor, and glory, and thereby he rejected Calvin's doctrine of passive obedience. For now the common song of all men is, we must obey our kings, be they good or be they bad, for God hath so commanded. But horrible shall the vengeance be, that shall be poured forth upon such blasphemers of God his holy name and ordinance. For it is no less blasphemy to say that God hath commanded kings to be obeyed when they command impiety, than to say that God by his precept is author and maintainer of all iniquity. The punishment of such crimes as are idolatry, blasphemy, and others that touch the majesty of God, doth not appertain to kings and chief rulers only, but also to the whole body of that people and to every member of the same, according to the vocation of every man and according to that possibility and occasion, which God doth minister to revenge the injury done against his glory, what time that impiety is manifestly known. 8. Behind some of Knox's statements there appears to lie the presumption that kings owe their power to election and hence are underscore 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 dash 369. Responsible to the people for its exercise. 9. But this is quite vague and undeveloped. The essential points are, first, that he abandoned Calvin's belief that resistance is always wrong and, second, that he defended resistance as part of the duty to sustain religious reform. His stand was taken upon the ground of religious duty, not of popular rights, but it put one great wing of the Calvinist churches in opposition to royalist power and boldly justified the use of rebellion. The next step was taken in France, where the outbreak of the religious wars again put a Calvinist party in opposition to a Catholic monarchy. Here the theory that royal power is derived from and responsible to the people received a much fuller development than Knox gave it, though still with a very definite reference to the religious question. The fuller development of Knox's revolutionary or anti-monarchical Calvinism may therefore be sought in such a work as the Vindicati contra Tyrannos. Chapter 19. Royalist and anti-royalist theories. When Calvin died in 1564 the lines were already drawn for the religious wars which, as Luther had said, were to fill the world with blood. In Germany divisions of territory made it a struggle between princes, with the result that the fundamental issue of religious liberty need not be pressed. In the Netherlands it took the form of a revolt against a foreign master. In England, as also in Spain, the supremacy of royal power prevented the outbreak of civil war during the 16th century. But in France and Scotland a factional struggle arose which threatened the stability of the nations. Thus in France between 1562 and 1598 there were no fewer than 8 civil wars, marked by such atrocities as the St. Bartholomew massacre and the reckless use of assassination on both sides. Not only was orderly government interrupted but civilization itself was jeopardized. In the 16th century, therefore, it was in France that the most significant chapter in political philosophy was written. Here appeared the main oppositions of thought which were elaborated in the English civil wars of the next century. The theory of the people's right as a defense of the right to resist and the theory of the divine right of kings as a bulwark of national unity both began their history as modern political theories in France. The religious wars in France. In the most general respects political development in France and England was similar, though there were important differences. In both it was the new monarchy which first formed an organ of national unity and the source of modern, centralized government. The task of the monarchy was easier in England, for the tradition of provincial and municipal independence was on the whole weaker than in France, where royal power prevailed only after a period of civil war. On the other hand, there was in France no such parliamentary tradition as there was in England. 372. Though the power of Parliament was temporarily eclipsed by Tudor absolutism, in the end it prevailed and established itself as a national government. In France, differences of provincial privilege made a parliamentary constitution on a national scale impossible. Characteristic differences of political thought followed from the different ways in which national unification came about in the two countries. In England, because the king's power was not seriously threatened in the 16th century, the theory of royal absolutism, or complete sovereignty vested in the king, did not develop, whereas in France this theory came to prevail by the end of the century. When opposition to royal power did develop in England in the 17th century, the issue was between the king and a national parliament, a form it could not possibly take in France. On the other hand, opposition to royal absolutism in France failed largely because it was allied with a medieval particularism that was incompatible with centralized national government. In France, and indeed everywhere, differences of religion were inextricably interwoven with political and economic forces. The centralized system of French monarchy, which Machiavelli had admired as the best type of royal government, had by the middle of the 16th century proved to be subject to abuses so serious that for the moment they threatened to cost the crown the support of the higher middle classes, upon which its power really depended. Abuses of taxation, the delay and withholding of justice, and the venality of royal executives permitted something which might be called a reaction. The privileges of provinces, of nobility, of more or less self-governing cities, and of medieval institutions generally, all threatened to weaken the more distinctly modern institutions of centralized royal government. None of these issues was specifically Protestant or Catholic, but both religious parties used them as their interests dictated. It was the great weakness of the Huguenots, however, that they were in general on the side of local privilege and against the king. The permanent drift of political evolution is shown by the fact that, despite the personal weakness of kings, the crown emerged from the civil wars strengthened rather than weakened. In the long run it defeated both reaction and revolution, and effective centralization became possible toward the close of the 16th cen. 373. Theory under a prevailing theory of royal absolutism. In religion this meant the triumph of what may be called national Catholicism, as against both the ultramontane claims of the papacy, defended by Jesuits, and the forces of particularism represented by Calvinists. Accordingly, the controversial political literature of France after the outbreak of the civil wars was divided into two main types. There were, on the one hand, writings which defended the sanctity of the kingly office. By the end of the 16th century this tendency had crystallized in the theory of divine right, asserting the infeasible right of the king to his throne, derived directly from God and descending to him by legitimate inheritance. The importance of this theory lay chiefly in the practical consequences deduced from it: first, the duty of passive obedience owed by subjects to their sovereigns in spite of doctrinal differences, and, second, the impossibility that a king should be deposed by an external power like the papacy. On the other hand, there were various anti-royalist theories, as they came to be called, one which derived the king's power in some fashion from the people or community and defended a right to resist him under certain circumstances. These anti-royalist theories were first developed by Huguenot writers, but there was in fact nothing specifically Protestant about them. The whole literature was essentially controversial and the various parties had a disconcerting fashion of shifting their ground as circumstances dictated. Point 2. Since the theory of the divine right of the king was first fully stated in reply to the argument justifying resistance, the latter may be stated first. The most interesting works were those of the French Protestants, which appeared chiefly after the Saint Bartholomew massacre in 1572, though it will be convenient to men underscore 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 374. Shown here a few other works of similar import produced by Protestant writers outside France. The Jesuit works were for the most part not French and depended in varying degrees on the specifically Jesuit argument for the indirect power of the papacy, but they can conveniently be grouped together. In conclusion, the theory of divine right will be stated as representing the upshot of the debate, at least so far as the situation in France was concerned. The Protestant attack on absolutism. The Huguenot writers developed two main lines of argument which remain typical of the opposition to absolute royal power and which later reappeared in England. In the first place, there was a constitutional argument alleged to be founded on historical fact. This argument harked back to medieval practice as against the more recent tendency toward royal absolutism. To some extent it was a real appeal to fact, since it could be shown without much trouble that absolute monarchy was an innovation. Unfortunately, however, medieval government had not been constitutional either, in any sense that fitted the 16th century. For this reason historical arguments were likely to be inconsequential or specious. They served better to put an opponent in the unwelcome position of defending usurpation than to settle anything. In the second place, an opponent of royal power might turn to the philosophical foundations of political power and seek to show that absolute monarchy was contrary to universal rules of right supposed to underlie all government. At the same time the two lines of argument were not wholly disconnected and both were medieval in origin. The belief in natural law was part of a universally accepted tradition which had come down to the 16th century through every channel of political thought and which gained an added importance from the lawlessness of the new monarchy. The historical argument tacitly assumed that immemorial customs had the sanction of natural right. Constitutional theory was, of course, not the special possession of the Huguenot party. The powers of the King of France had long been subjects of debate, and the view that these powers were limited by natural law or by customary privileges had been frequently stated. Prior to the period of civil war anything re. 375. Sembling a modern theory of sovereignty, investing the king with a universal power to make law, had hardly existed. This theory was the outcome of the threat to orderly and centralized government which the civil wars produced. In particular, it had been frequently held that the king's power was limited by the judicial machinery of the realm, by the supposed right of the parliaments to refuse to register and enforce a royal edict, or by the less definite right of the States General, as representing the whole kingdom, to be consulted in matters of legislation and taxation. Of these two the former was in practice the more serious check upon royal power. The limitation of the king by ancient or local privilege was generally admitted. Of Huguenot writers on constitutional theory the best known was Francis Hotman, whose Franco-Gallia was published in 1573, one of the large number of tracts called out by the massacre of Saint Bartholomew in the preceding year. The book purported to be a constitutional history of France, showing that the kingdom had never been an absolute monarchy. Even hereditary succession Hotman held to be a custom of comparatively recent origin, dependent merely upon the tacit consent of the people. More specifically he held that the king was elective and his power limited by the States General which represents the entire kingdom, supporting this thesis by an array of precedents of more than doubtful authenticity. The argument depended upon the principle of medieval constitutionalism, that political institutions derive their right from immemorial practices inherent in the community itself. In this sense, the consent of the people, expressed in such practices, is the rightful basis of political power, and the crown itself derives its authority from its legal position as an agent of the community. Hotman's main positive contention, however, that the king's power in France had always been shared by the States General, was not true historically, nor had it any practical value in the circumstances, since the development of the States General into a national parliament was not within the region of possibility. Neither the Huguenots nor any other party had any real interest in tying up their fortunes with the States General. The philosophical type of theory, which inferred the limitation of royal power from general principles, was both more interesting. 376. And more important. In the years following the Saint Bartholomew massacre French Protestants produced many works of this kind, all taking the position that kings are instituted by human society to serve the purposes of that society and that their power is therefore limited. The weight of this influence upon French Calvinism is shown by the fact that one of these pamphlets, though published anonymously, was probably the work of Calvin's friend and biographer, Theodore Beza, who was at that time his successor at the head of the government in Geneva. 3 The stress of circumstances drove Beza, as it had driven Knox, to reverse not only Calvin's teaching but his own previous convictions in favor of passive obedience. Somewhat reluctantly but quite clearly he urged the right of inferior magistrates, though not of private citizens, to resist a tyrant, particularly in defense of true religion. Of all this rather numerous class of works, however, the most famous was the Vindicii contra Tyrannos, published in 1579, for which systematized the argument presented in the preceding few years. The Vindicii became one of the landmarks of revolutionary literature. It was republished again and again, in England and elsewhere, when opposition between king and people came to a crisis. It must therefore be examined with some care, both for what it represents in the France of its own day, and to see just how closely it approximates the later doctrine of popular rights. Underscore 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 dash 377. Vindicii contra Tyrannos. The Vindicii was divided into 4 parts, each intended to answer a fundamental question of contemporary politics. First, are subjects obliged to obey princes if they command anything against the law of God? Second, is it lawful to resist a prince who desires to nullify the law of God or who lays waste the church, and if so, to whom, by what means, and to what extent? Third, how far is it lawful to resist a prince who is oppressing or destroying the state, and to whom, by what means, and with what right is such resistance allowable? Fourth, can neighboring princes lawfully aid the subjects of other princes, or are they obliged to do so, when such subjects are afflicted for the sake of true religion or are oppressed by open tyranny? The mere enumeration of these questions is enough to show the author's major interest. He was concerned not with government on its own account but with the relation between government and religion. Only in the third part did he approach a general theory of the state, and even there it cannot be said that politics got into the foreground. The whole book contemplated a situation in which the prince was of one religion and a substantial number of his subjects were of another. Moreover, the author never even imagined what would now seem the obvious solution, that a difference of religious faith should be treated as having nothing to do with political duties. He assumed that rulers must uphold pure doctrine. At the same time the substance of his argument depended little upon Calvin. No such theocracy as the government of Geneva was in sight for French Huguenots, nor did they want it. The political philosophy of the Vindicii really went back to the argument of anti-papal writers, like William of Ockham or the conciliarists, against an heretical pope. The ruler is the servant of the community and the community can do whatever its own life requires. In its main outline the theory of the Vindicii took the form of a twofold covenant or contract. There is, first, a contract to which God is one party and the king and people jointly the other party. By this contract the community becomes a church, a people chosen of God, and obligated to offer true and acceptable worship. This covenant with God stood closest to the revised form of Cal. 378. Vinism as Knox had stated it. Secondly, there is a contract in which the people appear as one party and the king as the other. This is specifically the political contract by which a people becomes a state. The king is bound by this agreement to rule well and justly, and the people to obey so long as he does. The double covenant was required because the author thought always of religious duty as the most important reason for rebellion. His main purpose was to prove the right to coerce an heretical king. From a purely political point of view, which of course could only have been taken if the religious question were divorced from politics, the covenant with God was an encumbrance upon the theory. If this were eliminated, there would be left merely the political contract between the king and the community, setting forth the principle that government exists for the sake of the community and that political obligation is therefore limited and conditional. The omission would have required a degree of political rationalism which the author of the Vindicii did not possess. In another respect also the contract theory of the Vindicii differed from the contract theory of later date. The author saw no discrepancy between the theory that the king's power comes from God and the theory that it arose by a contract with his people. In other words, the theory of divine right had not yet joined hands with the belief in passive obedience, so that, by stressing the king's responsibility to God, an author would be taken to imply that he was not responsible to his people. Accordingly, the author of the Vindicati did not hesitate to say also that the king's power was derived from God. The divine right of the kingly office was left standing beside the rights which a particular king derived by covenant from his people. Similarly, the duty to obey the king's lawful commands is a religious duty as well as a duty which arises under contract. In no sense therefore was the Vindicati an attempt to base government wholly upon secular principles. Like the theory of divine right, it was theological through and through. The method of argument followed was a curious mixture of legalism and scriptural authority. The forms of contract sanctioned by the civil law are treated as if they were part of the order of nature and as such had universal validity. In order to secure worship according to forms pleasing to him, God adopts 379. A device used by creditors to secure a debt. In the first of the two contracts, the king and the people are jointly bound, as if the people had become surety for the king. Hence they become liable for the purity of worship in case the king defaults. On the side of scriptural authority, the author uses the analogy of the covenant by which the Jews are supposed to become the chosen people of God. 5 In the Christian era, all Christian people stand in the place of the Jews and hence are chosen, that is, committed to right worship and true doctrine. Another form of argument repeatedly used is the analogy of the feudal relation between lord and vassal. In both contracts the power of the king is represented as delegated, in the first by God and in the second by the people. Power is granted for certain purposes and its retention is conditional upon their fulfillment. God and the people are therefore superiors, the king is bound to their service and the obligation owed to him is limited and conditional. Then therefore all kings are the vassals of the King of Kings, invested into their office by the sword, which is the cognizance of their royal authority, to the end that with the sword they maintain the law of God, defend the good, and punish the evil. Even as we commonly see, that he who is a sovereign lord puts his vassals into possession of their fee by girding them with a sword, and delivering them a buckler and a standard, with condition that they shall fight for them with those arms if occasion shall serve. 6. Such passages are numerous and striking. In them the Vindicati joins hands with the historical argument of Hotman and others. They show that the case for the limited sovereignty of the king depended upon the prevalence of medieval modes of thought and was in substance a reaction toward older political conceptions and against the more typically modern position of the absolutists. From this description of the main lines of argument followed in the Vindicati, it is easy to see the grounds upon which the author holds that the king's power may rightfully be resisted. Every Christian must agree that his duty is to obey God rather than the king, in case the king commands anything against God's law. Furthermore, since the king's power arises from a covenant to support true worship, it is clearly lawful to resist him if he violates the law of God or lays waste the church. Indeed, it is more than underscore 380. Lawful, it is a positive duty. The people are jointly liable with the king for preserving the purity of doctrine and worship. The king's default puts the whole burden upon the people, and if they fail to resist him, they lay themselves liable to the full punishment which his sin merits. The second contract, between king and people, justifies resistance to tyranny in secular government. Though kings are instituted by God, God acts in this matter through the people. Here again the Vindicati took for granted all the forms of a contract at civil law. The people lay down the conditions which the king is bound to fulfill. Hence they are bound to obedience only conditionally, namely, upon receiving the protection of just and lawful government. The king, however, is bound unconditionally to perform the duties of his office. Unless he does so, the compact is void. It follows that the power of the ruler is delegated by the people and continues only with their consent. All kings are really elective, even though a custom has grown up in favor of hereditary succession, for prescription does not run against the people's right. Abstracted from its context, the argument here closely resembled the contract theory as it occurred later in Locke and in the popular theories of the American and French revolutions, but in the Vindicati the context of religious strife dominated. Behind the form of the contract, the author of the Vindaishi, like the later contract theorists, appealed largely to utilitarian argument. Kingship, he urged, was obviously sanctioned by the people because they considered the king's services worth what they cost. It must be assumed, therefore, that governments exist to further the interests of subjects, for the latter would be mad to accept the burden of obedience without receiving the benefits of protection to their lives and property. In the first place, everyone consents that men by nature loving liberty, and hating servitude, born rather to command than obey, have not willingly admitted to be governed by another, and renounced as it were the privilege of nature, by submitting themselves to the commands of others, but for some special and great profit that they expected from it. Neither let us imagine that kings were chosen to apply to their own proper use the goods that are gotten by the sweat of their subjects, for every man loves and cherishes his own. 7. Dash 381. In the main, however, the argument of the Vindaishi was not utilitarian. The chief ground for limiting the king's power is his subjection to law, both the law of nature and the law of the land. He depends on the law, not the law on him. The author has all the medieval reverence for law, and he reproduces all the commonplaces in eulogy of it that had accumulated since the times of the Stoics. The law is reason and wisdom itself, free from all perturbation, not subject to be moved with choler, ambition, hate, or acceptances of persons. To come to our purpose, the law is an understanding mind, or rather an obstacle of many understandings. The mind being the seal of all the intelligent faculties, is, if I may so term it, a parcel of divinity, in so much as he who obeys the law, seems to obey God, and receive him for arbitrator of the matters in controversy. 8. Law comes from the people, not from the king, and hence can be changed only with the consent of the people's representatives. The king can dispose of the lives and property of his subjects only in such ways as the law permits, and he is accountable under the law for his every act. It is of the essence of the contractual theory that the ruler may be held to account by the people for the justice and legality of his rule. The king who becomes a tyrant thereby loses his title to power. It remains to be shown, therefore, by whom this right shall be exercised. Here the author falls back upon the ancient distinction between a tyrant who is a usurper and has no claim to the kingship, and a lawful king who has become tyrannous. Only the first may be resisted or killed by a private citizen. In the second case, the right of resistance belongs solely to the people as a corporate body and not to the many-headed multitude of private individuals. So far as individuals are concerned, the duty of passive obedience was asserted in the Vindaishi as strongly as it had been by Calvin. If the whole people resists collectively, they must act through their natural leaders, the inferior magistrates, the nobles, the estates, or local and municipal officials, each in his own territory. Only the magistrate, or one whose position makes him a natural guardian of the community, may resist the king. This phase of the right to resist throws considerable light upon the true purposes of the Vindaishi. It was in no sense a claim of popular rights inhering in every individual, nor did the Huguenot party from which it emanated stand for popular rights. It stood rather for the rights, or ancient privileges, of towns and provinces and classes against the leveling effect of royal power. The spirit of the Vindaishi was not democratic but aristocratic. Its rights were the rights of corporate bodies and not of individuals, and its theory of representation contemplated the representation of corporations and not of men. No very clear statement of the circumstances justifying resistance was given or probably could have been given. But the point of view implicit in the theory was that of a state composed of parts or classes balanced against each other and governed by mutual agreement rather than by a political sovereign. In this respect the Vindaishi might easily have led to something like a federal conception of government. Such a theory, picturing the state as a federation of lesser corporate bodies, actually was formulated a few years later by Althusius in the Netherlands, where the form of government was more suitable to such a view. The political theory of the Vindaishi, taken in its entirety, was a strange mixture. Not unnaturally, in view of the later development of the contract theory, This element of the book has been chiefly stressed, but at the expense of historical accuracy. It restated the old conception that political power exists for the moral good of the community, is to be exercised responsibly, and is subject to natural right and justice. These ideas were the common heritage of modern Europe from the Middle Ages. It brought the theory of the contract definitely into the service of the right to resist, but it was, on the whole, less in touch with the prevailing modern tendency in government than the theory of absolutism which it opposed. The Vindicii was not in the first instance a theory of secular government at all, that it owed its origin to the religious struggle and was the pronouncement of a religious minority is the clearest thing about it. The author had no conception of a state which could abstain from making itself responsible for religious truth and purity of worship. In particular, its defense of the right to resist was not in the least an argument for popular government and the rights of man. Individual human rights had no part in it, and its practical bias. 383 was aristocratic or even in a sense feudal. In spirit, therefore, it was wholly at odds with the doctrines of liberty and equality which were later poured into the mold of the contract theory. Other Protestant attacks on absolutism. In countries other than France but more or less affected by French thought there appeared works by Protestant writers setting forth theories much like that of the Vindicii contra tyrannos. In the same year in which the Vindicii was published, the Scottish poet and scholar, George Buchanan, published his De Jure Regni apud Scotos, which rivaled the French work in fame as a revolutionary document and surpassed it in literary merit. Buchanan lived much of his life in France and might reasonably be classed as a French thinker, though his associations were not especially with Huguenots. His personal interests made him rather a humanist than a sectarian, and perhaps for this reason his book was less dominated by theological motives than the Vindicii. Thus he omitted the peculiar twofold contract and so gave his theory a more definite application to secular government. Power is derived from the community and must therefore be exercised in accordance with the law of the community. Obligation is necessarily conditional upon the performance by the king of the duties of his office. Buchanan stated rather clearly the ancient Stoic view that the government originates in the social propensities of men and is therefore natural, and in this respect also he tended to minimize the dependence of politics upon theology. The right to resist was, of course, his main point of emphasis. Here his argument was substantially like that of the Vindicii, except that he was more outspoken in justifying tyrannicide and substituted a vague notion that the people act through a majority for the view that they depend upon the natural leadership of subordinate magistrates. To this extent he was less bound by the feudal aspects of Huguenot theory. It is curious to think that Buchanan's book was written for the instruction of his royal pupil, the future James I of England. James's wholehearted Anglicanism was due to a clear apprehension, gained in his youth, both of the theory and practice of Presbyterianism. In the Netherlands, also, the same type of political philosophy was used to justify resistance to tyranny. In that country OC. 384 occurred both its most overt popular use and later, in Althusius and Grotius, a systematic and scholarly development that took it beyond merely controversial use. In 1581 the States General, in the Act of Abjuration 9, renounced their allegiance to Philip II with the assertion, "All mankind know that a prince is appointed by God to cherish his subjects, even as a shepherd to guard his sheep. When, therefore, the prince does not fulfill his duty as protector, when he oppresses his subjects, destroys their ancient liberties, and treats them as slaves, he is to be considered, not a prince, but a tyrant. As such, the estates of the land may lawfully and reasonably depose him, and elect another in his room." The act was in no sense a philosophical disquisition, but analysis shows that it assumed the same 2 points which appeared in all the anti-royalist arguments, the law of nature and the defense of ancient liberties. It showed how deeply rooted in popular consciousness was the notion that political power ought to depend on moral forces inherent in the community and ought to be used in the service of the community, as the Mayflower Pact a few years later, 1620, showed how readily men thought of civil society in terms of common assent or contract. The Jesuits and the indirect power of the Pope. while an anti-royalist political philosophy of the type just described, which traced the king's power to the consent of the people and defended the right to resist, was developing among Calvinist Protestants. A similar kind of theory was sponsored by Catholic writers and particularly by the Jesuits. The motives behind this philosophy were mixed, as in the case of the Calvinists. Catholics were, of course, influenced by the same constitutional traditions which caused Protestants to defend representative government against absolutism, and in this respect the difference of religion or the special purposes of the Jesuit order counted for nothing. On the other hand, the Jesuits had special reasons for espousing anti-royalist views of the kind mentioned above. Like the Calvinists, they were opposed to a too powerful national monarchy. Unlike the Calvinists, however, they utilized their theory to support a revised form of the old doctrine of papal supremacy in moral and religious questions. This purpose was specifically Jesuit and was by no means shared by Catholics who were more responsive to national and dynastic interests. So far as anti-royalist theory was thus specifically Jesuit, it was quite as directly a result of the religious differences of the 16th century as Calvinist theory. It grew out of the part that the order played in the remarkable counter-movement of reform in the Roman Church, which within 2 generations corrected some of the worst abuses that had caused Protestant defection, gave greater precision to many definitions of doctrine, brought a new type of ruler to the papal throne, and produced a more rigid discipline of the Reformed papacy over the lower clergy. This counter-reform succeeded amazingly. It not only stopped once for all the spread of Protestantism, but it created the hope, or the fear, that the Church might win back its lost provinces. In this militant revival there was no greater single force than that ideal missionary organization, the Jesuit order. Founded in 1534 and bound by the strictest oath of obedience and self-abnegation, the order drew to itself in the 16th century not only men of zeal and administrative power but also some of the ablest minds in the Roman Church. The Jesuit schools and the Jesuit scholars were among the best in Europe. The extraordinary fear with which its opponents regarded it was justified by its capacity. Even though its political philosophy was obviously influenced by propagandist motives, the Jesuit statement of the anti-royalist theory was probably, on the whole, on a higher intellectual level than Protestant statements of the same position. The special purpose of the Jesuits was to reformulate a moderate theory of papal superiority, upon lines suggested by St. Thomas, in the light of political conditions that had come to prevail in the 16th century. The conception of the emperor as the temporal head of Christendom, which was hardly alive in the 14th century, had ceased to appeal even to the imagination. Europe had become in feeling as in fact a group of national states, effectively self-governing in secular affairs but still in some sense Christian, though no longer acknowledging allegiance to a single church. It was the dream of the Jesuits to win back the seceders and, by conceding the fact of independence in secular matters, to save for the Pope some sort of spiritual leadership over a society of Christian states. The latter policy, which as the event proved was quite illusory, was largely the reason for the detestation in which the Jesuits were held by nationalist Catholics no less than by Protestants. The Jesuit theory of the papacy was given definite form by Robert Bellarmine, the most effective of all the Catholic controversialists of the 16th century. Conceding that the Pope has no authority in secular matters, Bellarmine argued that he is nevertheless the spiritual head of the Church and as such has an indirect power over temporal matters, exclusively for spiritual ends. The power of secular rulers does not come directly from God, as the Royalists asserted, nor from the Pope, as the extreme populists had held. It arises from the community itself for the sake of its own secular ends. The king's power is secular in kind and in origin, only the Pope among human rulers has his power directly from God. It follows that secular government ought not to be able to exact an absolute obedience from its subjects, and also that spiritual authority, for spiritual purposes, has the right to direct and control secular. There are circumstances, then, in which the Pope is justified in deposing an heretical ruler and absolving his subjects from their allegiance. Except for a stronger emphasis on the secular origin of royal power, Bellarmine's theory of church and state was not substantially different from St. Thomas's. Except for its reference to the papacy, it was not substantially different from that of the Calvinists. Both stood for the independence of the Church in doctrinal decisions, and neither could admit royal supremacy in a national church or the infeasible divine right of an heretical king. This explains the bracketing of Jesuit and Calvinist in the royalist literature. James I's epigram, that Jesuits are nothing but Puritan papists, was typical and on the whole true. It is one of the ironies of history that both the Jesuit and the Calvinist contributed to a theory of church and state which they abhorred, insofar as they ever thought of it. In the 16th century every controversialist assumed, with surprising simplicity of mind, that his own theology was manifestly true and wholesome for everyone. The possibility that no religious system could be made universally acceptable simply was not faced. When it became apparent that this was the fact, and that no important religious group could be suppressed without the greatest political danger, there was nothing for government to do except to withdraw altogether from theological controversy and leave each church to teach its own doctrine to such as cared to hear. The whole Christian tradition was against making a political official overtly the arbiter of religious truth, even if the national churches had in fact included the whole nation in their membership. Hence the claim that the church must be independent was unscapable, but independence had to be purchased at the cost of making church and state two distinct societies, and this was just what neither the Jesuit nor the Calvinist contemplated. The Jesuit theory in particular was an approximation to this hated conclusion. The theory that the state is a national society, purely secular in origin and purpose, while the church is worldwide in scope and of divine origin, implied that the church is one social body and the state another, membership in one being independent of membership in the other. The outcome was therefore quite contrary to the revived medievalism that both Jesuits and Calvinists intended. There was therefore a sound reason why, despite theological differences, the political theories of Calvinists in France or Scotland should have had certain similarities with those of the Jesuits. Both were in a situation where it was necessary to urge that political obligation is not absolute and that a right of rebellion exists against an heretical ruler. Both depended upon a common heritage of medieval thought and argued that the community itself creates its own officials and can regulate them for its own purposes. Both held, therefore, that political power inheres in the people, is derived from them by contract, and may be revoked if the king becomes a tyrant. Without being markedly original, the Jesuit writers were in general clearer in stating the principles of the argument than the Calvinists. The Jesuits and the right to resist. The early Jesuit writers were chiefly Spanish, and their theory was more influenced by their nationality than by the specific Jesuit purpose just mentioned. This was particularly true of 1-388 de Mariana 11, whose theory was mainly governed by constitutional considerations. Like Hotman, he admired medieval institutions, especially those represented by the Estates of Aragon. The Estates he regarded as the guardians of the law of the land, to which the king is fully subject. The power of the king he derived from a contract with the people, who are represented by the Estates, and to them the power to change the law is reserved. Hence the king may be removed for violating the fundamental law. This constitutional theory Mariana built upon an account of the origin of civil society from a state of nature preceding government, in which men live a kind of animal existence, lacking both the virtues and the vices of civilized life. Like Rousseau later, he regarded the origin of private property as the crucial step toward law and government. The most important feature of Mariana's theory was that he treated the origin and evolution of government as a theatural process, taking place under the impulsion of human needs, and on this ground he based the contention that a community must always be able to control or depose the rulers whom its needs have created. He came much closer than the author of the Vindici contra Tyrannos to a non-theological view of civil society and its functions. His book has been famous, or rather infamous, for its frank acceptance of tyrannicide as a remedy for political oppression. Actually, he was not in principle very different from other writers of his time. The right of private citizens to kill a usurper was very widely recognized, and Buchanan had defended the right to kill an oppressor even though his title were lawful. The greater infamy of Mariana was probably due to his open defense of the murder of Henry III of France, which caused his book to be burnt by the Parliament of Paris. Mariana put little stress upon the spiritual power of the Pope and in that respect was not a typical Jesuit. The most important representative of Jesuit political theory was the Spanish scholastic philosopher and jurist Francisco Suarez XII, though his politics was incidental to a philosophical system of jurisprudence, which in turn was only one part of a complete structure of philosophy on the model of St. Thomas. Underscore 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 underscore. Like Bellarmine, Suarez conceived of the Pope as the spiritual leader of a family of Christian nations and consequently as spokesman of the moral unity of humanity. The Church is a universal and divine institution, the state is national and particular. On this ground he defended the indirect power of the Pope to regulate secular rulers for spiritual ends. The state is specifically a human institution, depending upon human needs, and originating in a voluntary union of the heads of families. By this voluntary act each assumes the obligation of doing whatever the general good requires, while the civil society thus formed has a natural and necessary power to control its members for the general good and to do whatever its life and needs require. In this way he established the principle that the power of society to rule itself and its members is an inherent property of a social group. It has no dependence on the will of God, except as everything in the world depends on his will, but is purely a natural phenomenon, belonging to the physical world and having to do with man's social needs. Aside from the indirect power of the Pope, Suarez's view of society was in no special sense theological. From the view that political power is an inherent property of the community, he concluded, as might be expected, that no form of political obligation is absolute. Political arrangements are in a sense superficial, a state may be ruled by a king or in some other way, the government's power may be more or less. In any case political power is derived from the community, it exists for the welfare of the community, and when it does not work well it can be changed. The intent of this theory was no doubt to exalt the divine right of the Pope above the merely secular and human power of the king, but the effect was really to set politics more completely apart from theology. Suarez's political theory was incidental to his jurisprudence. His purpose was to present an encyclopedic philosophy of law in all its divisions, and, as was usual in his writings, he presented a summary and systematization of all phases of medieval legal philosophy. In Suarez and the other members of what is sometimes called the Spanish school of jurisprudence, the legal philosophy of the Middle Ages was digested and arranged, and was thus passed on to the 17th century. In particular, these jurists gave a systematic presentation of the whole doctrine of natural 390 law and so contributed in no small degree to the fact that, for the 17th century, this appeared to be the only scientific way to approach problems of political theory. The influence of Hugo Grotius was perhaps decisive in this matter, but behind Grotius was the systematic jurisprudence of the Spaniards. Indeed, in Suarez natural law connoted many of the conclusions to which Grotius was led. If there are in nature and in human nature certain qualities which inevitably make some ways of behaving right and others wrong, then the difference of good and bad is not due to the arbitrary will either of God or man but is a rational distinction. The nature of human relations and the consequences which naturally flow from human conduct constitute a test to which the rules and practices of the positive law may be submitted. No human legislator, as Grotius later said, not even God himself can make wrong right, as Suarez argued, not even the Pope can change natural law. Behind the special provisions of the law there are rational provisions of general validity. Thus it follows that states, like individuals, are subject to the law of nature, a principle which implies the rule of law within the state and also legal relations between states. Even in Suarez it is possible to see the suggestion of a system in which the law of nature becomes the basis of both constitutional and international law. The divine right of kings. The controversial theory that political power belongs to the people and that rulers may be resisted for valid reasons bred its own answer, and this naturally took the form of a revision of the long-standing belief in the divinity of civil authority. In the 16th century such a revision led naturally to the divine right of kings. This theory, like its opponent theory, depended on the struggle for power between religious sects. As a defense of the right to resist came naturally from a party in opposition to what it regarded as an heretical government, so the infeasible right of the king was defended by those who were on the side of a national establishment and against a threatening opposition. In the beginning the issue was only secondarily absolutism against constitutionalism, and it was not at all autocracy against democracy. Divine right was a defense of order and political stability against a view widely believed to augment the danger implicit in religious. 391. Civil war. The vital practical question was whether heresy in a ruler is a valid ground for civic disobedience. In its modern form the theory of the divine right of the king was a development slightly later than the theories of limited royal power and was an answer to them. It crystallized in the disorders of the civil wars themselves and it corresponded accurately to the actual increase of power in the French crown, which emerged at the end of the century stronger than it was when the wars began. By the end of the century it was ready to begin the final course of centralization which ended in the absolute monarchy of Louis XIV. This was the only solution consistent with the maintenance of effective national government in France. As the wars continued it became ever clearer that neither Protestant nor Catholic could gain an unqualified victory, though the contest might easily destroy both French government and French civilization. To set up the king as the head of the nation, the object of loyalty to men of all parties though they remained Protestant or Catholic, was the only feasible course. The political principles involved in this movement were stated at a far higher philosophical level in Jean Bodin's theory of sovereignty, but the doctrine of divine right was a popular version of substantially similar ideas. It represented a national reaction to the disunion at home and the weakness abroad felt to be implicit both in Huguenot provincialism and ultramontane Catholicism. The theory of divine right, like that of popular right which it was set up to oppose, was a modification of a very ancient and generally accepted idea, namely, that authority has a religious origin and sanction. No Christian, from the time when St. Paul wrote the 13th chapter of Romans, had ever doubted this. But since literally all power was of God, ius divinum had no necessary application to a king more than any other kind of ruler. Moreover, though power as such was divine, it might still be right, under proper circumstances, to resist an unlawful exercise of power. For these reasons no incompatibility was felt, before the end of the 16th century, between the theories that power comes from God and that it comes from the people. What made the two views incompatible was, first, the development of popular right to mean specifically a right to resist and, second, the counter-development of divine right to imply that subjects owe their rulers. 392. A duty of passive obedience. The ancient phrases, almost meaningless in themselves, such as that kings are the vicars of God, thus got a new meaning. Rebellion even in the cause of religion is sacrilege. The duty of passive obedience, preached by both Luther and Calvin, was sharpened by investing the king with a special sanctity. The divine right of kings in this new form was essentially a popular theory. It never received, and indeed was incapable of receiving, a philosophical formulation. But if the importance of a political doctrine depends partly on the number who hold it, the theory compares favorably with any political idea that ever existed, for it was believed with religious intensity by men of all social ranks and all forms of theological belief. The stock arguments for it were the familiar passages of Scripture, such as the 13th chapter of Romans, which had been quoted by writers time out of mind. What gave these old arguments new force in the 16th century were the dangers of disunion and instability inherent in sectarian partisanship, the chance of clerical control over secular government, either from the side of the Calvinists or the Jesuits, and a rising sense of national independence and unity. In the mass, therefore, the theory served mainly as a focus for patriotic sentiment and as a religious rationalization of civic duty. On the side of intellectual construction it was hopelessly weak. Some of its abler proponents, however, did provide an active, and at times not ineffective, criticism of the opponent theory that political power resides in the people. 13. The logical difficulty with the theory of divine right was not that it was theological, it was scarcely more so than the theory which it opposed, but that the peculiar legitimacy attributed to royal power defied analysis or rational defense. The imposition of divine authority upon the king is essentially miraculous and must be accepted by faith and not by reason. The office of king is, as James I said, a mystery into which neither lawyers nor philosophers may inquire. Hence the theory could hardly survive after the quotation of scriptural texts ceased to be a reputable method of political argumentation. In this respect it differed underscore 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 underscore. 13. The most elaborate statement of the theory of divine right was made by William Berkeley, a Scot long resident in France, in his De Regno et Regale Potestate, 1600-393. From the theory of a political contract, which despite its earlier theological form could be stated in a way that any rationalist might accept and hence could offer the opportunity for a philosophical analysis of political obligation. Insofar as royal legitimacy was presented in terms of natural processes, it meant that the king's power was hereditary, presumably on the ground that God's choice was manifested in the fact of birth. From this point on, however, the argument usually became an elaborate and not very convincing analogy between political power and the natural authority of a father, or between the reverence due to a king and the respect which children owe to their parents. This analogy was obviously open to the ridicule with which John Locke treated it. Despite its antiquity, it probably never convinced anyone who was not ready to be convinced for other reasons. Analogy apart, the argument for royal legitimacy simply erected the feudal rule of primogeniture into a general law of nature. But this argument was open to the objection that, however natural the facts of birth and heredity may be, the inheritance of land and power is a legal rule which differs from country to country. In France the Salic law excluded succession in the female lines, which was legal in England. Thus the argument was in the strange position of implying that God changed his mode of imposing the divine right to rule according to the constitutional practice of each country. The moral doctrine that rebellion is never justified, even though a ruler be a heretic, was a normal part of the modernized theory of divine right. It supplied, however, no logical relation between the two propositions, which had always been regarded as independent. Passive obedience could be, and often was, defended on utilitarian grounds which had nothing whatever to do with divine right. An unusually lively sense of the dangers of disorder might be all that was needed to make the duty of subjection seem paramount. Moreover, some writers who defended the divine right of kings might admit, like William Berkeley, that a special crime on the king's part, such as conspiring to overthrow the state, could be treated as a constructive abdication. But this was conceived as a quite exceptional possibility. In general, divine right came to mean that the subject's duty of submission was absolute, unless perhaps in some altogether monstrous circumstance. 394. The duty of passive obedience did not mean that the king was wholly irresponsible and could do whatever he chose. It was usually argued that the king, being more highly placed than other men, was responsible in a higher degree. The law of God and the law of nature were assumed, as they always had been, to be binding on him, and his general duty to respect the law of the land was commonly asserted. But this obligation is owed to God, and the king cannot be held to human judgment either within or without the processes of law. A bad king will be judged by God, but he must not be judged by his subjects or by any human agency for enforcing the law, such as the estates or the courts. The law resides ultimately in the breast of the king. This became the ultimate political issue between the theory of divine right and that of popular or parliamentary right, wherever the lines were drawn for a constitutional struggle between the king and a representative body. James I. Though the modernized version of divine right was native to France, it appeared also in Scotland at about the same time. Here it was stated by no less person than the king himself, the prince who afterward became James I of England, whose true law of free monarchies was published in 1598.14. This book reflected the unhappy experiences of James's family and his own youth with the Scottish Calvinists, as well as his reading of the controversial works produced by the religious wars in France. By free monarchy he meant royal government which is independent of coercion both by foreign princes and by sectaries or feudatories within the kingdom. The long struggle between the House of Stuart and the turbulent Scottish nobility, and the more recent humiliations which James and his mother suffered at the hands of the Presbyterians, offer an ample explanation of the importance which he attached to this conception. "A Scottish presbytery," he once said, "agreeth as well with monarchy as God and the devil. It is of the essence of free monarchy that it should have supreme legal power over all its subjects. Kings, therefore," James wrote, "are breathing images of God upon earth." Underscore 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 dash 395. The state of monarchy is the supremest thing upon earth, for kings are not only God's lieutenants upon earth, and sit upon God's throne, but even by God himself they are called God's. 15. He is like a father as compared with his children, or like the head as compared with the body. Without him there can be no civil society, for the people is a mere headless multitude, incapable of making law, which proceeds from the king as the divinely instituted lawgiver of his people. The only choice, therefore, is between submission to the king and complete anarchy. Applying his theory to Scotland, James asserted that kings existed before there were estates or ranks of men, before parliaments were held or laws made, and that even property in land existed only by the grant of the king. And so it follows of necessity, that kings were the authors and makers of the laws, and not the laws of the kings. 16. The assertion was supported by much dubious history. What it seems to mean is that originally the king's power depended upon the right of conquest. Once established, the king's right descends to his heirs by inheritance. It is always unlawful to dispossess the rightful heir. Since James's claim to the Scottish throne, and later to the throne of England, was strictly hereditary, it was natural for him to cling to this principle, which expressed merely the inalienable and infeasible right of the heir in feudal law. The essential legal quality in monarchy is therefore legitimacy as evidenced by lawful descent from the previous legitimate monarch. This became the distinctive position of the Stuart family in the English civil wars. No considerations of utility can set aside a valid hereditary claim, even an accomplished revolution does not invalidate it, and no law of prescription runs against the legitimate heir. In short, the quality of a king is a supernatural stigma, not to be explained and not to be debated. In 1616, James charged his judges in Star Chamber. That which concerns the mystery of the king's power is not lawful to be disputed, for that is to wade into the weakness of princes, and to take away the mystical reverence that belongs unto them that sit in the throne of God. 17. Underscore 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 underscore. James always admitted that he was responsible in the highest degree, but responsible to God and not to his subjects. In all ordinary matters he acknowledged that a king ought to give the same respect to the law of the land that he demanded of his subjects, but this is a voluntary submission which cannot be enforced. The true nature of the theory of divine right, as a defense of national stability against threatened disunion, was perhaps best illustrated by the fact that it had little currency in England in Tudor times. Despite differences between Calvinists and Anglicans about the propriety of royal supremacy in the national church, there was at no time prior to the death of Elizabeth any serious threat to the internal peace and order of the kingdom. In the 16th century the English Calvinists did not adopt the anti-royalist philosophy characteristic of the French and Scottish Calvinists. On the other side, Anglicans had as yet no special motive for bolstering up passive obedience with the doctrine of infeasible royal right. The horrible example of the civil wars in France gave ample ground for defending passive obedience on sober utilitarian grounds. The actual stability and the unquestioned power of the Tudor monarchs made the theory of divine right unnecessary. The situation changed in the 17th century when the outbreak of civil war required both a defense of resistance on the ground of popular right and a refutation of that position. The divine right of the king then became a common position among clerical apologists for the Stuarts. However, the situations in France and in England were essentially different, because national sentiment in England was at least as well represented by the judges of the common law or by Parliament as by the king. The question was not national unity against disunion, but what constitutional agent should stand for national unity. There was no reason why a special divinity should hedge an English king, and in fact the theory of divine right had little importance in English political theory. Chapter XX. Jean Bodin. Most of the books on politics produced in France in the last quarter of the 16th century were controversial tracts, without detachment and without philosophical originality. There was one work, however, the Six Livres de la République, published by Jean Bodin in 1576, one of less ephemeral nature. This book also was occasioned by the civil wars and was written with the avowed purpose of strengthening the king. But Bodin achieved an unusual aloofness from religious partisanship, and he strove for a philosophical system of political ideas which, however confused he may have been, at least put his book out of the class of controversial literature. In the Republic Bodin set himself no less ambitious task than to do for modern politics what Aristotle had done for ancient, and while the comparison cannot be seriously sustained, the book achieved a great reputation in its day and has been given by all scholars an important place in the history of political thought. Its importance was less due to its elaborate effort to revive the system of Aristotle than to the fact that it took the idea of sovereign power out of the limbo of theology in which the theory of divine right left it. By so doing it led both to an analysis of sovereignty and to its inclusion in constitutional theory. Religious toleration. The Republic might be described as a defense of politics against parties. Published only 4 years after the massacre of Saint Bartholomew, it formed the main intellectual production of an already growing body of moderate thinkers, known as the politiques, who saw in the royal power the mainstay of peace and order and who therefore sought to raise the king, as a center of national unity, above all religious sects and political parties. In part they represented the swing toward strong government which always comes underscore 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 dash 399. In a time of disorder, but their position in the 16th century was more significant than that. They were among the first who envisaged the possibility of tolerating several religions within a single state. Though mostly Catholic themselves, they were before everything nationalist, and in their political thinking they were prepared to face the solidest political fact of the age, namely, that the division of Christianity was irreparable and that no single sect could either convince or coerce the others. The policy which they advocated, accordingly, was to save what might still be saved from the wreck, to permit religious differences which could not be healed and to hold together French nationality even though unity of religion was lost. Such had been the policy of Catherine de' Medici's Chancellor El Hospital at the very opening of the civil wars, and such was the general policy of settlement which prevailed under Henry IV. Sane as this policy was, it seemed irreligious to most men in the 16th century. The politiques were described by one of their enemies as those who preferred the repose of the kingdom or their own homes to the salvation of their souls, who would rather that the kingdom remained at peace without God than at war with him. There was an element of truth in this jibe. The politiques certainly commended religious toleration as a policy rather than as a moral principle. They never denied the right of the state to persecute or question the advantages of a single religion. But they perceived that religious persecution was in fact ruinous and they condemned it on this utilitarian ground. In a general way Bodin was related to this group, and he intended by his book to support their policy of toleration and also to supply a reasoned basis for enlightened policy in respect to many practical questions that arose in a distracted age. But he was emphatically no opportunist. His republic was intended to supply the principles of order and unity upon which any well-ordered state must rest. Bodin's political philosophy was a singular mixture of the old and the new, as all philosophical thought in the 16th century was. He had ceased to be medieval without becoming modern. A lawyer by profession, he won the enmity of his fellow lawyers by advocating an historical and comparative study of law, in place of an exclusive devotion to the texts of Roman law. Both law and politics, he insisted, need to be studied not only in the light 400 of history, but also in the light of men's physical environment, of climate, and topography and race. And yet, mingled with this very modern-sounding suggestion was a firm belief that environment includes the influence of the stars and can be understood in its relation to the history of states by the study of astrology. A forthright advocate of religious toleration and of liberal and enlightened administration, Bodin was likewise the author of a handbook on sorcery intended to be used by magistrates in the detection and trial of witches. Often critical and incredulous in his analysis of historical sources, he was ready to accept every folk tale about the diabolical plots of those who have sold themselves to the devil. An advocate of policies aimed at the material and economic welfare of the nation and the author of a book that has been called the first modern work on economics, he could still people the physical world with spirits and demons on whose acts the lives of men depend at every turn. A critic of all religious sects, so balanced in judgment that no man knew whether he was Protestant or Catholic, and some suspected that he was a Jew or an infidel, he was yet profoundly religious both by temperament and conviction. 2 Bodin's thought was an amalgamation of superstition, rationalism, mysticism, utilitarianism, and antiquarianism. A similar confusion exists in his political philosophy. It seems clear that he himself believed that he was following a new method, the secret of which consisted in combining philosophy and history. Philosophy, he says, dies of inanition in the midst of its precepts when it is not vivified by history. He criticized Machiavelli for the omission of philosophy and attributed to this the immoral tendency of his writings. On the other hand, Bodin had no patience with such utopian politics as he found in Sir Thomas More and in Plato. His ideal was an empirical subject matter held in a framework of general principles. Fact was to give solidity and reason meaning. This conception of political philosophy he derived from Aristotle, and it must be admitted that Bodin can -401 received the task more broadly than any other writer of his time. Unfortunately, his accomplishment was not equal to his designs. He had no clearly conceived system by which to order his historical material. The Republic, and indeed his books generally, are unorganized and ill-arranged, repetitious and disconnected, though in parts he was capable of being clear and cogent. Moreover, he deluged his reader with historical illustrations, statistics, citations, and expositions of law and institutions drawn from an appalling erudition. The neglect into which his books fell within a century of his death was mainly due to their being intolerably formless and tedious. Bodin's power of literary presentation was practically non-existent, his systematic capacity was rather a facility in formal definition than a real power of philosophical construction, and despite a genuine insight into the history and working of institutions, he was an antiquarian rather than a philosophical historian. The State and the Family. Such arrangement as the Republic has was borrowed from Aristotle, though the outline was obscured by almost endless digressions. Bodin first considered the end of the state and then the family, together with marriage, the relation of father and children, private property and slavery, all of which he regarded as aspects of the family. The opening part, however, revealed at once his weakness in forming a systematic political philosophy. He had no clear theory of the end of the state. He defined it as a lawful government of several households, and of their common possessions, with sovereign power. The word lawful is said to signify just, or in accordance with the law of nature, and to distinguish the state from a lawless association like a band of robbers. With respect to the end which sovereign power should seek for its subjects, however, Bodin was very indefinite. He saw that Aristotle was not a safe guide here, the ends sought by the city-state being impossible in a modern kingdom. Hence, he said, the happiness or goodness of citizens is not a practicable end. Yet he was unwilling to restrict the state to the pursuit of merely material and utilitarian advantages, such as peace and the security of property. The state has a soul as well as a body, and the soul is higher, though the needs of the body are more immediately pressing. In reality. 402. Bodin never gave a clear account of these higher ends of the state. The result was a serious deficiency in his system, since he never succeeded in explaining precisely the reasons for the citizen's obligation to obey the sovereign. Bodin's theory of the family is a distinctive part of his work, but it too is hard to relate to the theory of sovereignty. The family consisting of father, mother, children, and servants, with the common property he regarded as a natural community from which all other societies arise. Following the Roman conception that the state's jurisdiction ends at the threshold of the house, he seriously proposed reviving the most extreme powers of the paterfamilias over his dependents, with complete control over the persons, the property, and even the lives of his children. At the same time he added to this an excellent refutation both of the right and the utility of slavery. The family forms a natural unit, in which the right of private property inheres, and from it the state and all other communities are formed. The state he defined as a government of households. It is the paterfamilias who becomes a citizen, when he steps outside the house and acts in concert with other heads of families. Many associations of families arise for common defense and for the pursuit of mutual advantages. Villages, cities, and corporations of various kinds, and when these are united by a sovereign authority, a state is formed. The actual formation of this last combination Bodin attributed as a rule to force, though it was certainly not his opinion that sovereignty, or lawful rule, is justified merely by its power. In this derivation of the state Bodin's motive is easier to understand than his logic. He had in his make-up a large measure of puritanical censoriousness, and the power of the father was meant to be a means of social purification. More important than this, however, was his desire to build an impregnable bulwark to protect private property. Communism, both in the theories of Plato and More and in the supposed practices of the Anabaptists, was an object of repeated criticism with him, and property he regarded as an attribute of the family. The family is the sphere of the private, the state is that of the public or common. Hence he aimed at a radical separation of the two. Sovereignty he believed to be different in kind from ownership. The prince is in no sense the proprietor of the public domain and cannot alienate it. Property belongs to 403. The family, sovereignty to the prince and his magistrates. As the theory develops, the right of property inherent in the family puts a definite limit even to the power of the sovereign. Unfortunately for the clarity of the theory, it is impossible to see on what this inviolable right of the family is based. Bodin's argument for the power of the father was largely authoritarian, consisting of citations from scripture and Roman law. For the rest he merely followed Aristotle in arguing that men are the embodiment of reason, as against the more passionate nature of women and the immaturity of children. The right of property he of course considered to be rooted in the law of nature. Without much exaggeration Bodin might be said to make the possession of property simply a natural right, somewhat after the fashion of Locke, except that it inheres in the family rather than the individual. But to combine an inalienable right in the family with an absolute power in the state made an insuperable logical difficulty. If it really was Bodin's purpose to distinguish clearly between the political power of the sovereign and the private rights and powers of the heads of families, he ought to have considered carefully the transition from those spontaneous groupings of families where sovereign power is lacking to the state where it is present. In point of fact he had no clear theory of this transition, just as he had no clear theory of the ends which the state ought to secure. The family and such groups of families as the village or the city he attributed to the natural needs and desires of men's sexual impulse, the care of offspring, defense, and innate sociability. The origin of the state he usually attributed to conquest, and yet he was as far as possible from believing that force is self-justifying or that it forms the primary attribute of the state after it is founded. Superior force may make a band of robbers but not a state. Just what natural needs give rise to the state over and above those supplied by the family and other groups, or why the citizen ought to render obedience to his sovereign, or precisely the nature of the change which transforms a group of families into a true state, he left obscure. The only points that are perfectly clear are that a well-ordered state cannot exist until a sovereign power is recognized and that the units of which it is composed are families. This was a major defect of theoretical construction, because his theory of sovereignty was left standing merely as a definition of something which sometimes exists but for which he has no explanation. He eliminated the mandate of God, which the theory of divine right offered as a foundation for the king's authority, but he did not fill the gap with a natural explanation. Sovereignty. Boden's statement of the principle of sovereignty is generally agreed to be the most important part of his political philosophy. The presence of sovereign power is taken by him to be the mark which distinguishes the state from all the other groupings into which families fall. Accordingly, he began by defining citizenship as subjection to a sovereign. The defining conceptions of the state are sovereign and subject, a view which logically places social, ethical, and religious relationships outside the bounds of political theory. As Boden urged, innumerable other relations may subsist between citizens besides subjection to a common sovereign, but it is subjection which makes them citizens. They may or may not have a common language and religion. Various groups of them may have peculiar laws or local customs which are countenanced by the sovereign. The burghers of a city may have recognized privileges or immunities, and a corporate body may be permitted to make and enforce its own rules for certain purposes. A grouping of this kind, where law, language, religion, and custom are identical, Boden called a site, a term which corresponds roughly to the idea of a nation, at least in the sense that it suggests a social union rather than a formal political bond. The site is not a state, republic. The latter exists only where the citizens are subject to the rule of a common sovereign. The relation of this conception to the political problems of Boden's own time is manifest. He is urging, in the manner of the Politiques, that the political bond may be self-sufficient even though the political community be divided by differences of religion and by the survival of local, customary, and class immunities. The essential element of the political community is the presence of a common sovereign. Boden's next step was to define sovereignty as supreme power over citizens and subjects, unrestrained by law, and to analyze the conception of supreme power. It is, in the first place, perpetual as distinguished from any grant of power that is limited to a specific period of time. It is undelegated, or delegated without limit or -405. Condition. It is inalienable and not subject to prescription. It is unrestrained by law because the sovereign is the source of law. The sovereign cannot bind himself or his successors, and he cannot be made legally accountable to his subjects, though Boden had no doubt that the sovereign was answerable to God and subject to natural law. The law of the land is simply the sovereign's command, and accordingly any limitation on the power to command must be extra-legal. The primary attribute of sovereignty is the power to give laws to citizens collectively and severally, without the consent of a superior, an equal, or an inferior. The other attributes: the power to declare war and treat for peace, to commission magistrates, to act as a court of last resort, to grant dispensations, to coin money, and to tax, are all consequences of the sovereign's position as legal head of the state. As Boden was careful to explain, this implies also the sovereign's control over customary law, which he sanctions by permitting it to exist. Enactment, Boden holds, can change custom, but not custom enactment. This principle of a unified legal headship as the mark of a true state was applied with great clearness by Boden to the ancient theory of forms of government. From his point of view, every government which is not to be a prey to anarchy, every well-ordered state, must have in it somewhere this indivisible source of authority. Hence different forms of government can vary only in the location of this power. There are no forms of state, though there are forms of government. In a monarchy, sovereignty resides in the king, and therefore the function of the estates is advisory only, as Bodin believed was the case in France and England. It is expedient for monarchs to consult their advisors, but it cannot be mandatory, and the monarch cannot be legally bound by the advice given. If a king, so-called, is bound by an act of the estates, then sovereignty really resides in the assembly and the government is an aristocracy. This is the case, according to Bodin, in the empire of his day. Again, if the final power of decision and review rests with some sort of popular body, then the government is democratic. In short, there is no such thing as a mixed state. Either there is no undivided sovereign power, and in that case there is no well-ordered state, or this power resides in some one place, whether it be king, assembly, or populace. Bodin's treatment of forms of government implies a clear-cut distinction b-406 between state and government. The state consists in the possession of sovereign power, government consists in the apparatus through which such power is exercised. A monarch may delegate his power widely and therefore govern popularly, while a democracy may govern despotically. The theory of sovereignty was applied by Bodin also in his discussion of the subordinate parts of the state. In a monarchy, the functions of parliament must be advisory. Similarly, the power exercised by magistrates is delegated by the sovereign. Again, all the corporate bodies which exist within the state, religious bodies, municipalities, and commercial companies, owe their powers and privileges to the will of the sovereign. Bodin took for granted the existence of great numbers of such bodies, as was natural in his time, and also their possession of considerable powers of self-direction. He was even favorable to such a policy of practical decentralization. What he was most concerned to urge was that all corporate bodies exist only by the sovereign's permission and that all their powers are derived from his consent. As in the case of customary law, the powers of corporations are constructively derived from the state, even though they may rest upon ancient usage and not upon charter or statute. It was a prime object of the Republic to represent the King of France as the head of the entire political organization, though Bodin had no desire for a radical destruction of ancient corporations such as actually took place at the time of the French Revolution. His purpose was to make a foothold for the rights of the monarchy against all the survivors of the feudal age. It is significant that he treated the estates as merely one of the corporations which the sovereign permits, along with trading companies and ecclesiastical bodies. Limitations on sovereignty. The preceding account of Bodin's theory of sovereign power takes account only of the parts of his argument which are straightforward and free from difficulties. In its entirety, however, the argument was by no means so simple, but contained serious confusions which must be noted in order to complete the picture. In general, sovereignty meant for Bodin a perpetual, humanly unlimited and unconditional right to make, interpret, and execute law. The existence of such a right he believed to be necessary to 407 any well-ordered state, forming the characteristic difference between a developed political body and more primitive groups. But the exercise of sovereign power which he regarded as justifiable was by no means so unlimited as his definitions imply, and the result is a series of restrictions that introduce a great amount of confusion into the finished theory. In the first place, Bodin never doubted that the sovereign was bound by the law of God and of nature. Though he defined law as a sheer act of the sovereign's will, he never supposed that the sovereign could make right by mere fiat. For him, as for all his contemporaries, the law of nature stands above human law and sets certain unchangeable standards of right. It is the observance of this law that distinguishes the true state from mere effective violence. There is, of course, no way to make the sovereign legally liable for violating the law of nature. Still, natural law does impose some real disabilities on him. In particular, it requires the keeping of agreements and respect for private property. The sovereign's agreements may involve political obligations toward his subjects or toward other sovereigns, and in such cases Bodin had no doubt that he was bound. It was difficult if not impossible for him to keep these obligations of the sovereign exclusively on a moral plane and so apart from legal and political obligations. What, for example, would be the duty of a magistrate if the sovereign were to command something contrary to natural law? Bodin had no doubt that there might be cases so flagrant that the sovereign ought to be disobeyed. He did all he could to reduce such cases to the narrowest limits, but the confusion was none the less there. Law is at once the will of the sovereign and an expression of eternal justice, yet the two may be in conflict. A second confusion in Bodin's theory of sovereignty arose from his fidelity to the constitutional law of France. All his natural inclinations, both as a lawyer and a moralist, were on the side of constitutional government and respect for the ancient usages and practices of the realm. In common with the prevailing legal opinion of his time, he recognized that there were certain things which the King of France could not lawfully do. Specifically, he could not modify the succession and he could not alienate any part of the public domain, yet he was convinced that the King of France was sovereign in the full sense of the word, in fact, was the X-408. Ample par excellence of a sovereign. He admitted the existence of a peculiar class of laws which are necessarily connected with the exercise of sovereignty itself and which even the sovereign cannot change. These he called leges imperii, implying apparently that sovereignty itself would vanish with their violation. The confusion here is manifest. The sovereign is at once the source of law and the subject of certain constitutional laws which he has not made and cannot change. The fact is that Bodin had two purposes which were united rather by circumstances than by logic. He was seeking to increase and consolidate the powers of the crown, because this was necessary in the circumstances, but he was also a convinced constitutionalist bent on saving and perpetuating the ancient institutions of the realm. Neither on logical nor historical grounds could the realm be identified with the crown. The idea behind the leges imperii was that, except as an element of the realm, the crown would have neither existence nor power. The idea behind the definition of sovereignty was that the crown is the chief legislative and executive organ in the realm. These two propositions are not incompatible, but there is room for endless confusion when they are both loosely combined in the conception of sovereignty. To make a really systematic theory, Bodin would have had to make up his mind which of the two was fundamental. For if sovereignty means essentially the supremacy of the prince, then the political community has no existence except by virtue of the relation between the prince and his subjects, and it is impossible that the realm should have laws of its own which the prince cannot change. Substantially this is the line of thought which Hobbes, starting partly from Bodin, later developed. On the other hand, if the state is a political community having laws and a constitution of its own, it is impossible that the sovereign should be identified with the prince. Bodin's confusion on this point was due partly, no doubt, to his immediate purpose. He could hardly have combated revolution by inculcating loyalty to a juristic abstraction. For this purpose a visible and tangible king, the vicar of God on earth, was altogether the more appealing idea, at least until national sentiment had given the nation itself solidity enough to make the king dispensable. On the other hand, a visible king is not easy to insert. 409. Into a system of juristic concepts. In part, however, the confusion was deeply involved in the method of political philosophy which Bodin was trying to follow. This method contemplated the combination of history and philosophy, of factual evolution and logical analysis. From the point of view of history, the realm of France, the political community, would almost necessarily be taken as a single social being, continuous and self-identical through an indefinitely long series of gradual changes. From the point of view of analysis, it would be almost equally necessary to make a cross-section through the historical stream and consider the formal relations between the parts of the legal constitution. No analysis would fit all stages of the history, and for this reason the history would violate the canons of any formal analysis. Bodin was undertaking something that was difficult, perhaps to the point of impossibility. His confusions about the leges imperii make a starting point for the long controversy between an analytic and an historical method in jurisprudence. There was still a third confusion in Bodin's theory of sovereignty, more immediately serious than the two already mentioned. This concerned his very strong convictions about the inviolability of private property. This right is guaranteed by the law of nature, but it constituted for Bodin more than a moral limitation on the power of the sovereign. So sacred is property that the sovereign cannot touch it without the owner's consent. Accordingly, he asserted that taxation requires the assent of the estates. But there is nothing whatever about taxation to justify Bodin in thus setting it apart from other legislation, and he had denied in the most explicit fashion that the estates can act in any but an advisory capacity in the making of law. Indeed, the very existence of the estates depended upon the delegation by the sovereign of a qualified authority to a subordinate corporation. In this case, the confusion amounts to a flat contradiction, arising from the defective organization of his theory already referred to. The right of property he considered to be an infeasible attribute of the family, and the family is an independently existing unit out of which the state is constructed. A well-ordered state, however, requires a sovereign whose legal power is unlimited. Thus Bodin's state contained two absolutes, the infeasible rights of the family and the unlimited legislative power of the sovereign. 410. Of the two, the rights of property were more fundamental to his thought, at least in the sense that they formed standing convictions about which he hardly felt the need for argument. The unlimited power of the sovereign had a more occasional origin in the dangers produced by the religious wars. 3 If Bodin ever tried seriously to justify to himself the discrepancy between the two positions, he probably followed a line of thought similar to that used in the treatment of the lex imperii. The rights of property are essential to the family and the family is essential to the state, but the power to tax is the power to destroy, and the state cannot possess the power to destroy its own members. At all events, he was perfectly explicit in asserting that taxation requires assent and in treating it as an inherent limitation on sovereignty, like the lex imperii. Logically, his thought breaks in two at the point where the theory of the family ought to be joined to the theory of the state. The well-ordered state. The remainder of the Republic discussed a multitude of subjects but added nothing to the outlines of the theory. It examined exhaustively the causes and prevention of revolutions, again following the lead of Aristotle. In accord with his general theory, Bodin defined revolution as a displacement of sovereignty. No matter how much laws may change, a revolution does not take place so long as sovereignty resides in the same place. He enumerated many causes of revolution, of various degrees of importance. In general, there is little order in this part of the book, though many of Bodin's observations were judicious. His discussion of the prevision of revolutions was a curious excursion into the uses of astrology for this purpose, while his analysis of the means for preventing them led him to cover every branch of administration and permitted him to display a really great fund of political acumen and wisdom. Broadly speaking, this part of the work was an exposition of the policy of the politicales. The king, he holds, should not ally himself with any faction but should follow a policy of conciliation, using repression cautiously and only where there is a strong probability of success. The most significant aspect of the argument was his firm defense of religious toleration, which however he here treated rather as a policy than a principle. He later dealt more philosophically with the subject in the extraordinary dialogue called the Heptaplomeres, a work which for obvious reasons it was impossible to publish in the 16th century. 4. The examination of revolutions led to the more general subject of the relation of physical environment to national characteristics. Here also Bodin started from Aristotle but greatly elaborated the whole subject. Northern peoples, he believed, are large and physically vigorous but slow of movement and of mind. Southerners are slight of build, vivacious in manner, and surpass in acuteness and ingenuity. For political purposes the middle region, where the two sets of qualities are mingled, is superior, as is shown by the fact that the great states, as well as the science of politics, have originated there. This portion of Bodin's work formed an integral part of his whole political philosophy and suggested the later speculations of Montesquieu on the subject, but he made no attempt to bring it into logical relation with his theory of sovereignty. Its presence in his system, however, marks the vast difference between Bodin and the theological controversialists who wrote most of the political theory of the time. After this excursus, Bodin passed on to consider the obligation of the sovereign to keep faith in treaties and alliances. Here he deplored the growing belief that princes are not bound by promises to their own disadvantage, the argument being aimed at Machiavelli. It showed a growing sense of the need for restraining absolute sovereigns in their international dealings, a need which eventuated some 50 years later in the effort of Grotius to formulate an international law. Finally, Bodin considered at length the financial policies of the state, its sources of revenue, and the desirability of various forms of taxation. Incidentally, he argued at length for the revival of the Roman censorship, partly as a means for obtaining exact information about the resources of the kingdom, but largely as a means of moral purification. The Republic was brought to a close with a chapter which in some measure may be regarded as containing the nerve of the whole book. Bodin compared the three forms of state in order to show the superiority of monarchy. Here, and indeed throughout, it is evident that he regarded a monarchy of the French type, or what he took to be the French type, as the only form of well-ordered state. Heredity and even the Salic law, he tried to prove, were founded not only in custom but in reason. In spite of his previous admission that sovereignty may be vested in an aristocracy or in the people, he was convinced that in practice this leads to anarchy and to the ruin of subjects as well as rulers. The only really well-ordered state is one in which sovereignty is undivided because it resides in a single person. This distinction of possible states and the one well-ordered state runs all through Bodin's work, but it is a source of unclearness because it is not steadily maintained. He was never quite certain whether sovereignty is a quality which it is desirable for the state to possess but which actual states sometimes lack, or whether it was a quality which every state must of necessity possess. In general, he preferred to defend the theory as if it were a universal logical necessity, and yet he really believed that many or perhaps most states do not rise to the level of a well-ordered monarchy, in which alone undivided sovereignty is possible. The confusion of the necessary with the desirable is a fault to which the project for uniting philosophy and history was peculiarly prone. Like many later philosophers who had a similar aim, Bodin stated what was really a program of reform under the guise of a pronouncement of eternal truth. Despite the many confusions in his thought, Bodin's political philosophy was a work of no slight importance. Compared with any other work of the second half of the 16th century, it was broadly conceived and impressively executed. The neglect into which the Republic soon fell was due more to its manner than its substance, and many books of less weight survived longer. At the same time, Bodin's system was not a philosophical construction of the first rank. Its two sides, constitutionalism and centralized power, were not really drawn together. Natural law, upon which the structure everywhere rested, was accepted as a tradition and was never analyzed or solidly based. The theory of SOV. 413. Arranty, though Bodin's statement of it was the clearest given in the 16th century, floats in the air, a feat of definition rather than of explanation. The ends of a well-ordered state, the nature of the subject's obligation to obey, and the relation between the state and its constituent families all require further analysis. But from this unclearness two problems emerged which largely occupied the attention of political philosophy in the century after Bodin. One was the theory of sovereignty in terms of power, the definition of the state as a relation between political inferiors and a political superior, and of law as a command. This conception was systematically developed by Hobbes. The other was a modernizing and secularizing of the ancient theory of natural law, in order to find if possible an ethical and yet a not merely authoritarian foundation for political power. This revision was chiefly the work of Grotius and Locke. So successful was it that natural law became, in the estimation of the 17th and 18th centuries, the valid scientific form of political theory. Chapter XXI. The modernized theory of natural law. The opening decades of the 17th century began a gradual process of releasing political philosophy from the association with theology which had been characteristic of its earlier history throughout the Christian era. The release which came in the 17th century was made possible by a gradual recession of religious controversy and by a gradual secularizing of the issues with which political theory had to deal. It was furthered also by a secularizing of intellectual interests which was inherent in the return of scholarship to antiquity and the spread through northern Europe of the admiration for Greece and Rome already so conspicuous in the Italian scholars of Machiavelli's generation. Stoicism, Platonism, and a modernized understanding of Aristotle brought into being a degree of naturalism and rationalism such as the study of Aristotle in the 14th century had not been able to produce. Finally, an indirect effect in the same direction was produced by epoch-making progress in the mathematical and physical sciences. Social phenomena generally, and political relationships in particular, began to be conceived as natural occurrences, open to study by observation and more especially by logical analysis and deduction, in which revelation or any other supernatural element had no important place. This tendency to set political and social theory free from theology was already perceptible in the later Jesuit writers, even though their purpose was in part to support the indirect power of the papacy over secular governments. Their argument stressed the secular and human origin of government, in order that the divine right of the Pope might be given a unique place in the category of authorities. Thus the political theory and the jurisprudence of Suarez, though parts of a scholastic philosophy, could be detached from theology without suffering serious mutilation. In 415, the Calvinist writers of the early 17th century a similar secularization of interest occurred, though Calvinism probably retarded rather than aided the process. The doctrine of predestination, in its original Calvinist meaning, tied up all moral and social questions with the free grace of God and made every natural phenomenon an incident in a personal and voluntary government of the world. Whatever affinity Calvinist theology may have had with Puritan middle-class morality, it had none at all with the rational explanation of moral phenomena, but the contrary. On the other hand, the expunging of the canon law from Protestant systems made necessary a more radical break with the Middle Ages than was required of the Jesuits. Suarez could produce a somewhat modernized form of medieval jurisprudence, but the Calvinists, once the strict ties of Calvinism were relaxed, could more easily revert to pre-Christian conceptions of natural law. The critical event in the history of Calvinist theology, so far as political theory was concerned, was the controversy aroused by Arminius and the Remonstrants in Holland, which set Hugo Grotius free from the bondage of strict Calvinism and fortified him in the humanist tradition of Erasmus I. Althusius. Even before Grotius, however, the relationship of natural law to theology had begun to wear thin for some writers with Calvinist affiliations. This was notably true of Johannes Althusius, who continued and elaborated the anti-royalist theory of the French Calvinists too. His book on politics was in no sense a controversial tract but, as the name signifies, a systematic treatise on all forms of human association including the state. Like Grotius, Althusius objected to the mixture of jurisprudence and politics in Bodin and therefore made a point of separating them. His separation, however, affected somewhat unfortunately his theory of politics. Though his position depended upon the conception of natural law, he never followed this to a thoroughgoing revision of its principles. Like other Calvinist writers, he identified natural underscore 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 1. Law with the second table of the Decalogue 3, but thereby he did less than justice to his own thought, because in fact his theory of society depended in no essential respect upon this implied religious authority. The truth is, as Gierke says, that Althusius was more clear than profound and devoted himself rather to formal definition than to a philosophical analysis of principles for. Within these limits he developed a political theory which was both interesting and important, because it depended logically upon the single idea of contract and owed substantially nothing to religious authority. In effect, therefore, it was a naturalistic theory, in so far as contract may be called a natural relationship. Althusius's contract was in fact very much like the innate social propensity which had figured in Stoic theory and which played an even clearer part in the philosophy of Grotius. The important point was that Althusius raised it to the level of a sufficient explanation of human social groupings, thus leaving nothing to be explained by an appeal to theological sanctions. The effect was to produce a theory much closer to the actual spirit of Aristotle than the more explicitly Aristotelian theories of the scholastics. Althusius was not very far from saying that the association of men in groups is simply a natural fact, as much an intrinsic part of human nature as anything else, and accordingly that a society was not, in Hobbes's phrase, an artificial body to be explained by extraneous causes. The idea of contract was not very well suited to express this thought but was quite in accord with the individualism which marked all theories of natural law, especially after the writings of Hobbes. The contract figured in two ways in Althusius's theory. It had a more specifically political role in explaining the relations between a ruler and his people and a general sociological role in explaining the existence of any group whatever. The first corresponded to a contract of government, the second to a social contract in a broader sense. In the latter use a tacit agreement underlies any association or consociatio, a word which corresponds to Aristotle's use of community. By this agreement persons become dwellers to underscore 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 dash 417. Together, symbiotici, and sharers in the goods, services, or laws which the association creates and sustains. Any association has therefore its twofold law which defines on the one hand the kind of community existing between the members and on the other creates and limits an authority for administering its common affairs. Althusius offers an elaborate dichotomous classification of associations, but in brief he may be said to distinguish 5 chief kinds, each more complex sort arising as a combination of the preceding simpler ones: the family, the voluntary corporation, collegium, the local community, the province, and the state. In the more advanced groups, the underlying associations rather than individual persons are the contracting parties, and in each case the new group assumes the regulation only of such acts as are necessary to its purposes, leaving the rest in the control of the more primitive groups. There occurs, therefore, a series of social contracts by which various social groups, some political and some not, come into being. This is the basis for Althusius's theory of the state. The state forms one of this series. It arises by the association of provinces or local communities, and its differentia, as compared with any other group, is sovereign power, majestas. Here the influence of Bodin upon Althusius was evident, as well as his purpose to avoid some of the confusions in Bodin's theory. The most important aspect of Althusius's theory was that he made sovereignty reside necessarily in the people as a corporate body. They are incapable of parting with it because it is a characteristic of that specific kind of association. Consequently, it is never alienated and never passes into the possession of a ruling class or family. Power is bestowed upon the administrative officers of a state by the law of the state. This forms the second of Althusius's 2 kinds of contract, an agreement by which the corporate body imparts power to its administrators to make the purposes of the corporation effective. It follows that this power reverts to the people if the holder of it should for any reason forfeit it. This theory was the clearest statement of popular sovereignty that had so far appeared. It avoided the difficulties in Bodin's theory, which had arisen because of his confusion between the sovereign and the monarch, and which had led him to describe sovereignty as at once unlimited and yet incapable of changing certain 418 visions of the historical constitution. It is clearer also than the account of sovereignty later given by Grotius, since it does not confuse public authority with the patrimonial power inherent in the ownership of land. Althusius's defense of the right to resist tyranny followed pretty closely in the track of the earlier Calvinist theories. This right does not belong to individuals but must be exercised through a special class of magistrates, called ephors, who are the appointed guardians of the community's rights. The efforts correspond to the inferior magistrates of Calvin and the Vindici contra Tyrannos. Althusius's theory, however, was better based, because the whole structure of his state was federal. The contracting parties which produce the state are not individuals but communities, which, though not sovereign, have the inherent capacity for giving effect to their own ends which all corporate bodies possess. It has been pointed out in a preceding chapter that an approximation to federalism occurred in the Vindici contra Tyrannos, which, in the circumstances prevailing in France, could hardly be anything except a reversion to feudal privileges and exemptions. The case was different in the Netherlands, where central government really was founded upon a confederation of provinces diverse in religion, language, and national sentiment. Althusius's description of the state as a community in which several cities and provinces have bound themselves by a common law offered a better principle for limiting the power of a chief magistrate than a theory which contemplated a union of individuals under a sovereign ruler. Unfortunately, it had little application in France and England, where the political thinking of the 16th and 17th centuries mainly took place. This fact was perhaps one of the reasons why Althusius's work fell into oblivion. The political theory of Althusius, so far as it went, was remarkably clear and consistent. It reduced the whole range of political and social relationships to the one principle of consent or contract. The compact, express or tacit, was made to account for society itself, or rather for a whole series of societies, of which the state was one. It offered a logical basis for the element of authority inherent in any group, which appears in the state specifically as the sovereign public authority of the group itself, and it afforded a plausible ground for the legal limitation of executives and for a 419 right to resist a tyrannous exercise of executive power. The great virtue of the theory was its clearness. In substance, Althusius had made himself independent of any religious sanction for authority, since he treated associations as self-sufficing, at least within the limits set by the purposes which each kind of association was meant to serve. For the principle of consent itself, the contractual obligation upon which he made the right of every association depend, he offered no philosophical foundation at all. Doubtless he regarded the sanctity of contract as a principle of natural law, and he was content to refer natural law for its validity to the Decalogue. To be sure, he made no use of this reference and his theory would be just as strong without it, but at the crucial point his thought had no foundation except a scriptural authority. In part this was due to an element of superficiality in his own thinking, but in part also it was probably due to the fact that he had not made himself independent of Calvinism. His conception of nature was tied to the essentially supernatural principle of predestination. The final step in detaching natural law altogether from its entanglement with religious authority was made not by Althusius but by the more philosophically minded Grotius V. Grotius, Natural Law. It must be admitted, however, that Grotius was less clear than Althusius in his treatment specifically of sovereignty and the state. The subject had only incidental importance for him, and its bearing on international relations made the constitutional powers of rulers more significant than the theoretical principles of sovereignty itself. Consequently, Grotius, more than Althusius, was hampered in his thinking about philosophical principles by his fidelity to the letter of positive law. After defining sovereignty as a power not subject to the legal control of another, he distinguished between a common and a special possessor, or subject, of the power. The common subject of sovereignty is the state itself, the special subject is one or more persons, according to the constitutional law of each state. The sovereign is therefore either the political body _________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ Itself, Althusius's state, or the government, a use of terms which hardly made for clearness. He reverted also to the view of the civilians that a people can wholly divest itself of its sovereign power, and to the feudal identification of public authority with a patrimonial power over land, which can be acquired by conquest, transferred, or devised. The result was that sovereignty as a specific property of the state itself was lost to sight in a flood of details that have to do not with a general theory but only with the constitutional powers of specific rulers. Grotius's importance in the history of jurisprudence rests not upon a theory of the state or upon anything that he had to say about constitutional law, but upon his conception of a law regulating the relations between sovereign states. The practical urgency of the problem in the 17th century need hardly be stressed. Always a fertile field for disorder, the relations between independent political powers had become ever more chaotic with the breakdown of such feeble restraints as the medieval church had occasionally applied. The rise of the absolute monarchies and the more or less frank acceptance of a Machiavellian conception of the relations between them made force the arbiter in the dealings of states with states. To this must be added the effects of the religious wars which followed the Reformation, bringing to international relations the intrinsic bitterness of religious hatred and affording the color of good conscience to the most barefaced schemes of dynastic aggrandizement. And behind overt political ambitions lay the economic baits which led the Western European nations along the road of expansion, colonization, commercial aggrandizement, and the exploitation of newly discovered territory. There were ample reasons why Grotius should have believed that the welfare of mankind required a comprehensive and systematic treatment of the rules governing the mutual relations among states. Such a work is all the more necessary because in our day, as in former times, there is no lack of men who view this branch of law with contempt as having no reality outside of an empty name. 6. Grotius's contribution to the special subject of international law is beyond the limits of a history of political theory. In re underscore 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 spec to the latter his importance lay in the philosophical principles upon which he sought to found his special subject and which he set out especially in the prolegomena to his great work. In the 17th century it was a foregone conclusion that he should appeal to the generally admitted idea of a fundamental law, or law of nature, lying behind the civil law of every nation, and binding, because of its intrinsic justice, upon all peoples and upon subjects and rulers alike. In the long tradition of Christian political thought no writer had denied, or even doubted, the validity of such a law. To the fact of validity Grotius need hardly address himself. But with the breaking up of Christian unity and the decline of Christian authority the grounds of this validity called urgently for re-examination. Neither the authority of the Church nor the authority of Scripture, in fact, no form of religious revelation, could establish the foundation of a law binding alike on Protestant and Catholic peoples, and governing the relations between Christian and non-Christian rulers. It was natural that Grotius, with his background of humanistic training, should turn back to the even older, pre-Christian, tradition of natural law which he found in the writers of classical antiquity. Thus he chose, as Cicero had done before him, to put his examination of the grounds of natural law into the form of a debate with the skeptical critic of the Stoic philosophy, Carneades. 7. The point of Carneades's refutation of natural justice lay in the argument that all human conduct is motived by self-interest and that law is, in consequence, merely a social convention generally beneficial and supported not by a sense of justice but by prudence. Grotius's answer was, in brief, that such an appeal to utility is essentially ambiguous since men are inherently sociable beings. As a result the maintenance of society itself is a major utility which is not measured by any private benefits, other than the satisfaction of their sociable impulses, accruing to individuals. Man is, to be sure, an animal, but an animal of a superior kind, much farther removed from all other animals than the different kinds of animals are from one another. But among the traits characteristic of underscore 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 dash 422. Man is an impelling desire for society, that is, for the social life not of any and every sort, but peaceful, and organized according to the measure of his intelligence, with those who are of his own kind. This social trend the Stoics called sociableness. 8. Hence the preservation of a peaceful social order is itself an intrinsic good, and the conditions required for that purpose are as binding as those which serve more strictly private ends. This maintenance of the social order, which we have roughly sketched, and which is consonant with human intelligence, is the source of law properly so called. To this sphere of law belong the abstaining from that which is another's, the restoration to another of anything of his which we may have, together with any gain which we may have received from it, the obligation to fulfill promises, the making good of a loss incurred through our fault, and the inflicting of penalties upon men according to their deserts. 9. There are, then, certain minimal conditions or values which must be realized, human nature being what it is, if an orderly society is to persist. Specifically these are, in the main, the security of property, good faith, fair dealing, and a general agreement between the consequences of men's conduct and their deserts. These conditions are not the result of voluntary choice or the product of convention but rather the reverse, choice and convention follow the necessities of the case. For the very nature of man, which even if we had no lack of anything would lead us into the mutual relations of society, is the mother of the law of nature. 10. At one further remove, however, this natural law gives rise to the positive law of states. The latter depends for its validity upon the underlying grounds of all social obligation and especially upon that of good faith in keeping covenants. For those who had associated themselves with some groups, or had subjected themselves to a man or to men, had either expressly promised, or from the nature of the transaction must be understood impliedly to have promised, that they would conform to that which should have been determined, in the one case by the majority, in the other by those upon whom authority had been conferred. 11. Underscore 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 underscore. Within this framework of natural law, Grotius believed that there was ample room for considerations of utility, which may well vary from people to people, and which also may dictate practices looking to the advantage of all nations in their international dealings. But certain broad principles of justice are natural, that is, universal and unchangeable, and upon these principles are erected the varying systems of municipal law, all depending upon the sanctity of covenants, and also international law, which depends upon the sanctity of covenants between rulers. Grotius accordingly gave the following definition of natural law. The law of nature is a dictate of right reason, which points out that an act, according as it is or is not in conformity with rational nature, has in it a quality of moral baseness or moral necessity, and that, in consequence, such an act is either forbidden or enjoined by the author of nature, God. 12. The precise meaning of this reference to the command of God is important. In point of fact, as Grotius was at pains to make clear, it added nothing to the definition and implied nothing in the way of a religious sanction. For the law of nature would enjoin exactly the same if, by hypothesis, there were no God. Moreover, it cannot be changed by the will of God. The reason for this is that God's power does not extend to making true a proposition that is inherently self-contradictory. Such a power would be not strength but weakness. Just as even God, then, cannot cause that 2 times 2 should not make 4, so he cannot cause that which is intrinsically evil be not evil. 13. Hence there is nothing arbitrary in natural law more than there is in arithmetic. The dictates of right reason are whatever human nature and the nature of things imply that they must be. Will enters as one factor into the situation, but the sic volo, sic iubio of God or man does not create the obligatory nature of the law. Referring to the authority of the Old Testament, Grotius distill underscore 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 underscore. Guished carefully between commands which God gave to the Jews as a chosen people and which therefore depended merely upon divine will, and the evidence which it, along with other important documents, affords of natural human relationships. Nothing could show more clearly his independence of the system of divine sovereignty implicit in Calvinism. Moral axioms and demonstration. The surpassing importance of this theory of natural law was not due to the content which Grotius attributed to it, for in this respect he followed the well-worn trails of the ancient lawyers. Good faith, substantial justice, and the sanctity of covenants had been at all times the rules to which a natural origin was attributed. The importance was methodological. It provided a rational, and what the 17th century could regard as a scientific, method for arriving at a body of propositions underlying political arrangements and the provisions of the positive law. It was essentially an appeal to reason, as the ancient versions of natural law had always been, but it gave a precision to the meaning of reason such as it had not had in an equal degree in antiquity. The references which Grotius frequently makes to mathematics are significant. Certain propositions in the law, like the proposition 2 times 2 equals 4, are axiomatic. They are guaranteed by their clearness, simplicity, and self-evidence. No reasonable mind can doubt them. Once they are accurately understood and clearly conceived, they form the elements of a rational insight into the fundamental nature of reality. Once grasped, they form the principles by means of which systematic inference can construct a completely rational system of theorems. The identity of this method with what was supposed to be the procedure of geometry is obvious. This quality was exactly what commended it to Grotius. He stated specifically that, like a mathematician, he proposed to withdraw his mind from every particular fact. In short, he intended to do for the law just what, as he understood the matter, was being done with success in mathematics, or what Galileo was doing for physics. I have made it my concern to refer the proofs of things touching the law of nature to certain fundamental conceptions which are beyond. 425. Question, so that no one can deny them without doing violence to him. Self. For the principles of that law, if only you pay strict heed to them, are in themselves manifest and clear, almost as evident as are those things which we perceive by the external senses. 14. Because of the prevalence of this idea of good method, the 17th century became the era of demonstrative systems of law and politics, the purpose being to assimilate all sciences, the social as well as the physical, as much as possible to a form which was believed to account for the certainty of geometry. Of the English philosophers of the generation following Grotius, Thomas Hobbes followed this plan most consistently. In Holland, Spinoza undertook to present his ethics in the form of a geometrical demonstration, with all the paraphernalia of axioms, theorems, scholia, and corollaries, and his political treatise, though lacking the form, was scarcely less rigorous in its procedure. 15. Samuel Pufendorf, in his great systematic treatise on natural and international law 16, began by taking exception to Grotius's opinion that morals and mathematics are not equally certain. Nor was this ideal of demonstration confined to law and politics. It was extended to all branches of social study, producing the systems of natural religion and rational ethics that prevailed throughout the 17th and 18th centuries. Finally, it produced the systems of natural economy that continued to pass as economic science well into the 19th century. It would be impossible to exaggerate the importance that these conceptions had in the early modern development of social studies. Everywhere the system of natural law was believed to offer the valid scientific line of approach to social disciplines and the scientific guide to social practice. The reason for the authority which this method acquired lay largely in the fact that it was believed to parallel the processes by which the physical sciences made dazzling progress in the interval between Galileo and Newton. These processes in turn were believed to depend upon the use of a method already well tried in underscore 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 dash 426. Geometry. A few years after Grotius wrote, Descartes gave the method its classical philosophical statement in the Discours de la Méthode: resolve every problem into its simplest elements, proceed only by the smallest steps so that each advance may be apparent and compelling, take nothing for granted that is not perfectly clear and distinct. It is evident that Descartes believed himself to be merely generalizing the process by which he had discovered the analytic geometry, and the remarks on method by a great experimental scientist like Galileo, interspersed in his dialogues on the new science of mechanics, were often to substantially the same effect. In the 17th century no sharp line was drawn, as would be done now, between mathematics and the physical sciences of experiment and observation, probably because the experimental data required in mechanics were not very great, while the mathematical apparatus was considerable. The method commended itself to scholars generally, and to students of law and politics in particular, not because they expected, like the physicists, to make any use of mathematics, but because the logical ideals of analysis, simplicity, and self-evident clarity appeared to be equally applicable to all subject matters. They were, moreover, the perfect solvents for authority and mere customary belief. The appeal to reason in the early rationalists was directed against dogmatism and the blind following of tradition. It was the development of the deductive technique itself that gradually brought to light an ambiguity inherent in the system of natural law, namely, the twofold use of the word truth to mean sometimes the logical dependence of a conclusion on its premises and sometimes the factual existence of the things or events referred to. This formalizing of deductive procedure led in time to a contrast between rational truth and factual data, but among the earlier rationalists, whether in science or law, the appeal to reason was not intended to exclude observation and the accumulation of fact. They believed that reason itself provided an unshakable framework of axiomatic principles and necessary deductions, but within this system they accepted as a matter of course great bodies of empirical fact that had to be learned by observation. Thus Grotius never doubted that much law was due to what he called free will, that is, enactment, and might perfectly well be changed without violating reason. Some relationships, however, 427, are necessary, neither will nor authority can change them. While they leave a considerable range within which positive law may vary, they definitely rule out certain combinations. Some such conception as this with respect to natural and positive law was generally accepted. More than a century later it was still a commonplace, witness the words with which Montesquieu opened the spirit of the laws. Laws, in their most general signification, are the necessary relations arising from the nature of things. The practical utility of the theory of natural law depended largely upon the fact that it introduced a normative element into law and politics, a body of transcendent values, such as justice, good faith, and fair dealing, by which the performance of positive law could be judged. It was, therefore, the antecedent of all later efforts to moralize the law, such as Rudolf Stammler's theory of just law, and even of utilitarian theories such as those of Herring and Bentham, which retained elements of natural law even while rejecting it in principle. Broadly speaking, the whole point of view, like that of most 17th-century science, was Platonic. The Platonism of Grotius's Prolegomena is unmistakable. The law of nature was an idea, a type or model like the perfect geometrical figure, to which existence approximates but which does not derive its validity from agreement with fact. It was for this reason that ius gentium, in the old sense of common practice, could be redefined as international law, since common practice was at most only an indication, and not necessarily a very good indication, of what was reasonable. 17 The rational was supposed to fix its own standard of value to which rulers ought to make the positive law conform. It was a standard of good practice to be set against the frequent unreasonableness of customary or conventional practice. Consequently, the appeal to reason and natural law contained another possible ambiguity, in addition to that already mentioned between factual truth and logical implication. This is the ambiguity between logical and moral necessity. The system of natural law always assumed that its self-evident propositions were underscore 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 dash 428. At least in some cases, normative, setting up an ideal standard not only of what is but of what ought to be. Yet the necessity of an axiom in geometry and the necessity that law should be just are pretty clearly two different kinds of necessity, since the latter refers to the realizing of human ends and purposes. Even though it were true, as Grotius argued, that justice consists in a conformity of the law to underlying principles of human nature, The latter forms a highly complicated and changeable body of facts. The proposition that any values hold good eternally is still far from self-evident. The system of natural law tended to prejudge the question whether values have any standing in nature. The only philosopher who seriously tried to face this problem in the 17th century was Spinoza. His ethics was intended to have no more reference to ends than mathematics and physics have, but it cannot be claimed that he avoided double meanings in his use of terms. In his political theory he tried consistently to reduce rights to natural forces and to show that strong government in the long run must be good government. Here again he hardly did all that he undertook. Hobbes too had a metaphysical system in which transcendent values had no place, and his effort to square his materialism with the prevalent connotations of natural law proves nothing except that by the middle of the century this terminology had become mandatory. All his most important conclusions were taken over by the Benthamites, who denied natural law on principle. The critical analysis of the system of natural law and the discrimination of the double meanings contained in it were the work of David Hume about the middle of the 18th century. Contract and individual consent. What gave unity to the system of natural law in politics was not the self-evidence of its principles but the circumstance that, for the time being, there was general agreement about what it was important to insist upon. What seemed to nearly all thinkers axiomatic was that an obligation, to be really binding, must be freely assumed by the parties bound. The choices, wisely considered, may be inevitable when human nature is taken into account, but the compulsion is an inward one, flowing from the interests and the motives of the man himself. In the final analysis. 429. Obligation cannot be imposed by force but is always self-imposed. It was this conviction which made all obligation appear under the guise of a promise. What a man promises he may reasonably be held to, since he has himself created the obligation by his own act. In the larger question of a man's obligation to the community in which he lives, it was common to say that there was no rational way to conceive the obligation except by attributing it to a promissus. Whether such a covenant were historical or a methodological fiction, as Kant afterward said, made little difference. In either case all binding obligation had to be represented as self-imposed. A sentence from Pufendorf, the equivalent of which could be found in a host of writers, will illustrate this. On the whole, to join a multitude, or many men, into one compound person, to which one general act may be ascribed, and to which certain rights belong, as 'tis opposed to particular members, and such rights as no particular member can claim separately from the rest, 'tis necessary, that they shall have first united their wills and powers by the intervention of covenants, without which, how a number of men, who are all naturally equal, should be linked together, is impossible to be understood. 18. As a consequence, a political theory based on natural law contained two necessary elements: the contract by which a society or a government, or both, came into being, and the state of nature which existed apart from the contract. The latter applied to two important cases: the relations of private individuals to one another and the relations between sovereign states. The agreements of these two kinds of contracting parties gave rise in the one case to municipal law and in the other to international law, both subject to the general principles of the law of nature. Both municipal and international law arise by covenant, both are binding because they are self-imposed. Theories of the form and nature of the contract might vary almost indefinitely. The idea that government depended upon a pact between ruler and people was much older than the modern theories of natural law, being implicit in the relation of a feudal lord to his vassals. In this older conception the people or the community figured as a corporate body. As the theory of natural law was developed, it became apparent that this capacity of a people to contract needed underscore 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 dash 430. Explanation. The simplest explanation was to suppose two contracts, one by which the community itself was produced and binding its members to one another, and one between the community thus formed and its governing officials. By this means the idea of contract was made into a universal theory covering all forms of obligation and all forms of social grouping. This is the form which the theory took in Althusius and which was continued in Pufendorf. 19 English writers did not develop the theory so far. Hobbes suppressed the contract of government for his own purposes, and Locke used both forms of contract without taking the trouble to distinguish them clearly. This was probably due to the fact that natural law never played the part in English jurisprudence that it did on the continent. The theory of contract, taken in the large, need not be used as a means of limiting the power of government or of defending resistance, though of course it frequently was so used. Hobbes and Spinoza bent it, or perhaps distorted it, to a defense of absolute power. Althusius and Locke used it to defend the thesis that political power is necessarily limited, and the latter made it the defense of a successful revolution. Perhaps most writers, like Grotius and Pufendorf, followed a middle course. Without justifying resistance, they stressed moral limitations on rulers. The real emphasis of the theory was that law and government fall within the general field of morals. They are not merely expressions of force but are properly subject to ethical criticism. On the whole, therefore, the theory had a general bias toward political liberalism. The question whether the obligation of contract is really the most obvious of moral truths has long ceased to be of moment in political theory. What needs to be explained is why so many men, and on the whole the most enlightened, in the 17th century thought it self-evident. Probably in no century before or since was there so self-conscious a break with the past or so resolute an effort to win freedom from the dead hand of custom and tradition. In the 17th century thinkers were conscious, as they had not been since the classic age of Greek philosophy, of the whimsicality of unsupported habit, of the insignificance of mere inherited position, and of the uncouthness of force without intelligence. By common agreement the agent of human will underscore 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 dash 431. Being was coming to be sought in the enlightened intelligence, and the great enemy of enlightenment seemed to be the blind acceptance of that which has no better credentials than its mere existence. To a self-confidence justifiably bred of successes in mathematical physics that made the century intellectually the most eminent of the modern age, it seemed possible to begin construction from the very bottom, with only reason for a guide. Far in advance of any tangible accomplishment by modern science, the more enlightened already sensed, as Francis Bacon said, that knowledge is power. Moreover, the philosophy of the 17th century was, for the first time, a philosophy of the middle class. For the time being the middle class was, generally speaking, on the side of liberalism, cosmopolitanism, enlightenment, and individualism. Looking at its world with these preconceptions and convinced that it must start from what was self-evident, modern philosophy could find nothing apparently so solid and indubitable as individual human nature. The individual human being, with his interests, his enterprise, his desire for happiness and advancement, above all with his reason, which seemed the condition for a successful use of all his other faculties, appeared to be the foundation on which a stable society must be built. Traditional differences of status already began to seem precarious. Not man as a priest or a soldier, as the member of a guild or an estate, but man as a bare human being, a masterless man, appeared to be the solid fact. Already it was possible to conceive a psychology which would lay bare the springs of action concealed in man as such. Some unity of nature he must have, some natural force distinctive of the kind, which might be stated with the precision now first becoming possible for the bodies that make up the world of matter. If this were true, the local and temporal and individual peculiarities in his nature might be explained as deviations from a norm which on the whole remained constant. If there were such an unchanged tangible core in human nature, there must surely be some minimal conditions required to make possible man's stable combination in social groups, and therefore some fundamental laws of good conduct and good government which no ruler could defy with impunity. The philosophy of natural law, of natural religion, of natural economy was rooted in both the intellectual and the social presumptions of the 17th century. 432. One outstanding fact, it seemed, required special explanation. Man the individual is also man the citizen or subject. This the theory of natural law believed to be deducible from his individual nature. It was certain, but it was not self-evident. The assumed order of certainty was significant. Under other circumstances man as a member of an organized community might have figured as the axiom, as in general it did for Plato and Aristotle, and man as an individual as the derivative. For the theories of natural law, and more especially after Hobbes, it was membership that required explanation. Society is made for man, not man for society. It is humanity, as Kant said, that must always be treated as an end and not a means. The individual is both logically and ethically prior. To the philosophy of the 17th century relations always appeared thinner than substances. Man was the substance, society the relation. It was this assumed priority of the individual which became the most marked and the most persistent quality of the theory of natural law, and the clearest differentia of the modern from the medieval theory. Developed especially by Hobbes and Locke, it became a universal characteristic of social theory down to the French Revolution and maintained itself far beyond that date. It persisted, moreover, as a presumption in Bentham's school long after David Hume had destroyed the methodology of natural rights. Chapter XXII. England, Preparation for Civil War. Before the outbreak of the civil wars in England in the 1640s, the lines between rival political ideas were much less clearly drawn than they had become in France in the last quarter of the 16th century. In the latter country, the right to resist had become definitely attached to the ancient idea that political power resides in the people. The duty of passive obedience was definitely attached to the theory of monarchical divine right, while Bodin's Republic had given a fair approximation to a theory of constitutional unity under the Crown. In England, where no serious threat of civil disorder occurred until after the first quarter of the 17th century, these ideas remained in the inchoate state in which they existed in the medieval tradition. The Tudor monarchs were virtually absolute, but their power rested on the acquiescence of a substantial middle class which they were too prudent to alienate. Hence there was no faction that had any serious interest in supporting royal absolutism with a theory of divine right, and none that had to seek a theoretical defense for the right to resist. No one had as yet been forced to contemplate the consequences of a break between the powers of the Constitution, such as the King and Parliament or the King and his courts. The older assumption of comity and harmony between these powers under the fundamental law of the realm could still be made, without considering the ultimate legal supremacy of any of them. The traditional rights and limitations which fixed, vaguely but with sufficient precision, the status of all parts of the Constitution had not yet been strained to the breaking point. More's Utopia. As the 16th century advanced, in England as everywhere else in Europe, all other considerations were overshadowed by political problems arising from the Protestant Reformation. The 435. Political ambitions of the various churches obscured and concealed the serious economic dislocation that attended the rise of modern trade and the destruction of the older economy. The older stratum of thought may be seen in such a pre-Reformation work as Sir Thomas More Zero's political satire, The Utopia. One, though modeled externally on Plato's Republic, the Utopia really expressed its author's dislike of an acquisitive society in which it was becoming good morals to buy abroad very cheap and sell again exceeding dear. The satire follows a pattern which might serve for any period of economic maladjustment. Crime is alarmingly common and is met by corresponding savagery in the criminal law, yet severity avails nothing, for crime is the only means of livelihood open to great numbers of persons. What other thing do you do than make thieves and then punish them? Men trained for soldiers are thrown, by the cessation of war, upon the community with no possibility of being absorbed into industry. Industry, especially agriculture, cannot even support those already in it, since wool, the most profitable crop, requires the turning of arable land into pasture and the dispossessing of peasant occupiers. Sheep consume, destroy and devour whole fields, houses, and cities, and while peasants starve, or rob to live, The rich affect a strange and proud newfangledness in their apparel and too much prodigal riot and sumptuous fare at their table. Government, instead of attacking this social disease, is engaged in legal chicanery to extort taxes and in pernicious schemes of war and conquest. More's sharpest shafts of irony were reserved for the perfidy of international diplomacy. This attack upon the economics of business enterprise, however, was really motived by a longing for the past. It went back to the ideal, though hardly the actuality, of a cooperative commonwealth, which the new economy was displacing. More's conception of what was socially right was derived professedly from Plato's analysis of society into a system of cooperating classes, but perhaps more truly from the assumed validity of this conception in underscore 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 dash 436. Most of the social theory of the Middle Ages. According to this view, current at any time after St. Thomas, a community consists of classes, each entrusted with some task necessary to the common good, each performing its proper function and receiving its due reward without encroaching upon the equal right of others. In such a scheme individual enterprise has practically no place. Perhaps an English manor may have formed an economic unit, and ideally a moral unit, not too remote from such a conception. The moral purpose of a community, as More idealized it, was to produce good citizens and men of intellectual and moral freedom, to do away with idleness, to supply the physical needs of all without excessive labor, to abolish luxury and waste, to mitigate both poverty and wealth, and to minimize greed and extortion, in short, to reach its consummation in free liberty of the mind and the garnishing of the same. If a worthy moral idea can ever be pitiable, surely this of More, appearing on the threshold of the religious wars and the expansion of modern trade, might be called so. It expressed, as More's life did, the reasonableness and open-mindedness of humanism, and withal the futility of a moral aspiration that cannot make its account with brute fact. Even the effort to give prominence to social and economic problems with their human consequences, failed before the rising tide of theological strife and the problems of political organization which it involved. For this reason the utopia remained comparatively an isolated and unimportant episode in the political philosophy of its time. It illustrated rather the dying utterance of an old ideal than an authentic voice of the age that was coming into being. Hooker, The National Church. The conception of a cooperative commonwealth, present in More and in all the English writers of the 16th century, formed a matrix from which the sharper issues of the mid-17th century emerged. By the end of the 16th century the old conception had become strikingly incoherent. All parties were inclined to rely upon untenable compromises which had to be given up when various claims, really incompatible, were pushed. The main regions of stress were two. There was, in the first place, the old question of the church and secular government, in no way solved by the 437 secession from Rome, but transformed into an internal problem involving national relations with the English Church and the other branches of Protestant descent, Presbyterian, Independent, and Sectarian. In all these ecclesiastical and theological positions there were, and continued to be, political implications which could not be avoided. Hence it is necessary to take account of the political differences between the religious parties into which Englishmen were divided. In the second place, there was the question of the centralization of power and its incidence upon the supposedly cooperative relation between the various parts of government. Specifically this concerned the king and his control over his courts, first over the courts of common law and, more seriously in the end, over Parliament. This chapter will describe, first, the political positions characteristic of the main religious bodies, and especially the bearing of these positions on the theory of the relation between church and state. Second, it will describe the growing tension between the crown and other elements of the constitution which was gradually breaking down the old belief in the harmony of powers. For reasons that were quite unavoidable under the circumstances, the independence of the English Church from Rome could only mean that the king became its temporal head, but the temporal head of a church was a new and incomprehensible idea. Ecclesiastical government must include the power to decide what doctrines were to be believed by its members, yet no Christian could seriously think that the King of England was able to say what was true doctrine. A lawyer who knew little about theology and cared less might content himself with the practical conclusion that heresy was defined in the king's courts like other offenses. A man who earnestly believed that the doctrine of the Church was eternal truth might well feel some misgiving at seeing this truth put into the keeping of the bishops, who were appointed by the king to govern the Church. The truth is that the temporal headship was plausible just in so far as it was not necessary to understand it. It meant in effect not a theory but a practicable compromise which was unavoidable and on the whole conducive to public order. The religious wars in France presented an alternative that prudent Englishmen willingly took to heart. One essential fact in the situation was that everyone still lived in the shadow of a supposedly universal Christianity, believing that the divisions 438 between the churches were temporary and would presently disappear, restoring the normal condition of a common belief. No one touched with Calvin's strong views on the independence of the Church could contemplate the temporal headship as a permanence. The controversy about the royal headship of the Church produced one treatise of lasting importance, The Laws of Ecclesiastical Polity by Richard Hooker. 2 In purpose it was controversial, being intended to refute Puritan criticism of the established Church, but in temper and breadth of learning it was at the opposite pole from the usual controversial tract. Though dealing explicitly with church government, the book was really an examination of the philosophy of law and government at large, since Hooker conceived church government to be only one aspect of all civil society. Taken as representing the thought of its own day, the Ecclesiastical Polity was notable because it was the last great statement of what might be called the medieval tradition, before that tradition was snapped by the stresses and strains of civil war. The striking thing about it was the variety of issues which it could conciliate, instead of making them irreconcilable conflicts as they became a generation later. In the long run, however, the importance of the book lay in providing a means by which this medieval tradition could carry over, with some necessary changes, into the modern political philosophy of the era after the Civil Wars. John Locke was glad to acknowledge his indebtedness to the judicious Hooker, and in fact the conservative character of his summing up of the results of the Revolution depended in no small degree upon the continuity of his ideas with those of the earlier thinker. The main object of Hooker's argument was to show that the Puritans, in refusing obedience to the established Church, were implicitly denying the foundations of all political obligation. Englishmen are bound by reason to obey the ecclesiastical law of England, while Puritans are not bound, either by reason or religion, to disobey it. The defense of this thesis took him first into a philosophical examination of all law and the basis of political obligation, and here he followed the lead of Thomas. There are various types of law: the eternal law, or the law of God's own nature; the natural law, or the ordinances which God has laid down ___________________________________________________________________________________________________________________ _439. For governing things after their various kinds, and the law of reason, which man as a rational being is especially obligated to follow. Reason enables a man to perceive the good and his will leads him to follow it. Hence the rule of men's lives is the sentence that reason giveth concerning the goodness of those things which they are to do. And the sign by which such rules of reason may be known is the general assent of mankind. That which all men have at all times learned, nature herself must needs have taught. 3 The most fundamental rules of reason are therefore universally accepted as soon as they are understood, and rules of less generality may be deduced from them. So far Hooker hardly went beyond the commonplaces of all medieval political thought, since it was his purpose to argue from principles generally accepted. He restated the theory of law from which Grotius started a generation later, and nothing is lacking except the more rationalist form of argument which Grotius added to the inherited theory. Manifestly the law of reason is binding upon all men absolutely, even if society and government did not exist. Men are led to form societies, according to Hooker, because they have a native sociability and are unable to satisfy their needs in a life of isolation. A society is impossible without government, and government in turn is impossible without human or positive law. To take away the mutual grievances which inevitably arise when men associate together there is no way but by growing into composition and agreement amongst themselves, by ordaining some kind of government public, and by yielding themselves subject thereunto. Hooker did not enlarge upon the notion of a contract, though the idea was implied in what he said. The rules by which men elect to live together are agreed upon either expressly or tacitly, and the order thus established is law for the commonwealth, the very soul of a politic body, the parts whereof are by law animated, held together, and set on work in such actions as the common good requireth. 4 The ground of political obligation is therefore the common consent by which men agree to be ordered by someone. As Hooker says, in words that recall Nicholas of CUSA, without this consent there is no reason why one man should take upon him to be lord or judge of another. He expressly held, however, that consent may be given through representatives and that, a commonwealth underscore 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 dash 440. Once existing, its laws are binding upon its members for all time, for corporations are immortal. Accordingly, though he says that, laws they are not which public approbation have not made so, and though he holds that to govern without consent is tyranny, he claimed no right of rebellion. There is no way in which a society can withdraw its consent from an authority it has set up. The noteworthy fact about this system so far is its substantial agreement with Thomas. The human law of the community is derivative, in a series of descending steps, from the eternal law of God and has behind it all the authority of its origin. The positive law gives effect to what nature requires in general, and the community, as a natural unit, has an inherent capacity to bind its members under the organic law of its own being. When Hooker begins to deal with Puritan attacks on the English Church, however, the resemblance to Thomas stops. In brief, he argued that the ecclesiastical law of England is not contrary to reason or Christian faith and hence is binding, like the rest of English law, upon all Englishmen. The fostering of religion is a first charge on every body politic, and any society which has a true religion is at once a church and a state. The English Church and the English nation are exactly identical in membership, for every Englishman is a Christian and every Christian in England is an Englishman. Ecclesiastical law, therefore, has the same kind of authority as any other law, and disobedience to it undermines all social order. For Hooker, the offense of Puritanism is that it makes church and state two distinct societies, as he thinks Roman Catholicism does. In practice, as he pretty clearly implies, this is covertly a way of making the church supreme over the state. Consequently, both papalism and Presbyterianism are causes of confusion and disorder in the state and ultimately in the church. This argument is a truly extraordinary combination of medievalism and nationalism. It assumes, first, that the English nation is a commonwealth or a community, a self-sufficing corporate entity whose laws bind its members not only in their individual capacity but as organs of the community. Hence the law prescribes what both princes and prelates may do, and their power belongs not to their personal will but to their offices. On the constitutional side, Hooker's theory is still that of the cooperative commonwealth. With respect to religion, it assumes, quite in the 441 medieval fashion, that any complete society must be at once church and state, including an ecclesiastical as well as a secular constitution. It takes for granted that Christianity is true, presumably not truer for Englishmen than for others, and yet, it assumes also, what would certainly have amazed Thomas, that this universal truth needs no universal institution of its own but can be put into the keeping of a national government and a national church. Finally, and this forms its fatal weakness from a Puritan point of view, it assumes that the indubitable truth of Christianity leaves the form of church government the choice between Episcopalianism and Presbyterianism a matter of indifference so far as faith is concerned. Obviously no Calvinist could admit this, any more than a Catholic could admit that the spiritual authority of the Pope had nothing to do with faith. If Hooker's theory be taken as representing the state of political thought in England at the end of the 16th century, it is as notable for what it omits as for what it includes. His version of the theory of consent was not at all a defense of the right to resist, but equally he made nothing of passive obedience. The ethical belief that rebellion is wrong was stated strongly enough by other English writers in the 16th century, and by Puritans as much as by others, but the grounds for the belief were utilitarian and it implied no theory of royal absolutism. 5 In particular, though Hooker wrote as an Anglican, his theory is at the opposite pole from any doctrine of monarchical divine right. The popularity of divine right among Anglicans was strictly a phenomenon of the civil wars and after. It was a clerical theory, most violently held in the universities 6 and after the execution of Charles I, a peg on which to hang sentimentality about the royal martyr. It never affected any constitutional issue and probably played a negligible part in the realistic thinking even of royalists. Certainly it had no spokesman in Parliament during the reigns of James I and Charles I. Later it received lip service, but it probably never played a significant part in English political philosophy. Underscore 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 dash 442. Catholic and Presbyterian opposition. On the other hand, Hooker's defense of the royal headship of the national church was intolerable to two classes of Englishmen, the Presbyterians and the Catholics. Both agreed that royal supremacy in the church was an invasion of spiritual independence. Behind the newer doctrinal disputes and differences about church government there still lay the ancient questions of clerical dictation and spiritual freedom. Anglicans stressed opposition to the first, Presbyterians and Catholics stood upon the second as an essential article of Christianity. The fundamental position of Catholics is illustrated by a passage between Sir Thomas More and the King's solicitor at More's trial. The solicitor tried to trap More into a denial of the binding force of an Act of Parliament by asking him if even the election of a pope must not be settled for Englishmen if Parliament chose to pass on it. More replied, "To your first case, the Parliament may well meddle with the state of temporal princes, but to make answer to your second case, I will put you this case. Suppose the Parliament would make a law that God should not be God, would then you, Master Rich, say God were not God? 7. More's thought was one with which any conscientious Catholic must have agreed. If King and Parliament govern religious belief, then there is no universal organization of all Christians. To a Catholic some acknowledgement of papal authority seemed essential to preserve the unity and freedom of the Church. He need not believe with the Jesuits that the Pope had even an indirect power to depose the King, but he must believe that royal supremacy in the Church was inconsistent with any except a mystical meaning for Christian unity. The earnestness with which Calvinists detested the Pope made them no readier to admit a secular head to the Church, for they agreed with Catholics in regarding this as an invasion of the Church's spiritual independence. The bent of Calvinism wherever it had a free hand was not toward political control of the Church but toward clerical control of politics. The moral and doctrinal discipline over the whole community, which was an SN underscore 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 dash 443. Tile part of the plan, required that the Church should have the support of government, but it implied not less that the Church should be free to determine for itself what constituted sound doctrine and godly living. The separation of Church and State was therefore an essential element of Calvinism, but not in the modern sense that leaves the State a wholly secular institution. The separation that Calvinism contemplated was one that left the Church autonomous but also made its decisions compulsory. Hence the Presbyterians, like the Anglicans, held to a substantial part of the medieval Christian tradition but were always in process of being forced to violate both the letter and the spirit of that tradition. The Anglicans brought over from the Middle Ages the conception of a church-state, which resulted in the astonishing innovation of a church conceived on national lines. The Presbyterians brought over the conception of spiritual independence in the church, which resulted in the no less astonishing innovation of a state that was no church at all. In the 16th century the separation of church and state was regarded as a novelty fostered by Puritans and Jesuits. In one important respect, however, the English Presbyterians differed radically from the Calvinists in France and Scotland. They objected to royal supremacy in the church, but they never justified rebellion. In this respect they remained closer to Calvin than to Knox or Beza or the author of the Vindici contra Tyrannos. The reason for this was that in the 16th century there was never a time in England when they had any chance of gaining a Presbyterian form of church government by means of rebellion. Even in the 17th century they remained on the whole half-hearted rebels, hence the jibe that the Presbyterians led Charles to the block but the Independents cut off his head. As a group the English Presbyterians hardly had any distinctive political theories. Their views were mainly aristocratic and conservative, certainly monarchical, and directed less toward political change than toward ecclesiastical reform. During the brief ascendancy of the Presbyterian party in the early years of the Civil Wars their writers defended resistance, but on grounds that were open to any parliamentarian. What they mainly desired was Presbyterianism in the English Church, and this they hoped for, as a rule, by means of the king rather than against him. They 444 remained therefore a party within the English Church, until they were excluded by the Act of Uniformity in 1662, rather than a party with any definite political objective. The Independents. Of all the English Puritans the Independents or Congregationalists had the greatest importance for politics. Though Calvinist in their theology, they had taken a step in religious reformation which placed them in a different category from the Presbyterians. They had cut the Gordian knot by deciding that reformation in the church was possible, as Robert Brown had said, without tarrying for any. 8 They believed that a body of Christians could form a congregation which would be a true church, could ordain its clergy, and set up a reformed mode of worship, without authorization either by civil magistrates or ecclesiastical powers. In principle, therefore, the church became a voluntary association of like-minded believers, and it renounced the support of the civil authorities either in reforming itself or extending its practices to persons of a different mind. The church became substantially identical with the congregations, the latter being united only loosely in a sort of federation for consultative purposes. Thus the Independents stepped outside any possible form of national church and were obliged to claim a greater or a less degree of religious toleration for themselves and to defend it for others. Church and state became quite definitely two societies, not only separate but in principle independent, with the power of coercion concentrated in the state but limited to purposes within the province of secular government. To compel religion, to plant churches by power, and to force a submission to ecclesiastical government by laws and penalties belongeth not to them magistrates. Neither yet to the Church. 9. It is true that so-called independents accepted this momentous principle and its implications only in varying degrees. In the first place, none desired and few countenanced a real breaking up of religious unity. Like every plan of religious reform, independency began under the presumption that honest inquiry would reveal a underscore 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 dash 445 demonstrable body of Christian beliefs and practices and would therefore lead to uniformity. In the second place, few independents desired the abolition of all synodal influence over the congregations, though they stood for less control than the Presbyterian system made possible. The independents in Massachusetts hotly rejected the epithet separatist and practiced anything rather than toleration. Within independent congregations, moreover, the principle of voluntary adhesion could be accepted in varying degrees. They were by no means uniformly democratic in allowing to every member a voice in settling either doctrinal or disciplinary questions. On the other hand, there was a general connection between the principle of free assent in religion and consent to government, and Congregationalism, far more than Presbyterianism, was in a position to countenance resistance, not only to the king but to Parliament itself, in defense of fundamental liberties. Finally, though independents were necessarily committed to some degree of toleration, the degrees were innumerable, and only occasional independents took the advanced ground that any religious belief should be permitted which did not adversely affect civil order. Like most religious minorities, they were more zealous in claiming toleration for themselves than in vindicating it for others. This was not so hypocritical as it seems, since with most of them toleration was incidental to the primary purpose of religious reform. They never meant to deny that government ought to repress idolatry. The most advanced position was taken by Roger Williams in Rhode Island, where for the first time a government was set up on a general principle of toleration. In 1644 he defended this principle in his Bloody Tenent of Persecution, which was regarded at the time as one of the most scandalous books in a scandalous literature. In the same year William Walwyn, a merchant of London who himself disclaimed membership in any of the left-wing sects, published his Compassionate Samaritan, defending effectively the toleration of separatists and Anabaptists. Both Williams and Walwyn were exceptional even among writers known as independents. 10 underscore 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 10. Williams's tract is republished in Publications of the Narragansett Club, First Series, Volume 3, 1867, and also by the Hansard Noley Society, 1848. Walwyn's tract is republished in Tracts on Liberty in the Puritan Revolution, 1638-1647, 1934, ed. by William Haller, Volume 3, p. 59-446. Though they had their origin in the 16th century, the independents were not very numerous in England until the 1640s. Then they formed the backbone of resistance to the king, in so far as resistance depended upon religion. Independency came to its greatest power in Cromwell's New Model Army and in the political experiments which followed the Second Civil War and the execution of the king. By this time, however, the economic and political disadvantages suffered during the war by the less prosperous part of the middle class had produced in the Levellers a genuine political party. The Levellers were no doubt in the main independents, though most independents were not Levellers. The political philosophy of the Levellers was in some measure a continuation of left-wing independency, but it deserves and must receive separate treatment. Sectaries and Erastians. Still further toward the left wing of the Protestant Reformation lay the Baptist and Quaker sects, which had effectively disposed of the question of church government by reducing the organization of the church and its relation to secular power practically to a nullity. Since for them the essence of religion lay in an inward illumination or a spiritual experience, the government of the church was a matter of little moment, and they had abandoned even the notion of a national religious establishment. Between the various bodies that were known as Baptist or Quaker there need be no very substantial agreement, and most of the writers who vilified them spent little care in finding out what they believed. In any case there is no reason to suppose that the sectaries as such had any distinctive political opinions or to doubt that their members were for the most part simple, law-abiding folk. The detestation with which they were regarded was partly due to the overwrought nerves of heresy hunters like Thomas Edwards 11, but also to the fact that fantastic notions which really had a sporadic existence were imputed wholesale to any sect that was thought to be fanatical. Thus there were persons, commonly called Baptists, who believed that men of true religious illumination had no need of law and could not rightly be held to obedience by magistrates. This belief underscore 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 was usually associated with the idea that the end of the world was at hand and that in the new dispensation the saints would inherit the earth. It might lead to political quietism or to nihilism, and in the latter case it might end in attacks on both property and law. In so far as communism had any part in English political philosophy at this time, it was in the so-called Diggers, whose leader, Gerard Winstanley, will be discussed later. Such an enumeration of religious sects as has just been given should mention a strain of English opinion which was bred of opposition to all of them but more especially to the pretensions of Presbyterianism. This is usually called not very correctly, Aristotelism, and John Selden may be taken as representing it. Selden's opinions both of politics and religion grew from a kind of secularism not very common in the 17th century and from a shrewd worldly wisdom that pricked the pretenses of both politicians and clergy. Constitutional arrangements he regarded as merely agreements for the sake of order and security. The king's power is just what the law gives him, and effectively the law is what the courts can enforce. Similarly, the church's establishments and the privileges of the clergy are what civil authority makes them. Pretensions to divine right anywhere he regarded as juggling tricks to extract money and power from the laity, a judgment which he passed impartially on all denominations but more particularly on the Presbyterians. Presbyters have the greatest power of any clergy in the world, and gull the laity most. The office of a priest is merely a profession like the practice of law. Selden's utilitarianism, secularism, and rationalism were far from typical, but they appeared again in his friend Thomas Hobbes, and in a sense they had the last word at the revolution in the thought of Halifax. Constitutional theories, Smith and Bacon. The urgency of ecclesiastical questions and the power of the king as temporal head of the church tended to throw the constitution out of its medieval balance, but a variety of other causes also, connected with the growing independence of the upper middle class, tended to produce tensions between the king and the courts by which his power was limited. The civil wars occurred when these tensions reached the breaking point. The result, generally speak. 448. Was that the older constitutional conception of a harmony of powers had to be abandoned for the more modern conception of delegation from a sovereign source of power. Prior to the civil wars there was no clear-cut theory that supremacy resided in any part of the constitution. The powers which belonged by immemorial custom to the king, to parliament, and to the other courts were thought to be inherent in them. Within the limits of its proper liberty each acted on its own initiative. If supremacy resided anywhere, it was in the realm itself and not in any of its organs. Despite the great powers enjoyed by the Tudor kings, there was no theory of royal supremacy as clear even as that of Baudin in France. The civil wars forced both royalists and parliamentarians into claims of supremacy for the king or for parliament which went far beyond what either party originally intended. Though both parties claimed the warrant of English history, both ended by breaking radically with the tradition of the 16th century, parliamentarians not less than royalists. The difference was that Parliament made good its novel claims and the king failed. Probably the state of English constitutional theory in the 16th century is best indicated by Sir Thomas Smith's De Republica Anglorum. 12 Historians as competent as Frederick Maitland and Sir Frederick Pollock have regarded this book as stating a theory of parliamentary supremacy, but this is almost certainly a misinterpretation. 13 Smith in fact asserted at once that the king was the authority for everything that is done in English government and that Parliament was the most high and absolute power of the realm. He clearly believed that there were certain things that could be done by the king without Parliament and some that must be done in Parliament. In both cases it was the custom of the country which determined. The most striking feature of Smith's book was that it regarded the Constitution as consisting mainly of the courts and represented Parliament itself as the highest court in the kingdom. It is in this sense that his statement about the absolute power of Parliament should probably be understood. No other court will reverse a decision by Parliament. He underscore 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 dash 449 was quite aware that Parliament differed from other courts in that it did not usually take cognizance of issues between private parties, but he still thought of it as in the main a judicial body. At all events he had no definite idea of it as a legislature, for he drew no line between making and interpreting law, and he never contemplated a conflict between Parliament and the Crown. Supremacy resides in the realm and its law, which assigns to the king and his various courts their proper powers, and the harmonious cooperation of all these powers was everywhere assumed. Consequently, to Smith's mind there was no incompatibility in the view that the king was the head of the whole system while Parliament was the chief court. This conception of the Constitution and of Parliament persisted long after there was active opposition to the pretensions of James I to something like absolute power. James's first controversy was not with Parliament but with the courts of common law, and concerned not legislation but the royal prerogative. In this controversy, in which the chief actors, besides James, were Francis Bacon and Sir Edward Coke, the question was not supremacy, either of the crown or of any other part of the government, but the proper balance between the king and his courts. Circumstances made Bacon the spokesman for a strong royal prerogative, in which he sincerely believed, though he certainly never believed in royal absolutism. They made Coke the chief agent in limiting prerogative, though the supremacy of Parliament would have been equally repugnant to him. Opposed as they were, both men still stood on the conception of harmony or balance, regulated by the customary law of the land, which provided a place for the king and every other organ of government without the supremacy of any. Bacon's whole conception of policy tended to emphasize royal power, but he thought always in terms of the Tudor monarchy, in which the king was the trusted leader of the nation and of Parliament. When James ascended the throne, Bacon tried anxiously to commend himself to the new monarch by advising a policy of vigorous leadership. The union with Scotland, the colonization of Ireland, and an aggressive policy on the continent seemed to him well calculated to make England the dominant power in northwestern Europe and the leader of the Protestant interest. All his life he seems to have believed that, if James could be persuaded to take 450 this line, his difficulties with his English subjects would vanish in a wave of patriotism. From his essays it is evident that Bacon's political ideal was a strong and warlike people, not overburdened with taxes, with no great concentration of wealth, and with a nobility not too powerful. Good Tudor ideals, all led by a king having great resources in crown lands, a strong prerogative, and a vigorous policy of national expansion. In his mind this did not imply absolutism. James's determination to stand on his prerogative was flatly against Bacon's ideas of good policy, and his attempt to govern without Parliament was contrary to Bacon's advice. From Bacon's point of view, nothing could have been more injudicious than to force the alternative of king's right or Parliament's right. In the controversy between James and the judges of the courts of common law, Bacon was obliged by his official position to take an ex parte attitude, but his belief in strong royal prerogative was quite sincere. The king regarded himself as the fountainhead of justice and the judges as his ministers, and hence he claimed the right to instruct them in cases touching his prerogative, to set aside decisions, or to draw cases out of the courts and into special commissions. In his famous essay of Judicature, Bacon emphasized, as James did, the propriety of the courts keeping clear of questions of state and royal prerogative. Judges should be lions, but lions under the throne. The essay seems to be full of oblique references to Coke, whom Bacon doubtless regarded as the type of a bad judge. Sir Edward Coke, the head and front of the opposition to James's effort to stretch the royal prerogative, was the Chief Justice, Sir Edward Coke. The root of all Coke's political ideas lay in his reverence for the common law, which he conceived as at once the fundamental law of the realm and the embodiment of reason, though of reason as grasped only by the Lawyers' Guild. The common law was a mystery, and Coke esteemed himself as its chief technician. He reported one of his conferences with James as follows. Then the king said, that he thought the law was founded upon reason, and that he and others had reason, as well as the judges, to which it was answered by me, that true it was, that God had endowed his majesty 451 with excellent science, and great endowments of nature, but his majesty was not learned in the laws of his realm of England, and causes which concern the life, or inheritance, or goods, or fortunes of his subjects are not to be decided by natural reason but by the artificial reason and judgment of law, which law is an act which requires long study and experience, before that a man can attain to the cognizance of it. With which the king was greatly offended, and said, that then he should be under the law, which was treason to affirm, as he said, to which I said, that Bracton saith, quod rex non debet esse sub homin, sed sub deo et leg. 14. In Coke's view it was the common law which assigned to the king his powers, to each of the courts of the realm its proper jurisdiction, and indeed to every Englishman the rights and privileges of his station. The common law, therefore, included all that would now be counted as the Constitution, both the fundamental structure of government and the fundamental rights of subjects. Certainly he contemplated these fundamentals as substantially unchangeable. It was this conception of the law which enabled Coke to render his most famous decision in limitation of the prerogative, that the king cannot create any offence by his prohibition or proclamation, which was not an offence before 15. It was the ground also of the writs of prohibition by which the courts of common law sought to restrain other courts, and of Coke's sturdy opposition to James's attempts to withdraw cases from the courts and to decide them either by himself or by special commissions. Finally, it provided the reasons for Coke's belief that Parliament itself is unable to change the underlying principles of justice embodied in the common law. He was not very definite about the nature of these limitations, but he was explicit in asserting their existence. Thus in Bonham's case he said, "It appears in our books, that in many cases, the common law will control acts of Parliament, and sometimes adjudge them to be utterly void, for when an act of Parliament is against common right and reason, or repugnant, or impossible to be performed, the common law will control it, and adjudge such act to be void." 16. This opinion, which though extreme was certainly not peculiar to Coke, shows how little hold the idea of parliamentary sovereignty underscore 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 dash 452 had on English lawyers in the earlier 17th century, and also how deeply the American plan of judicial review was rooted in the English legal tradition. Coke was peculiarly a practitioner of the common law, but aside from this fact, his fundamental beliefs were extraordinarily like those of Sir Thomas Smith and Hooker. Like Smith, he thought of English government as mainly comprised in the courts, of which Parliament is the chief. Neither for Coke nor for Smith was Parliament primarily a legislative body, nor was the making of law primarily the purpose for which government existed. None of the three would have felt that there was any intelligible sense in which law could be said to be made, though all would have agreed that specific provisions of law were changed from time to time. For Coke, law was an indigenous growth within the realm; for a philosopher like Hooker it was a natural part of the cosmos, but in practice the difference was not great. The law assigned to every man, public or private, his rights and duties, his liberties and his obligations. It fixed the standards of justice by which he was constrained to act or forbear, and no less so if he were the king than if he were a subject. The king's rights were not the same as the subjects, but both had their rights within the law. Consequently, though the law supported innumerable powers, it knew nothing of a sovereign power, for king and parliament and the several courts of common law had each its powers infeasibly as the law provided. There was none of which all the others were delegates. Consequently, Coke's defiance of James grew out of the fact that he was a thoroughgoing conservative, even a reactionary. If circumstances had made him an opponent of Parliament, he could have played this role with equal consistency. For he represented a conception of law, and of the relation of law to government, more ancient than the absolutist philosophy of the king or the absolutist philosophy to which the parliamentarians were driven. It was only slowly and under the stress of circumstances that anyone abandoned the familiar idea of harmony and adopted the novel idea of supremacy. The earlier opposition to Charles I's attempts at personal government grew from a dislike of royal absolutism exhibited in the imposition of taxes without parliamentary approval and in the imprisonment of subjects without. 453. Legal process, but it implied no counter-theory of parliamentary sovereignty. Even in the early months of 1641, Parliament was mainly content to limit the use of the prerogative, to abolish extraordinary courts, and to ensure its participation in levying taxes, in short, to lop off what were felt to be excrescences with which Tudor times had marred the ancient perfection of the constitution. As a practical measure, Parliament had to claim the right not to be dissolved without its own consent, and by the end of 1641 it had been forced to claim the power to appoint and dismiss ministers, and to control all the military, civil, and religious affairs of the kingdom. These claims were revolutionary, for they were more at variance with constitutional custom as known to Smith or Coke than the king's broad interpretation of his prerogative. In England as in France, the stress of civil war produced a government centralized in theory as it had tended to be in fact, but in England the legal headship of the nation passed to a representative assembly. Chapter XXIII. Thomas Hobbes. It was the logic of local events which drove the leaders of Parliament to claim and exercise a sovereign power which was alike contrary to their own preconceived ideas and to the traditions of the English Constitution. Neither the desire for logical consistency nor a philosophical perception of the evolution of European politics played any considerable part either in what Parliament did or in what parliamentarians thought. Yet general forces were at work, both intellectual and practical, which extended far beyond the local scene and the immediate occasion. The evolution towards centralized government dominated by a single sovereign power depended on social and economic causes not confined to England, as did also the fact that this sovereign power was to express itself mainly in the making and enforcing of law. The political conceptions of Sir Thomas Smith, Hooker, and Coke were on the way to becoming anachronisms even as they were set down. Civil war, in England and in France, forced political thought to come measurably abreast of the facts. At the same time, vast changes in the intellectual outlook of Europe, in philosophy and in science, demanded equally drastic changes in political theory. More than a century before the beginning of the English Civil Wars, Machiavelli had stated with brutal clearness the fact that European politics rested in the main on force and selfishness, either national or individual, but he had supplied little interpretation of the fact. Some 50 years after Machiavelli, Bodin, writing in the midst of the French wars of religion, had stressed the need that a sovereign power to legislate should be taken as the outstanding attribute of a state, but he had neither detached this principle from antiquated preconceptions about the historical constitution nor clearly stated its implications. On the threshold of the civil wars, Grotius had modernized the theory of natural law by bringing it into relation with a conception of science bred of the rising reverence for mathematics, but there. 455. Was still the question whether Grotius had rightly conceived the meaning of the new science. All these strains of European thought met and crossed in the political philosophy of Thomas Hobbes, developed in a series of works written between 1640 and 1651.1. Hobbes's political writings were occasioned by the civil wars and were intended by him to exert influence upon the side of the king. They were designed to support absolute government, and in Hobbes's intention this meant absolute monarchy. All his personal interests attached him to the Royalist party, and he sincerely believed that monarchy was the most stable and orderly kind of government. Yet any immediate influence that Hobbes's books may have exerted in this direction, and it must have been slight, represents a very small fraction of their long-term value. His principles were at least as contrary to the pretensions of the Stuarts whom he meant to support as to those of the revolutionists whom he meant to refute, and more contrary to both than either royalist or parliamentarian was to the other. The friends of the king might well feel that Hobbes's friendship was as dangerous as Cromwell's enmity. What Clarendon in his refutation of the Leviathan called the lewd principles of his institution were inconsistent both with the Stuart belief in legitimacy and with prevailing theories of popular representation. Clarendon thought that the book had been written to flatter Cromwell. This was not true, though Hobbes had been at pains to point out that his views were consistent with any de facto government. His political philosophy had too wide a sweep to make good propaganda, but its drastic logic affected the whole later history of moral and political thought. Its positive influence was not fully developed until the 19th century, when his ideas were incorporated in the philosophical radicalism of the utilitarians and in John Austin's theory of sovereignty. Hobbes's thought thus served the ends of middle-class liberalism, a cause with which the philosopher would have had little sympathy. Underscore 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 underscore. Scientific materialism. The defense of monarchical absolutism formed therefore a very superficial part of his effective political philosophy, and though the civil wars occasioned his thinking and writing, they account only in a small degree for the importance of what he had to say. Hobbes was in fact the first of the great modern philosophers who attempted to bring political theory into intimate relation with a thoroughly modern system of thought, and he strove to make the system broad enough to account, on scientific principles, for all the facts of nature, including human behavior both in its individual and social aspects. Such a project obviously put his thought quite beyond the range of occasional or controversial literature. Nor is Hobbes to be judged exclusively by the correctness of his conclusions. His ideas of what constituted a sound scientific method were those of his time and are long out of date. Yet the fact remains that he had something which can only be described as a science of politics, which was an integral part of his whole conception of the natural world and was carried through with quite extraordinary clearness. For this reason he benefited not least those thinkers who tried to refute him. His philosophy illustrates the saying of Bacon that truth emerges more easily from error than from confusion. Because of this clarity and not less because of the pungency of his style, Hobbes was probably the greatest writer on political philosophy that the English-speaking peoples have produced. Political theory was only one part of what he designed to be an all-inclusive system of philosophy formed upon scientific principles. This system would now be described as materialism. Despite the fact that he came to the study of mathematics and physics late in life and never gained an adequate mastery of them, he at least perceived the end toward which the new natural science tended. As Galileo said, it made a new science out of an old subject, namely, motion. It suggested the revolutionary idea that the physical world is a purely mechanical system in which all that happens may be explained with geometrical precision by the displacement of bodies relative to one another. The great triumph of science upon this principle, Newton's theory of planetary motion, was as yet in the future, but Hobbes grasped the prin. 457. Simple and made it the center of his system. At bottom, he held, every event is a motion and all sorts of natural processes must be explained by analyzing complex appearances into the underlying motions of which they consist. Or, as Hobbes preferred to think of it, it begins with the simplest motions of bodies, mere changes of place, and goes on to more complex cases, which seem on their face not to be motions but which can be built up from this simple beginning. Thus he conceived the project of a system of philosophy in three parts, the first dealing with body and including what would now be called geometry and mechanics, or physics, the second including the physiology and psychology of individual human beings, and the third concluding with the most complex of all bodies, the artificial body called society or the state. In this bold scheme there was in theory no place for any new force or principle beyond the laws of motion found at the beginning, there were merely complex cases of mechanical causation. All were derivative from geometry and mechanics. Hobbes's philosophy, then, was a plan for assimilating psychology and politics to the exact physical sciences. All knowledge throughout is of a piece and mechanics gives the pattern. It is important to note the method by which Hobbes believed that this system could be proved, because the same method is used in the parts of the system that deal with psychology and politics. The evidence was in no sense empirical, nor did he think of his conclusions as the result of systematic observation. No doubt he regarded them as true, and accordingly he often illustrated them by reference to fact, but such references were illustrations rather than inductions. All science in the 17th century was under the spell of geometry, and Hobbes's was no exception. Good method meant for him the carrying over into other subjects of the mode of thought which, it seemed, had been superlatively successful in geometry. In this belief he differed little from Grotius or Descartes. Now the secret of geometry is that it takes the simplest things first, and when it goes forward to more complicated problems, it uses only what it has previously proved. In this way it builds solidly because it takes nothing for granted and every step is guaranteed by what precedes, all the way back to the self-evident truths from which the construction begins. It was thus that Hobbes conceived his system. Its structure is pyramidal. 458. Motion is the completely pervasive fact in nature. Human behavior, including sensation, feeling, and thought, is a mode of motion. And social behavior, upon which the art of government rests, is merely that special case of human behavior which arises when men act with reference to one another. The science of politics is therefore built upon psychology, and the mode of procedure is deductive. Hobbes proposed to show not what government in fact is but what it must demonstrably be in order to control successfully beings whose motivation is that of the human machine. It is hardly necessary to say that Hobbes did not in fact live up to this ideal of his system, for the good reason that it was impossible. It depended upon a confusion universal in philosophy before Leibniz of logical or mathematical knowledge with empirical or factual knowledge, and therefore failed to see that a straight line progress from geometry to physics is out of the question. Whether psychology can be reduced to physics is still another question, but certainly Hobbes did not succeed in actually deducing sensations, emotions, and human conduct from the laws of motion. What he did was to make a fresh start when he came to psychology. Substantially he postulated a principle or axiom for human behavior in general, and from this he derived the specific cases by showing the operation of the principle under particular circumstances. By this method he was able to advance from psychology to politics. Once he made a beginning with his psychology, he was true to his plan. He exhibited human nature as governed by a single fundamental law, and in his politics he exhibited the working of this law in the specific case of social groups. The method was fundamentally deductive. Materialism and natural law. Though this mode of procedure was in agreement with that by which Grotius had undertaken to modernize jurisprudence, Hobbes's results were quite at odds with those of Grotius. Grotius had freed natural law from its ancient alliance with theology, holding that it might even by hypothesis dispense with God, but he had never contemplated a real mechanization of nature. The law of nature, in Grotius and in nearly all its applications throughout the 17th and 18th centuries, remained a teleological and not a mechanical principle. Spinoza, following Hobbes, made 459. The only determined effort to bring both ethics and religion into accord with mathematical natural science, but his success was far from complete, and in any event his influence was negligible until the beginning of the 19th century. The meaning of natural law remained twofold. In physics and astronomy it meant a principle of mechanics like Newton's laws of motion, while in ethics and jurisprudence it meant a rule of right intuitively perceived, a transcendent value or norm by which the worth of positive law or actual moral practice could be judged. But a philosophy like Hobbes's made right or justice in any such cosmic sense absolutely unintelligible. Both nature and human nature were for him nothing but systems of causes and effects. There remained a somewhat superficial resemblance between Hobbes's procedure and that of the theory of natural law. Both professed to derive their basic principles from human nature and to deduce from this certain rules which law and government must follow. But the meaning of the dependence on human nature was quite different in the two cases. In the typical theories of natural law the dependence was, broadly speaking, Aristotelian, that is to say, natural law states the basic moral conditions of a humane and civilized life. Hence these are ends to be approximated, which exert an ethically regulatory control over positive law and human conduct. For Hobbes, on the other hand, that which controls human life is not an end but a cause, the psychological mechanism of the human animal. The societies which arise from the living together of such animals are resultants of their mutual actions and reactions upon each other. And the conditions of a stable union between them are not justice and fair dealing, or any moral ideals, but merely the causes that will evoke a generally cooperative kind of conduct. Logically this was all that Hobbes was entitled to mean by laws of nature. It cannot be said that he always took this position. Probably it is not humanly possible to do so. But his system was at any rate the first wholehearted attempt to treat political philosophy as part of a mechanistic body of scientific knowledge. It would undoubtedly have been easier for Hobbes if he could have abandoned the law of nature altogether, as his more empirical successors, Hume and Bentham, did. He might then have started from human nature simply as a fact, claiming the warrant of OB. 460. Servation for whatever qualities, or even ideal purposes, he might have seen fit to attribute to it. But this course would have been contrary to all that was supposed in the 17th century to be good scientific method. A deductive system must have its postulates, and there is no evidence for a postulate unless it be self-evidence. Consequently, Hobbes not only retained the laws of nature but gave them an important place in his political theory. All his efforts were bent toward interpreting them in accordance with the principles of his own psychology while retaining, it must be admitted, the occasional advantage of talking as if he meant by them something rather like what others meant. In fact, they were quite different. The laws of nature really meant for Hobbes a set of rules according to which an ideally reasonable being would pursue his own advantage, if he were perfectly conscious of all the circumstances in which he was acting and was quite unswayed by momentary impulse and prejudice. Since he assumes that in the large men really do act in this way, the laws of nature state hypothetical conditions upon which the fundamental traits of human beings allow a stable government to be founded. They do not state values, but they determine causally and rationally what can be given value in legal and moral systems. The instinct of self-preservation. Hobbes's first problem, therefore, was to state the law of human behavior and to formulate the conditions upon which a stable society is possible. In accordance with his materialistic principles, reality consists always in the motion of bodies, which is transmitted through the sense organs to the central nervous system, where it appears as sensation. He further assumed, however, that such transmitted motion always aids or retards the vital motion, the organ for which, as he supposed, was the heart rather than the brain. According as the vital motion is heightened or repressed, two primitive types of feeling appear, desire and aversion, the first being an endeavor toward that which is favorable to the vital processes and the second being a retraction from that which has the opposite effect. From these primitive reactions of advance or retreat, Hobbes proceeded to derive all the more complex or remote emotions or motives. These depend upon the relation in which the stimulating object stands to the reaction which it pro. 461. Deutzes. For obvious reasons, the emotions are always paired, according as they are forms of desire or aversion. Thus the object which is attractive is in general loved, while that which repels is hated. To attain the one gives joy and to suffer the other gives grief, the prospect of the one gives hope and of the other despair. Other appropriate combinations give fear or courage, anger or benevolence, and so on. By this simple psychological device, Hobbes believed that he could derive all the emotions which men experience. What are called mental pleasures and pains are more involved, but in principle they are not different. The will calls for no special treatment, since every emotion is a form of reaction to stimulation, or an active response to external objects and events. The will is simply the last appetite. The novel element in Hobbes's psychology was not the rather cynical assumption of human selfishness which it implied, for in this respect he did not differ from Machiavelli. It was rather the psychological theory by which he tried to make egoism a scientifically grounded account of behavior. The details of this theory of motivation need not be stressed, but it is important to note the principles of the explanation. First, the mode of derivation was deductive rather than empirical. Hobbes was not cataloging feelings and motives which he found by observing human nature, but showing rather what reactions can occur in various complex situations on the assumption that all human motive arises from the primitive attraction or retraction which every stimulus is supposed to produce. Second, his theory differed in important respects from the pleasure-pain theory of motivation developed later by the English psychologists of the 18th century. It is true that all the emotions derived from desire are in general pleasant while those derived from aversion are unpleasant, but it was not Hobbes's theory that pleasure per se is desired or pain avoided. The datum is not pleasure or pain but stimulus and response. The organism always responds in some fashion, and for this reason no special explanation of active behavior is required. It follows, third, that Hobbes's theory of value was widely different from that of the later utilitarians, who supposed that value must be measured in units of pleasure. For him, the fundamental psychological fact in value is that every stimulation affects vitality either favorably or adversely. If the effect is favorable, the organism responds appropriately to secure end. 462. Continue the favorable influence. If the effect is adverse, the organism withdraws or takes other appropriate action to avoid the injurious effect. The rule behind all behavior is that the living body is set instinctively to preserve or to heighten its vitality. In a word, the physiological principle behind all behavior is self-preservation, and self-preservation means just the continuance of individual biological existence. Good is what conduces to this end and evil what has the opposite effect. It was of course obvious to Hobbes that self-preservation is no such simple, momentary affair as has so far been assumed. Life affords no breathing space or moment of repose in which the end can be once for all achieved, but is a restless pursuit of the means of continued existence. Moreover, the means of security being precarious, no moderation of desire can place a limit to the struggle for existence. The desire for security, the really fundamental need of human nature, is for all practical purposes inseparable from the desire for power, the present means of obtaining apparent future goods, because every degree of security requires to be still further secured. I put for a general inclination of all mankind, a perpetual and restless desire of power after power, that ceaseth only in death. And the cause of this, is not always that a man hopes for a more intensive delight, than he has already attained to, or that he cannot be content with a more moderate power, but because he cannot assure the power and means to live well, which he hath present, without the acquisition of more. 2. The apparently modest need for security is therefore equivalent to an endless need for power of every sort, whether riches, or position, or reputation, or honor, all that may forfend the inevitable destruction which must in the end overtake all men. The means may be tangible, what Hobbes calls gain, or intangible, what he calls glory, but the value is the same. From this account of human motives, Hobbes's description of the state of man outside society follows as a matter of course. Each human being is actuated only by considerations that touch his own security or power, and other human beings are of consequence to him only as they affect this. Since individuals are roughly equal in strength and cunning, none can be secure, and underscore 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 dash 463. Their condition, so long as there is no civil power to regulate their behavior, is a war of every man against every man. Such a condition is inconsistent with any kind of civilization. There is no industry, navigation, cultivation of the soil, building, art, or letters, and the life of man is solitary, poor, nasty, brutish, and short. Equally, there is neither right nor wrong, justice nor injustice, since the rule of life is only that to be every man's that he can get, and for so long as he can keep it. Apparently Hobbes believed that life among savages really approximated this condition, but the historical accuracy of the description was of no importance to him. His purpose was not history but analysis. Rational self-preservation. So far, however, Hobbes has presented only half of his analysis. The momentary heightening of vitality which is the spring of human desire and the lengthening of life on the whole are quite different matters. There are two principles in human nature, he says, desire and reason. The first hurries men on to take for themselves what other men want and so embroils them with each other, while reason teaches them to fly a contranatural dissolution. What reason adds is not a new motive but a regulative power, or foresight, by which the pursuit of security becomes more effective without ceasing to follow the general rule of self-preservation. There is a hasty acquisitiveness which begets antagonism and a more calculating selfishness which brings a man into society. Hobbes's psychology was not entirely clear about the relation between reason and instinct, or the way in which the former influences the latter. This is shown by his habitual twofold use of the word natural. Sometimes the natural is that which a man spontaneously does to gain security and means sheer acquisitiveness and aggression, sometimes it is that which perfect reason would prompt him to do to make himself as secure as the circumstances permit. It is because these two meanings are so far apart that Hobbes is able to contrast as he does the pre-social and the social states. Before the institution of society, the natural man is represented as almost non-rational. In instituting and conducting the state he shows preternatural powers of calculation. In order to be social he must be the perfect egoist, and egoists of this sort are rare. The 464 result is a paradox. If men were as savage and antisocial as they are at first represented, they would never be able to set up a government. If they were reasonable enough to set up a government, they would never have been without it. The paradox is due to the fact that what figures as the origin of society is a combining of the two parts of an analytic psychology. By a psychological convention, Hobbes treats motivation as if it were wholly non-rational, while at the same time he depends upon reason for that regulation of motives which alone makes society possible. The distinction is of course fictitious. Human nature is neither so reasonable nor so unreasonable as he assumed it to be. The raw material of human nature from which a society must be constructed consists, then, of two contrasted elements, primitive desire and aversion, from which arise all impulses and emotions, and reason, by which action can be diverted intelligently toward the end of self-preservation. Upon this regulative power of reason depends the transition from the savage and solitary to the civilized and social condition. The transition is made by the laws of nature, the conditions of society or of human peace. These laws state what an ideally reasonable being would do if he considered impartially his relations with other men in all their bearings upon his own security. Therefore the law of nature is the dictate of right reason, conversant about those things which are either to be done or omitted for the constant preservation of life and members, as much as in us lies. Point 3. A law of nature is a precept, or general rule, found out by reason, by which a man is forbidden to do that which is destructive of his life, or taketh away the means of preserving the same, and to omit that by which he think that may be best preserved. Point 4. The spring to action, therefore, is still self-preservation but enlightened by foresight of all the consequences, and this foresight provides the condition by which men can unite and cooperate. The laws of nature are the postulates by which Hobbes's rational construction of society is to take place. They are at once the principles of perfect prudence and of social morality, and therefore they make possible the step from the psychological motives of Indi underscore 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 dash 465. Visual action to the precepts and values of civilized law and morality. The listings of the laws of nature in Hobbes's three accounts of them show that he never made any serious effort to reduce his principles to the minimum required for his purpose. In spite of his undoubted logical power, he never mastered the niceties of exact analysis. The three lists, one in each of the works mentioned above, are similar in substance but not identical in details, and all of them contain rules of no great importance, which might have been treated merely as special cases of more general rules. There is no need to examine them exhaustively or to compare the different lists in detail. In substance, all Hobbes's laws amount to this: peace and cooperation have a greater utility for self-preservation than violence and general competition, and peace requires mutual confidence. By the law of a man's nature he must endeavor to gain his own security. If he must make this endeavor by his unaided efforts, he may be said to have a right to take or do whatever he supposes to be conducive to the end. This, as Hobbes recognizes, is a wholly figurative use of the word right. What it really means is an entire absence of right in any legal or moral sense. But an intelligent consideration of means and ends shows that every man ought to endeavor peace, as far as he has hope of attaining it. The ought means merely that any other course is, in the long run and when practiced by all men, destructive of the security desired. Hence it follows that a man should be willing, when others are so too, as far forth, as for peace, and defense of himself he shall think it necessary, to lay down this right to all things, and be contented with so much liberty against other men, as he would allow other men against himself. For practical purposes the whole weight of this law is borne by the clause, when others are so too, since it would be ruinous to grant liberty to others if they would not grant the same to you. Thus the prime condition of society is mutual trust and the keeping of covenants, for without it there can be no certainty of performance, but there must be a reasonable presumption that other persons will meet you on the same ground. This argument has the perversity already noted in the psychology which underlies it. Hobbes first isolates, rather arbitrarily. 466. Those competitive and ruthless qualities of human nature which are inconsistent with mutual confidence. He then shows what is of course obvious, that society is impossible on these terms. The setting up of the laws of nature is a way of redressing the balance. The two factors in combination give as a resultant a human nature capable of forming a society. Behind the psychological construction, however, lies an assumption about the nature of a society of the greatest importance. Since all human behavior is motivated by individual self-interest, society must be regarded merely as a means to this end. Hobbes was at once the complete utilitarian and the complete individualist. The power of the state and the authority of the law are justified only because they contribute to the security of individual human beings, and there is no rational ground of obedience and respect for authority except the anticipation that these will yield a larger individual advantage than their opposites. Social well-being as such disappears entirely and is replaced by a sum of separate self-interests. Society is merely an artificial body, a collective term for the fact that human beings find it individually advantageous to exchange goods and services. It is this clear-cut individualism which makes Hobbes's philosophy the most revolutionary theory of the age. Beside this, his defense of monarchy was superficial. Well might Clarendon wish that Hobbes had never been born to defend his royal pupil with this sort of argument. For it is a perfect solvent of all the loyalty and reverence and sentiment upon which the monarchy had rested. With Hobbes the power of tradition is for the first time fully broken by a clear-headed and cold-hearted rationalism. The state is a leviathan, but no man loves or reveres a leviathan. It is reduced to a utility, good for what it does, but merely the servant of private security. In this argument Hobbes summed up a view of human nature which resulted from 2 centuries of decadence in customary economic and social institutions. Moreover, he caught the spirit which was to animate social thinking for at least 2 centuries more, the spirit of laissez-faire, sovereignty and the fictitious corporation. Since society depends on mutual trust, the next step is evidently to explain how this is reasonably possible, and this brings Hobbes 467 to his theory of sovereignty. Because of the unsocial inclination of men, it is hopeless to expect them to agree spontaneously to respect each other's rights, and unless all do so, it is unreasonable for any to forego self-help. The performance of covenants may be reasonably expected only if there is an effective government which will punish non-performance. Covenants, without the sword, are but words, and of no strength to secure a man at all. 5. The bonds of words are too weak to bridle men's ambition, avarice, anger, and other passions, without the fear of some coercive power. 6. Security depends upon the existence of a government having the power to keep the peace and to apply the sanctions needed to curb man's innately unsocial inclinations. The effective motive by which men are socialized is the fear of punishment, and the authority of law extends only so far as its enforcement is able to reach. Just how this motive stands in relation to the reasonableness of performing covenants is not quite clear. Apparently Hobbes meant that reason provides a sufficient ground for mutual accord but is too weak to offset the avarice of men in the mass. In substance his theory amounted to identifying government with force. At least, the force must always be present in the background whether it has to be applied or not. To justify force Hobbes retained the ancient device of a contract, though he carefully excluded the implication of a contract binding upon the ruler. He described it as a covenant between individuals by which all resign self-help and subject themselves to a sovereign. He stated it as follows: I authorize and give up my right of governing myself, to this man, or to this assembly of men, on this condition, that thou give up thy right to him, and authorize all his actions in like manner. This is the generation of that great Leviathan, or rather, to speak more reverently, of that mortal God, to which we owe under the immortal God, our peace and defense. 7. Since the right resigned is merely the use of natural strength and covenants without the sword are but words, this is a contract only in a manner of speaking. Properly it is a logical fiction to offset the antisocial fiction of his psychology. Undoubtedly it underscore 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 helped him to import the notion of moral obligation into social relations, and this added a good deal of plausibility to his argument. Strictly speaking, he is saying merely that in order to cooperate men must do what they dislike to do, on pain of consequences which they dislike still more. In no other sense is there logically any obligation whatever in Hobbes's system. Hobbes's thought on this point can be stated, perhaps more accurately, by using the legal conception of a corporation instead of contract, as he did in Dis.8. A mere multitude, he argues, cannot have rights and cannot act, only individual men can do this, a conclusion which follows from the proposition that any collective body is merely artificial. Consequently, to say that a body of men acts collectively really means that some individual acts in the name of the whole group as its accredited agent or representative. Unless there is such an agent, the body has no collective existence whatever. Hence Hobbes argues with perfect logic, if his premises be admitted, that it is not consent but union which makes a corporation, and union means the submission of the wills of all to the will of one. A corporation is not really a collective body at all but one person, its head, or director, whose will is to be received for the will of all its members. On this analogy it follows, of course, that society is a mere fiction. Tangibly it can mean only the sovereign, for unless there be a sovereign there is no society. This theory is applied consistently by Hobbes to all corporations. Any other theory, he holds, would make them lesser commonwealths, like worms in the entrails of a natural man. The state is unique only in having no superior, while other corporations exist by its permission. Deductions from the fictitious corporation. From this view of the matter follow some of Hobbes's most characteristic conclusions. Any distinction between society and the state is a mere confusion, and the same is true of a distinction between the state and its government. Except there be a tangible government, individuals with the power to enforce their will, there is neither state nor society but a literally headless multitude. Few writers have held this opinion as consistently as Hobbes. It follows also that any distinction between law and underscore 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 morals is a confusion. For society has only one voice with which it can speak and one will which it can enforce, that of the sovereign who makes it a society. Very properly does Hobbes call his sovereign a mortal god and unite in his hands both the sword and the crosier. This theory of corporate bodies lies also at the root of Hobbes's absolutism. For him there is no choice except between absolute power and complete anarchy, between an omnipotent sovereign and no society whatever. For a social body has no existence except through its constituted authorities, and its members no rights except by delegation. All social authority must accordingly be concentrated in the sovereign. Law and morals are merely his will, and his authority is unlimited, or is limited only by his power, for the good reason that there is no other authority except by his permission. Evidently, also, sovereignty is indivisible and inalienable, for either his authority is recognized and a state exists or it is not recognized and anarchy exists. All the necessary powers of government are inherent in the sovereign, such as legislation, the administration of justice, the exercise of force, and the organization of inferior magistracies. Hobbes relieved sovereignty completely from the disabilities which Bodin had inconsistently left standing. But his disjunctions have nothing to do with the nuances of actual political power. His theory was pure logical analysis. There was another side to his theory of sovereign power which Hobbes emphasized less but to which he was by no means blind. For controversial purposes he stressed the fact that resistance to authority can never be justified, since justification would require the approval of authority itself. It followed equally, however, that resistance will in fact occur wherever government fails to produce that security which is the only reason for subjects' submission. The only argument for government is that it does in fact govern. Hence if resistance is successful and the sovereign loses his power, he ipso facto ceases to be sovereign and his subjects cease to be subjects. They are then thrown back upon their individual resources for self-protection and may rightly give their obedience to a new sovereign who can protect them. There was no room in Hobbes's theory for any claim of legitimacy without 470 power, and it was this which gave offense to royalists. This consequence of his theory was most clearly stated in Leviathan, the only one of his books on politics written after the execution of Charles, and when, as Clarendon says, Hobbes had a mind to go home. But it was at all times a perfectly evident implication of his principles, and he had referred to it indecisive. On utilitarian grounds, any government is better than anarchy. Monarchical government he thought more likely to be effective than any other kind, but the theory is equally good for any government that can preserve peace and order. Later thinkers had no difficulty, therefore, in adapting it to a republican or parliamentary form of government. Since government consists essentially in the existence of sovereign power, it follows for Hobbes as for Bodin that the difference between forms of government lies solely in the location of sovereignty. There are no perverted forms of government. People impute perversion, with such terms as tyranny or oligarchy, only because they dislike the exercise of a power, just as they use terms of approval, like monarchy or democracy, if they like it. There is certain to be sovereign power somewhere in every government, and the only question is who has it. For the same reason there is no mixed government and no limited government, since the sovereign power is indivisible. Someone must have the last decision, and whoever has it and can make it good has sovereign power. Probably there is nothing in political literature that more perfectly illustrates the inability of a congenital utilitarian to enter into the spirit of a revolutionary age than these chapters, in which Hobbes argues that all governments which keep order come to the same thing in the end. The aspiration for more justice and right seemed to him merely an intellectual confusion. Hatred of tyranny seemed mere dislike of a particular exercise of power, and enthusiasm for liberty seemed either sentimental vaporing or outright hypocrisy. Hobbes's account of the civil wars in his Behemoth makes them a strange mixture of villainy and wrong-headedness. The clarity of his political system had nothing to do with understanding human nature in politics. From the theory of sovereignty it is only a step to that of the civil law. In the proper sense of the word, law is the command. 471. Of that person, whose precept contains in it the reason of obedience. 9. It is to every subject, those rules, which the Commonwealth hath commanded him, by word, writing, or other sufficient sign of the will, to make use of, for the distinction of right and wrong. 10. He was careful to point out that this definition sharply distinguishes civil from natural law, for the former is a command sanctioned by enforcement while the latter is a dictate of reason. The law of nature is law only in a figurative sense, for the imperative or coercive aspect of civil law is the essence of it. This, Hobbes explains, is the confusion in the position both of parliamentarians and of common lawyers like Koch. The former imagine that there is some virtue in the consent of a representative body, and the latter that there is some validity in custom. In fact, it is the enforcing power that makes the precept binding, and the law is his who has the power. He may allow custom to persist, but it is his tacit consent which gives it the force of law. Doubly absurd is Koch's superstition that the common law has a reason of its own. Similarly, the sovereign may consult Parliament or permit it to frame statutes, but the enforcement is what makes them law. Hobbes assumes that enforcement takes place in the king's name, but there is nothing in his theory contrary to the sovereignty of Parliament, provided that body can both make the law and control its administration and execution. Hobbes was wrong in thinking that he could bolster up absolute monarchy, but he was not mistaken in believing that centralized authority in some form was to be a chief mark of modern states. Since the laws of nature merely state the rational principles upon which a state can be constructed, they are not limitations on the authority of the sovereign. Hobbes's argument sounds like a quibble, but there was reason behind it. No civil law, he says, ever can be contrary to the law of nature. Property may be a natural right, but the civil law defines property, and if a particular right is extinguished, it simply ceases to be property and so is no longer included under the law of nature. What limits the sovereign is not the law of nature but the power of his subjects. Hobbes's sovereign is faced by a condition and not a theory, but there can be no limitation of the civil law in its own field. Bodens underscore 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 underscore. Conception of a constitutional law limiting the competence of the sovereign has disappeared entirely. The state and the church. Hobbes's theory of sovereignty brings to completion the process of subordinating the church to the civil power which was begun when Marsilio of Padua carried through to its logical conclusion the separation of the spiritual and temporal authorities. For a materialist like Hobbes, the spiritual becomes a mere ghost, a figment of the imagination. He does not deny that there is such a thing as revelation or as spiritual truths, but he is clear that there is nothing to say about them. For it is with the mysteries of our religion, as with wholesome pills for the sick, which swallowed whole, have the virtue to cure, but chewed, are for the most part cast up again without effect. 11. The very belief in non-material substances he regarded as a cardinal error derived from Aristotle and propagated by the clergy for their own advantage. It is the metaphysical side of that other cardinal error, the belief that the Church is the kingdom of God and so endowed with an authority other than that of the state. Hobbes still affects to think that belief cannot be forced, but the profession of belief is an overt act and therefore falls within the province of law. Freedom of belief is completely inoperative so far as external consequences are concerned. All observance and profession, the canon of religious books, the creed, and the government of the Church, if they have any authority, are authorized by the sovereign. Since there is no objective standard of religious truth, the establishment of any belief or form of worship must be an act of sovereign will. A church therefore is for Hobbes merely a corporation. Like any corporation, it must have a head, and the head is the sovereign. It is a company of men united in the person of one sovereign and therefore quite indistinguishable from the commonwealth itself. Temporal and spiritual government are identical. Hobbes still holds, like Marsilio, that it is the duty of the Church to teach, but he adds that no teaching is lawful unless the sovereign authorizes it. Excommunication or any other ecclesiastical penalty is in inflicted by the authority of the sovereign. Obviously enough, then, as Hobbes concludes, there cannot be any conflict between divine and human law. In every sense that counts, religion is completely under the sway of law and government. One easily conjectures that religion was not a matter of vital moment in Hobbes's experience. He attributed less moral weight to it than Machiavelli. The desire for freedom of conscience, like the desire for political freedom, seems to have figured in his mind merely as an evidence of intellectual confusion, and the force of a genuine religious conviction must have been quite unknown to him. At the same time, ecclesiastical questions still bulked very large in his political outlook. Nearly half of Leviathan is devoted to them. In this respect, English thought must have moved rapidly between 1650 and the end of the century. When Locke wrote 40 years later, he could assume far more actual separation of political and religious questions than Hobbes ever imagined. Hobbes's individualism. Hobbes's political philosophy is beyond all comparison the most imposing structure that the period of the English civil wars produced. It is notable chiefly for the logical clarity of the argument and the consistency with which it carried through the presumptions from which it started. It was in no sense a product of realistic political observation. The actual motives which sway men in civil life were largely opaque to Hobbes, and his interpretation of the characters of his contemporaries was often grotesque. His psychology was not conceived by him to be the product of observation. It was not so much a description of men as they are as a demonstration of what they must be in the light of general principles. This was what science meant to Hobbes, a rational construction of the complex by means of the simple, as exemplified by geometry. The resulting estimate of government was wholly secular and quite coolly utilitarian. Its value consists solely in what it does, but since the alternative is anarchy, there can be no doubt which a utilitarian will choose. The choice has little sentiment behind it. The advantages of government are tangible and they must accrue quite tangibly to individuals, in the form of peace and comfort and security of person and property. This is the only ground upon which government can be justified. 474. Or even exist. A general or public good, like a public will, is a figment of the imagination. There are merely individuals who desire to live and to enjoy protection for the means of life. This individualism is the thoroughly modern element in Hobbes and the respect in which he caught most clearly the note of the coming age. For 2 centuries after him, self-interest seemed to most thinkers a more obvious motive than disinterestedness, and enlightened self-interest a more applicable remedy for social ills than any form of collective action. The absolute power of the sovereign, a theory with which Hobbes's name is more generally associated, was really the necessary complement of his individualism. Except as there is a tangible superior to whom men render obedience and who can, if necessary, enforce obedience, there are only individual human beings, each actuated by his private interests. There is no middle ground between humanity as a sandheap of separate organisms and the state as an outside power holding them precariously together by the sanctions with which it supplements individual motives. All the rich variety of associations disappears, or is admitted suspiciously and grudgingly as carrying a threat to the power of the state. It is a theory natural to an age which saw the wreck of so many of the traditional associations and institutions of economic and religious life, and which saw above all the emergence of powerful states in which the making of law became the typical activity. These tendencies, the increase of legal power and the recognition of self-interest as the dominant motive in life, have been among the most pervasive in modern times. That Hobbes made them the premises of his system and followed them through with relentless logic is the true measure of his philosophical insight and of his greatness as a political thinker. Chapter XXIV. Radicals and Communists. Hobbes's political thought belonged essentially to the realm of scholarship or science. Though intended to influence the course of events in favor of the royalists, it had little or no effect of that kind, and as a solvent of traditional loyalties and a presentation of enlightened egoism, it contributed in the long run to a more radical liberalism than any that was within the bounds of practical politics in the 17th century. At the same time, something of the radical individualism which Hobbes used as a philosophical postulate can be seen in the left-wing popular democracy that appeared in the course of the civil wars. This was not, of course, because the radicals learned from Hobbes, but because both were concerned with a social and intellectual change which transcended parties and immediate interests. The dissolution of traditional institutions and the economic pressure which it engendered were facts and not theories. Hobbes's logic turned egoism into a postulate for a social philosophy, but the conditions which made individualism an unescapable point of view existed in their own right. The belief that social and political institutions are justified only because they protect individual interests and maintain individual rights emerged under the pressure of circumstances which first became effective in England in the mid-17th century, but which also persisted and became more effective during the 2 centuries following. Not the least significant aspect of the English civil wars was the part which popular discussion played in them. They marked the first appearance of public opinion as an important factor in politics. The volume of occasional, controversial writing produced was gigantic, far exceeding that of the French wars of religion, though the latter had not been small. 1 Much of this discussion was, in a broad sense, philosophical. It dealt at least with general ideas, theological, religious, and ethical, and their application to government. It aired abuses, discussed the Constitution, argued for and against religious toleration, attacked or defended the government of the Church and examined its relation to civil authority, claimed or denied every form of civil liberty, and proposed at one time or another most of the political devices which democratic governments have since tried. This pamphlet debate was the first great experiment in popular political education, using the printing press as the organ of government by discussion. However vague the ideas may have been or lacking in systematic coherence, they were at least being used to bring a measure of intelligent guidance into the political life of men in the mass. Ideas and aspirations spread among considerable numbers of Englishmen were not important exclusively for the results which they were able immediately to achieve. Among these movements of popular political thought none is more interesting or important than the democratic radicalism which appeared in the group known as Levellers. In religion they belonged among the independents and, like this sect generally, they favored religious toleration and were opposed to the establishment of either an episcopal or a Presbyterian form of church government. Though the group was not very definite in its composition, it formed for a short time, between 1647 and 1650, something like a real political party, having a definite idea of the political aims of the revolution and a plan for resettling the constitution on liberal lines, depending upon a well-defined body of common political beliefs. It failed in all its purposes, but it represented with remarkable distinctness the modes of thought and argument which were to characterize revolutionary liberalism in the 18th and early 19th centuries. It drew the lines pretty definitely between the liberalism of the less privileged economic classes and the more conservative liberalism, or Whiggism, of the well-to-do. At the same time there appeared among the revolutionists an contains more than 20,000 titles. See the account of this pamphlet literature in the commentary by William Haller in Volume I of Tracts on Liberty in the Puritan Revolution, 1688 to 1647. 3 volumes. New York, 1934. 478. Other group, the Diggers, who sometimes called themselves the True Levellers and who were not at the time very clearly distinguished from the larger group. In numbers they were quite insignificant, all or nearly all of their written pronouncements coming from the pen of one man, Gerard Winstanley. In purpose and outlook, however, they seem to have been quite different from the larger group. For as the Levellers were an early instance of a radical middle-class democracy with political aims, the Diggers are more easily classified as the beginning of utopian communism, since they regarded political reform as superficial unless it could redress the inequalities of the economic system. The Levellers appear to have been drawn mainly from the less prosperous part of the middle class, while the Diggers were perhaps members of that class whom economic stress had pushed out into the ranks of the propertyless. At any rate, Winstanley says that he had been ruined in business by the cheating art of buying and selling. The Diggers may be counted as the first appearance of a proletarian social philosophy. The purpose of the present chapter is to examine these two types of early radicalism. The Levellers. The Leveller movement ran its course within pretty definite limits of time and was related to a specific phase of the civil wars which helped to define its purposes as a party. The success of Cromwell's campaign against Charles had created, by the end of 1646, a political triangle from which a settlement of the revolution had to be evolved. The king, defeated but not destroyed, might still hope for much if he could embroil the several factions of his enemies with each other. Parliament, a little dismayed by its success and uncertain what to do with its newly won sovereignty, was under a leadership more interested in establishing Presbyterianism than in carrying out any specific plan of political reform. Finally, and most important, Cromwell's army, which had won the victory, had no intention of allowing the fruits to be gathered either by the king or the Presbyterians. In the game of shifty diplomacy which followed, Charles played for a new civil war and Parliament played to get rid of the army and leave itself a free hand. The army, which alone had any real power, could have ended the shuffling at any moment, as it did 3 years later. 479. But the leaders, Cromwell and his son-in-law Ireton, had a sincere dislike for military dictatorship and were deeply in doubt how best to give the revolution a constitutional form. So hesitant were they that in 1647 they risked a threat of mutiny in the army. For the rank and file of the soldiers, well knowing that neither the king nor Parliament could be trusted, became fearful that Cromwell also would barter away the reforms which they hoped from the revolution. It was in these circumstances that the Levellers appeared, first as a radical party among the common soldiers, dissatisfied with the cautious and conservative plan of reform promulgated by their officers, and advocating their own radical program of the results to be achieved by the revolution. Quite spontaneously regimental committees, remarkably like the Soviets that appeared in the Russian army in 1917, sprang into existence and demanded a share in formulating the policies to be pursued. Fortunately, there has been preserved an almost verbatim report of the discussions which followed in the Army Council, between the representatives of the officers, led by Cromwell and Ireton, and the representatives of the regiments who had, apparently, the sympathy and support of a very few of the higher officers. 2 Both before and after this occurrence in the army there appeared a number of pamphlets, chiefly by the leaders of the Leveller party, John Lilburne and Richard Overton, setting forth both their practical objectives and the political philosophy upon which they acted. 3. The debates in the Army Council are peculiarly interesting and vivid because they recreate actual conversations almost 3 centuries dead. They permit a glimpse into the minds of a group of Englishmen in lowly station, the small tradesmen, artisans, and farmers that made up the rank and file of Cromwell's army. They underscore